Foxy Red Tail. Just a heads up, man. If y'all some agents, man, y'all might wanna take a back seat today. This is for only the real who want real knowledge. I done sat back, I done recharged, I'm ready to go. I'm not even I'm not even gonna be playing around with these people that think they know. The stakes is high. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about people's salvation. We're talking about their immortal soul here. And I ain't out to really just be giving it. I'm not about to let people go down just based off of fifth. Mm. One new message. Oh, everybody just popping in and out. We'll wait for some people to get in here. If not, I just go on in my regular time. Algorithms shutting people out, cornering them, everything else. I bet if I was up here talking about some buffoonery, they'll let me right on in if it was about the buffoonery, if people was up here arguing and getting disrespected. What's up, dope fella? Yeah, I'm a little early on my time, but I just can't. I was gonna go on a little later, but I just can't. I can't sit around for a couple more hours. I'll probably be on later on today too. First, I'm gonna address this. I'm gonna address the false prophets. You know what I mean? You know, we got a lot of them. There's a lot of people out here that think that they know. A lot of people that want to shove their version down your throat, try to control you. You know what I'm saying? They got the same book that the oppressors gave them, and they up here thinking that they know what it say. I find that the biggest pride. What up, nine? I find that the biggest comedy thing ever. If you think that they just gonna up and give you the truth after what they did, you you must you must think I'm a damn fool because I don't believe it. They ain't gonna give us the truth. We gotta go find it. They got all these books just waiting for us to tackle, and I got me a few of them. So you know what I'm saying. So for all the false prophets that's talking out this book, and they didn't pick up an etymology book to even understand what these words actually mean. They ain't got no other books. They ain't even cross-reference it with other scriptures, with other holy books from other religions, even though it's all part of the same damn religion. But yet they don't go into other books and double check and see what it say. Compare notes, do nothing. You know what I'm saying? They just talk out of the one book that they pastor gave them or they picked up in a church pew or whatever have you, and they start picking it up. They got down, they got desperate, they looked into that book and they thought they seen their salvation in it. Not knowing that salvation is already inside of you, you just gotta find it. If you made in God's image, don't even look at it from a cosmic standpoint. They don't. It's just they just looking at it. What's up, John Fast?
Hey man, how you doing this morning?
Good. How you doing this day? Grand Rising.
Man, man, I'm trying to get prepared for this snowstorm about to come through the United States right now.
Yeah, that heart machine working overtime, man.
Oh man, I'm telling you, we're supposed to get 20 inches where we're at, and we're like in the Midwest, so that's nuts. That's crazy. It's the most we've ever seen.
Yeah, I'm
So
in the Midwest too.
yeah,
Everybody going to the
well,
grocery store like crazy.
yeah. Me and my wife did ours yesterday, so we're straight. We're good to get snowed in and stuff like that. Well, anyway, I hope you stay safe during that time, man. You and your family.
Thank
Um,
you, thank you.
I wanted to come up here and talk to you. I was just kind of scrolling through, and I heard a little bit about what you were saying about that people need to study some etymology before they start believing things.
Hmm.
What do you believe in?
I don't believe I search. I search
Do
for.
you find anything ever though?
Yeah, I always find. You just got to be aware. You got to notice what's being presented to you. Like, I mean, you're not gonna find the diamond in the mountain on the first swing of the pick. You know, you gotta put some effort into this, and it's not just um, you know this Christian religion. I ain't even gonna say Christian religion. Religion, period. All right, because religion promotes belief. All right. Oh, just believe in this. Oh, all you gotta do is that. Nobody can tell you your journey. Nobody can tell you the road that you need to take. Nobody can tell you about you better than you. So listening to other people about what you need to do and who you need to see and what you need to confess, profess, and all this other stuff is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? You know
But
you
isn't it
better than you.
enc- but isn't it encouraging when you're going through a journey to not go through that journey alone?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's where they grab the biggest amount of people and throw them in a church because they pick them up. Bring me your poor, your weak, your faint of heart, and all this other stuff. Bring them over here. Why? Because you're gonna enslave them. That's why you're gonna mentally enslave them. You see what I'm saying? You're gonna keep them down. Where's the middle class at? Yeah, we never alone, man. Never alone. There's always people on the journey. You just gotta see who's actually on the journey and not just who's sitting on a rock on the road where the journey passes through. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I feel your frustration. A lot of people nowadays are just completely against the church and society that it builds. You know, of people. Um, what got you started on your journey?
The the great mother, my ancestors kicked my ass right out of bed, right out of sleep. What my ass told me, wake up, I got work to do. I gotta study, I gotta learn stuff. I gotta take all that wasted potential that I had stored up all through school, all that intelligence that I decided not to use to perpetuate this machine and use it for myself and use it for the people. So, I mean,
So,
uh huh.
where do you see yourself at? Um, at retirement, like where do you see yourself at?
I don't retire, man. I live forever. I'm a star bound to a body. As long
Yeah.
as I obey the rules, I am free. When I
So you
start,
believe in a soul then?
oh, I know a soul. I know I got a soul.
Okay. And that soul, where do you think it's like? Where do you think the choices of it going are?
Yeah, only way to go is up. We're at rock bottom. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you can still slide, but I don't plan on sliding.
Do
You know
you
what I'm
think
saying?
there's judgment?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, it's
Okay.
judgment. You
So
know
you believe
we,
in the concept of heaven and hell then?
yeah, yeah, I do. It ain't really
Okay.
believe. I know heaven and hell. We're in hell now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't think we're in hell right now.
Yeah, we in
I think
hell.
yeah, I think it's a bad location, but I think we there ain't no love in hell. Like that's what I believe.
Yeah, ain't no love down here. You see how people turning toward themselves, slowly inwardly towards themselves, all about themselves, all about selfishness and self righteousness and self perpetuation of their own personal agendas. You know what I'm saying?
So you don't ever have fun then?
Oh, I have fun. I just
Do you
yeah, I have plenty of fun.
Yeah. So if you're experiencing good things, that kind of goes against what hell is. Like hell is going to be no good thing.
Well, that's what they're trying to make it, but there's nothing's ever complete one sided. There's always something to bump the system. You know what I'm saying? It's not always just see what religion did, what the church did. They got you thinking that it's all whips and chains and all of this stuff, and it can be. It very well can be. You know what I'm saying? We just fighting to keep that off of everybody.
Yeah. See, I don't see it that way. Like we have two different perspectives. I see church as a good thing for the community. Like with what we do for the widows, for the nursing homes that we go to, and even the money that we distribute to the poor and also to the community of the church whenever they can't keep their lights on and stuff.
Wait, hold on. When you say we, are you talking about you being a member and have a vote to this, or just the money that you give the church goes to this type of stuff?
Oh yeah, I'm in a congregation.
Yeah. So do you have a vote as to where the money go?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, anyone has the opportunity, and that. So there's a few different types of church models, I guess you could say. Ours goes by the Bible. It's called congregational led. So Christ is in charge of the church. Then you have deacons, elders, but then the rest of everything else gets voted off by the congregation. So if the greater amount of people, it's kind of like a voting system, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm.
And then we determine where the money goes at, where it's allocated to.
Mm. So in theory, church and all that stuff sounds good. A congregation, I guess you could say, a congregation's always good. You know what I'm saying? The direction, if it has good leadership, you know what I'm saying? But as far as
Yeah.
this organized religion, this whole Judeo Christian Abrahamic religion shit, they got everybody, um, you know, paralyzed in thought and action and originality. It's not so good. You know what I'm saying? It's not so good. Like once the church starts filing 501(c)(3)s, they lost me because when does God? Why does God got to pay taxes? Why is God name on? Why is His church being used for tax purposes? You know what I'm saying? And if they can't keep their lights on, they don't got to pay no bills anyway. So where's the money going every week? You know what I'm saying? Oh, somebody got to get paid before the lights get paid now, huh? See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
So there's
well,
that
wait. So,
irregularity I have a problem with.
all right. So let's talk about the church that assembles in people's houses. Then,
Okay.
how do you feel about those? Are you still against church? With people that meet at their houses.
Church or to congregate.
Yeah.
Now those are two completely different things. Because it tells you that you're not gonna find God in a house built by the hands of man. So you're not gonna find Him in any man-made buildings. You're not gonna find Him. You're not gonna find God anywhere that's made with the hands of man. So no rocks, no tools, no nothing to be built up is not gonna house the Spirit of God.
Yeah, I mean, we meet up to encourage each other, though, and it doesn't mean what you're saying that it means. The body of Christ, okay, is the assembly, is the church, so the body. So wherever two or more are gathered, that's where God is, right
See,
there.
and that's
So
where the word body is being used etymology in etymological terms. When you say body, you just mean a group of people.
yes, definitely,
You see what I'm saying? So it don't
yeah,
have anything to
definitely,
do with a place. It just has to do with people, and
yeah,
it's to
like me and
stir
you right
up the
now.
inner. It's to stir up the inner Christ in you. It's not to stir up, to make Jesus float down and say, "Oh, good. I'm glad you guys are talking about me." You know what I'm saying? No, it's to stir it up in you. It's like a
Yeah.
candle lighting from another candle.
So check this out. Where two or more are gathered together, there I am also.
Yeah,
We're officially in church right now, me and you.
you could call it that.
Yeah.
You
So
can
that's
call
a
it.
yeah. So that's a good thing. But as far as then the money goes, you don't have to pay money at churches. It's not required that you pay money
But it's
to the
required that
church.
they pay taxes. It's required that they file taxes though. So you ain't got to give
Oh
them
yeah,
money, but they got to file taxes, and that's I have a complete problem with that.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So
Why does
you're
God have to check in with a government? I thought, you know what I'm saying?
yeah,
They're putting government over God. They're
yeah.
making God subordinate.
So
What's
you're
up?
thinking that the church doesn't need to pay taxes at all on anything?
Well, they don't pay taxes at all on anything. They're 501c. That
Yeah, yeah,
guy
yeah,
Joel Osteen, Joel Osserman, whatever that guy in Houston, his church
yeah,
bought him that $10 million house. His name ain't
yeah,
on it, but he
yeah,
lives there for free. You see what I'm
yeah,
saying? It's
yeah,
tax loopholes and everything. You know what
yeah,
I'm saying? They created a system that only looks whole on the front side, but on the back side is wide open. Because
yeah,
half the people that make the laws are lawyers.
yeah,
You see what I'm saying? So we got half the people up there making these laws that are lawyers, so they can put together any type of whatever to create any type of backdoor for themselves and leave us in the dark, because that system is the British court system, British accreditation registry. So it's a British system. We're in
yeah.
America.
The parliament.
Yeah, British accreditation registry is the bar that you go to practice to have your certifications and stuff. You see what I'm saying? So you got
Yeah,
a British registry that you got to register over there from or to over there to practice over here. So the whole court system ain't even American. It's not even here. Okay, it's sublet here. It's subleased. It's subcontracted here. Their
yeah,
system. So I got a problem with that as well because we're not British. We're
yeah.
not.
I mean,
We're not supposed to be
I
according
get it.
to
When we look
history.
at these mega churches, I get that. Man, these mega churches, I can understand that they misallocate the funds and it should be given to the poor. Like, no doubt about it. Like, I mean, I actually like to hear Joel Osteen because he speaks a lot of Bible, is what he does. And he speaks about prosperity inside of the Bible. Me, I'm all about prosperity in heaven. I don't see prosperity here on earth. I just don't see that being a thing.
Yeah, I mean, look who's in charge. Of course, you're not gonna see it.
Yeah.
They don't want you to
Yeah.
see what they got. They don't want you to enjoy what they have. They want to
Yeah.
keep you down. They want to
Yeah.
feed you to the beast.
Yeah.
Okay? They want to feed you deeper and deeper into your Shabbat Shalom. They want to feed you deeper into your subconscious until they eat you alive. People just succumbing to their own neurosis and um, what I call it, their own inaction. But they don't understand that the very lights that's coming off of this stuff creates a docile effect because it pumps estrogen. It makes your body produces estrogen. You know, this shortwave UV light. You see what I'm saying? So um, here's the shortwave UV light, aka mercury vapor fluorescent light bulbs. All right, this is what it does. It causes um, the neuroendocrine system to malfunction, um, central nervous system, endocrine system, immune systems. Um, it keeps it from being out of homeostasis, so you're always uneven. All right, now um, increases aging. It also increases memory defects, deficiencies, um, hormone imbalance. That's why you see all this blending of uh, identities, is because the estrogen being pumped into the children is creating a chemical imbalance in them growing up, and their body cannot regulate all that estrogen coming in. Especially if you're a male, you cannot keep the proportions of the testosterone to estrogen in check. as a male because your testosterone would be pumping more than 100%. They have studied this. They study chemistry. They study eugenics. They study um, genetics. They study all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Heinrich
Yeah,
Himmler.
I honestly don't think that there's one thing on this planet that is not trying to take us out every single day. Not only with the fluorescent lights that you're talking about, but literally everything: the weather, diseases, germs, tampering of the cigarettes. I mean, you name
Tampering with
everything that you
food.
can. Yeah, yeah. So I mean, anything that you look at is against you, and we're under. According to Genesis, chapter 3, at the fall of man, we're under a curse. Do you believe that?
They were under a curse.
Yeah, Genesis chapter 3 talks about the fall of mankind, um, getting separated from God, and
Well,
that
it's
we're
that's
under a curse.
allegorical, and when it says separated from God, it means that you have been separated. Your mind has been separated from God. It doesn't necessarily mean like I said, what the Bible tells you when you just read it straight up. That's how they want you to read it. When you start grabbing books thick like this, and you got a bunch of them, you see what they're saying. You see what's going on. Like this
Well, it's
shell,
not
huh?
it's not too far off to believe that physically that the world's trying to get us, trying to take us out to the grave as quick as it can.
Well, the
But I
world's
also believe that
the world's gonna protect itself. You know what I'm saying? So if you're not with the program, the world gonna get you. She's
but
on
I
high.
also believe I also believe that our mentality is going after everything is going against it as well. So I have to be very careful on which ones I pick up. So I don't mind reading about topics like theology, the study of doctrines and other religions. I don't mind delving a little bit deeper into it, and I don't even
Mm-hmm.
mind picking up the science book as far as in cosmology or even the study of the language. I don't mind doing that, but man, I have to be real careful with what people are trying to pump into my brain because people are trying to take it over left and right for propaganda or whatever reason. So
The
I just
news
try
do
to
it every
stick.
day. The
Yeah,
news
yeah,
do it
that's
every
why I
day.
don't watch the news. I try not to watch the news.
Yeah. You see this
I
Thomas
mean,
Paine? You know Thomas Paine? Social studies
uh,
class?
Z in Florida, T Pain.
No, 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 no. Nah,
You're
this
not
is
talking about the rapper?
no.
Oh, I'm
You
looking at
looking?
the screen now. Sorry
Yeah.
about that. Never mind.
The Christian religion and Masonry have one and the same common origin. Both are derived from the worship of the Sun sun. The difference between their origin is that the Christian religion is a parody of the worship of the Sun, in which they put a man whom they call Christ in the place of the Sun and pay him the same adoration which was originally paid to the Sun. So they just made a homophone, Sunson, son, son. Christian religion
So
and
yeah,
Masonry.
I've totally heard that objective that people bring up about against God because that's literally against God
It
with
ain't
that kind
against
of
God. Hold on. I ain't say I was against God. And this no, they put a parody on. They put a homophone from the Sun to Son,
yeah, not talking about you. I'm
and
talking
then
about the literature like
yeah,
that.
yeah, that's what they did. They did it on purpose. That's why this language is created. Is to create
Yeah,
homonyms, homophones, homograph, doublets, prefixes and suffixes, compound words, and all this other stuff to mess with the collective subconscious. That's what
yeah,
it's
they're
about.
after us. Yep, they're after us.
Of
Um,
course.
I don't know. We have to be on guard. It sounds like you're on guard already. You're fully aware of all the dangers that are out here in this world, physically and mentally, that are going up against you. Um,
Mm-hmm.
you know, so do you believe? So I've got a strange doctrine that I've pulled out myself out of the Bible. I
Mm-hmm.
believe that the Bible is infallible, which means that the entire gospel message of the Bible from Genesis to Revelations is completely accurate and will lead us to God. Do you believe that?
See, I don't believe. See, belief means to prolong something. I'm not trying to prolong nothing. I'm searching for the truth. Now, when you read the Bible front to back just the way that they want you to, you're not going nowhere. You're gonna be staying here. You still gonna be a slave. You still gonna be out. Once you start learning exactly what these words mean, the original meaning before it got changed a bunch of different times, then you can get a better clarification as to what's going on. But if you don't, then you just gonna be talking about praise Jesus and all this other mess.
Oh man, I was tracking with you the entire time until just now.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, I got proof. I mean, I can show you the pages. They tell you, right? Look, I got pages now. I got books.
yeah,
Like, when I tell you I got books, I just spent thousands of dollars on books, and I've read them. So this
yeah,
is this is
but
probably the most powerful book I bought. Bought it on accident. It's page 226, and it says, "The Christian rite we know was not a Christian idea, but was borrowed from ancient times. The original name for the goddess of water was Nut. Afterwards, she became Isis. Isis and Horus were the mother and divine child, divine healer, and the Romans brought them with them to Rome, and they were worshipped there by the Romans, the Roman women more especially. Anyone going to Italy now may see many of these figures in black basalt, which were brought there from Egypt. On this, the Roman Catholic religion was founded, and that is the reason why the Virgin Mary, aka Isis, brought on in the Christian doctrines, has so much adoration paid to her. The Roman Catholics did not have the Father at first, who was brought on by the Jews, and thus we see that the eschatology of the solar was practiced by all when solar mythos had perished. All these customs, etc., were the same in North America, South America, Europe, India, and some other parts of Asia. The primordial came from Egypt. So where did they get this Father, Son, Holy Ghost from? Where did they get this Jesus from? They said they got it from Isis and Horus and turned it into Mary and Jesus. Right?
yeah, I get it. I mean, you've got books that are out there that are totally against the Bible, and it sounds like that's one of them.
I
Why did
didn't
you
say it was
choose to
against the
believe that
Bible.
one?
It did not. No, 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 no. It didn't say it was against the Bible. Okay? It's merely stating observational research.
Yeah. So the observational research that they're saying about is it goes completely against the Bible because they can't go towards the same direction. The Bible speaks about Jesus being born, and that it also talks about that it's the Word of God, that every single word is God breathed inside of the Bible. And then you have another book that contradicts that and says that no, the son that you're thinking is this, and Mary inside of the Bible is this. And then it specifically names the churches and says the churches are this, and this is how they were born. It goes against the stories that are inside the Bible with creation versus how the start of everything
It does
was.
not. It does not. And that's the reason why this whole church thing, and they have you thinking the way they want you to think.
No, 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 not with church, with the Bible.
With the
The
Bible.
Bible literally
They,
says all
they,
that stuff.
they wrote it in a way that you're going to read it like that and say, oh, it's this, that, and the third. It's going against this and that. Nobody said that the Bible was false. I said you got to know how to read it. You have to know
Yeah.
how to read the Bible. And
So
first,
was Jesus Christ a man that walked on the earth to you?
there was no Jesus. All right?
Okay.
There is you trying to become redeemed through through your reconnection with God. That's what it's about. Trying for you to be able to be redeemed. It has nothing to do with this guy named Jesus walking around and Mary and all this other stuff. All right, talking about Isis and Horus, which is the mother divine child. Okay, the great mother. All right, and the immaculate conception of Horus, the son, Christ. All right, honor thy father and thy mother. The father is the sun, the mother is the moon. Honor the sun and moon. Honor knowledge and wisdom. It's not to be taken literal. That book is not to be taken literally. It's all allegorical. And that's why they got the masses all riled up. You see?
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I just think that
It's right
that
there.
it's yeah.
Like it says, let he with understanding calculate the number of the beast, 666, the number of man, right? Now,
Yeah.
watch this. This is it. All right. So let's see what the word beast means first. All right. We're gonna find out what the word beast means.
And what I'd like you to do, because I've got about 3 more minutes, do you think that you could um, categorize this into what the reason why we should not grasp on to the idea of a Jesus Christ and summarize that and tell me who I should turn to, if not Jesus Christ, who I should turn to and I should be looking at, and what needs to happen in order to do that. So basically, can you go through the plan of salvation? Can you walk through it with me? As if I didn't know.
Sure. Here's your biggest step that you probably haven't taken. Ask yourself. Turn off all the electronics. Have a conversation with yourself. Ask yourself, why do you react the way you do? Why do you think the way you do? Why do you like what you like? What is it about you that you are asking yourself these questions? Yeah, just talk with yourself. You'll be amazed at what you will get back. And then you will learn that you don't need outside yourself. You don't need if God made you, if you a child of God and God made you in his image, then you think he made you with no sauce? Don't God got sauce? Plenty of sauce, dripping, sliding in sauce. He the sauce boss. Now you think he made you without sauce and you made in his image. He just made you a sauceless, non-spectacular specimen. You just average, below average. You're ordinary. You're regular. You know what I'm saying? You don't think God always listening? But people run up in church and want to talk about this Jesus guy and all this stuff. He made him too then, didn't he? So what make him different than you if he walked this earth? You both child of God, y'all. You know what I'm saying? You're both children of God. It should be your brother. It shouldn't be your savior. Right?
Yeah, so I mean, I don't grasp onto that. The reason why I don't grasp onto it is because it completely goes against what the Bible teaches
Okay,
in
so
so
watch
many
this.
different ways.
All right, so let he with understanding calculate the number of the beast, right? Number 666, right? So first things first, we're gonna look up see what the word beast means. All right, so in English, it's talking about animals. Go up to Middle English, they added in the animal part when it actually is BESTE. It means best. And then the French tried to get a hold to it and say, no, it's an animal. But then Old English said no. And then Latin tried to say it was a beast. But again, best. Now we got Batiste. We got the superlative degree, which is a greater degree of Gaudize. So let Gaudize, it means good. Proto-Germanic, it means good. It means better. It's the root of God. Batas, it means good. It means betterment. Now, the original word, the original meaning, gehede, or behead, it means to join, to unite, to suit, to improve, to make better. That's the original meaning. So let he with understanding calculate the number of the joining, the uniting, the suiting, to improving, to make better, the good, the better, the betterment, being 666, right? So now we know, well, you probably don't know, but 666, Mem Samek Va, Messiah, 666. Each letter has a numerical value correlating to the letter, and when you do the three numbers, this would be three letters, it says Messiah, Mashiach. So now, what beast? What's so bad about the number of the beast? Are we supposed to believe with the church, or are we supposed to do our own research? Because I came up with something totally different.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I understand, and you're showing me a bunch of knowledgeable things. Um, books and words and the understanding of words, and I get that. I understand that side of and that aspect of it, but you have failed to show me a relationship. Like a relationship between you, the reason why you choose this or why God has made you choose this. You haven't showed me a good
Oh, it's not for me to
representation
prove.
of
I'm
a
not trying to prove
relationship.
it. I'm not proving nothing. What I'm saying is I got questions. See, this is observational analysis. I got something totally different. When I use etymology and start looking into the Bible from a standpoint of I am going to see what these words mean. I'm going to see what this sentence mean. I'm going to use etymology instead of the English dictionary. I'm going to use an etymology dictionary this time and see what I get. Now I got something totally different.
Yeah, and like I said, I see where you're coming from. I see it. I mean, it's right there in front of my face. I get it. The study of words. I understand that. So that aspect of it, I'm not having a hard time grasping onto
Mm-hmm.
the word understanding and the etymological side of things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a problem with that. But what I do have a problem with is that some of it is going against. Oh, sorry about that.
No, no, this my book. My book is coming apart. I got to get it respined. I got a couple
Oh yeah,
books like that.
yeah. Yeah, to me it's more of a relationship status, and you just said a second ago that there's so many questions that you have. That's what the purpose of church is to be able to grow up in the knowledge of God, not to give the money. Like that's a minor part of it with giving tithes and offerings when it comes to what we gave to Melchizedek inside of the Bible when Abraham gave him money. That's just a little portion of it, as far as in that. It just shows that you're not worshiping money more than you are worshiping God. And God requires like a tenth of everything that you do. So you don't have to give your money to the church. You could literally go out and take that 10% of your earnings or 10% of your stuff and you can give it to the poor in any way that you feel fit. But God wants to make sure that your loyalty lies with Him above anything that's earthly.
Yeah.
And the place to get answers to questions is going to a church because people have been studying it for thousands of years to be able to try to find out not only the etymological side of it, but also the theological side of it on who God is, getting to know God, and putting the story together in a way that you can come closer to God. So Messiah, according to the 666, I totally can't grab onto that because the number, the day that man was made was on the sixth day. And 666 just means that the beast in Revelations is going to be all about man worship, humanization. Man is going to worship
Where'd you get
himself.
that from? They didn't say that in the
And
Bible.
right. Inside of the Bible, when we start putting things together from Genesis and we go over to Revelations with those same numbers, and it's numerology is what it's called. And numerology just takes us on the sixth day and it gives us the number of the beast because on the sixth day man was made, and that's the worship of man. 7, God rested in his creation and was satisfied. It takes away that seventh day out of God, and we put ourselves in front of God. So the number of Christ would be the number 7. So then when we start looking at the number of disciples that Jesus had,
And
Jesus and his 12 disciples
where you
made
getting that
13.
number 7 is the number? Where are you getting that from? Where are you getting numerology from in the Bible?
Yeah, 7 days is
No,
when
no, no.
the creation was perfected.
Where are you getting this numerology concept from in the Bible? It doesn't teach you numerology in the Bible.
Oh, it's got numbers all over the place.
I know it has numbers all over the
144,000.
place. I know it has
Yeah,
numbers, but I'm saying,
yeah. One day is equal to 1,000 years
so
of God. A
you're
number you
reaching
can't.
outside the Bible to get answers, are you not?
Oh, of course you have to. So we're dealing with a God that's a spirit form that can hang a star in the sky. And to us, when we pick up the Bible, we look at it and we know that He's talking to us anthropomologically, which means that He's talking to us in baby talk through the words of the Bible itself. And when He talks to us through baby language, it is still super complicated. And we have to grow into it, not the Bible grow into us, but we have to grow into the understanding of God. And by that being said, when you pick up the Bible and you see numbers, it's a direct representation to things that you see in Revelations as far as in what John's vision was. So it's a really exciting journey getting to know who God is. But all I can just tell you is that in my journey, what I do is I look for God in it. I don't look for, okay, I'm going to take out this idea that, Jesus was not the Messiah. I look at the prophecies that it says inside of the Old Testament throughout Jeremiah and Isaiah and Malachi and all the way from Genesis to the fall of Adam and Eve. And I put it all together, and then I go into the New Testament and I see it right there on what happened. And then I see what happens to him, that he was crucified by the people that were supposed to be the ones that were grabbing onto him, that he chose them as a people. The people of Abraham and the covenant that God made with Abraham, they're the ones that rejected him.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's to me, it's a beautiful, beautiful picture of a problem that has a resolution, that all we have to do is turn our hearts to it and have a relationship, which is what he wants, and not so much of digging into ideas that the Bible is not true. It's not inherent. It's not inerrant as well. That it's not infallible. And when we start looking at those things,
you're still defending something I have not attacked. You're defending
yeah.
something I haven't attacked. I haven't attacked the Bible. I didn't say that the Bible was wrong.
When you talk about the church was built in Acts. When we start off with the book of Acts after the Gospels, Acts is all about going out and spreading the message to the world, and the people assembling together to learn, to share,
So let me
to
ask you a question,
experience,
'cause
to
you were
take
like,
care of each other.
when you were saying like, oh, to go to church to know God, right? Do you know God? Have you met
Yes,
God?
yes.
And you remember so describe God?
Okay, through natural revelation.
No,
That's
no, you
how God.
said you know. Know
Oh yeah,
is
yeah.
knowledge. Know means you have an account.
Yes, I'm familiar. Yes,
Okay, so you
my
say you know
experience.
God.
Yes,
What does
I
God
see
look
him
like?
every day. I see him every single day through nature, and that his works that he's done to this
Oh,
world.
so you're
When I
you're
look into
getting
the
to
mirror,
know God. You don't know God. You're getting familiar with God.
no, I know who is. We got an autobiography of who God is.
God
He
wrote an
tells us about
autobiography?
himself. Yeah, it's called the Bible.
No, God is everything. Everything ain't in that Bible. God is everything. So you cutting them short. You're cutting God
Yeah,
short.
God is in everything, but he is not everything.
You might want to check that again.
God is in everything. He holds everything together. Like your construction, your atoms, the reason why they tether together, the reason why they tether together is not what the scientists say the reason why they're tethered together. The reason why they're held together into a mass that you have right now and your atoms just aren't spilling off into the universe is because God is holding you together right now as we speak.
Yeah,
He's
so
giving you the energy to talk.
God is everything. Not just
No,
in
God is in everything. He is
God.
not everything.
God is everything and in everything. Outside of God,
You know,
there is nothing.
you've studied the words. I mean, it shows that you're really, really educated on the word system. I'm surprised that you don't know about panthology. Panthology saying that God is in everything is a super bad decision on pointing on who God is, because God is not everything.
God is everything.
God is in everything.
God is in everything. God is everything. There's nothing outside of God.
Well, I
I am
hope
in the
that you have
Father. The Father is in me. We are one. What do you think that means?
the spirit. Your
What?
body, the part that gets cancer and has a expiration date on it, that's not God. God doesn't have an
You
expiration
don't
date.
know
He
that.
lives on forever.
You
You
don't know
don't
that.
know that because that's not reflective of what we see in our reality. Because, a lot of people that step into those biblical spaces don't acknowledge reality along with spirituality. And within our reality, we see birth and death. We see things expire because we live in a dual reality. So, what is good versus bad? You're saying that God isn't bad, but sometimes when we look in the Bible, God took out the women and they took out the children. From perspective, depending upon perspective, because we're stepping into a space of duality, that means that God, so to speak, did bad and good because we do bad and good, because we're a representation of God too, because God is within us. We are his reflection. So to only view God as only good, that puts you in a spiritual consciousness of I'm sinning. And then that weakens your energy overall because you're always afraid that you're going to disappoint God when God made you to learn, to experience life, because life is about duality. That's how we enjoy life. Imagine life if everybody was just good. That would be boring. You know, we do mistakes in order for us to learn, for us to grow, for us to be a better person. We have to look at the bigger picture and not just the words that are written in the Bible. Because the Bible, like you were, yeah, we're talking about the numbers. The Bible is very numerical, and the Torah, that's all about numbers. But if you don't expand your consciousness and do additional research and just stay within the book, sometimes you can get into a space of psychosis where you're not actually acknowledging what's in reality because bad and good
But
exist.
you've stated a lot of claims there that I don't agree with, and it's hard for me to keep up with so many of them. Um, I don't think that I'll have time to address everything right now. Just in the fact that I'm limited on time because I have to go into work today. I appreciate you telling me what your what God is to you and the picture that you're painting and the beautiful picture that you're painting. I do appreciate that. However, I don't agree with most of what you just said.
It's
But
okay.
that's okay. We don't have to agree on everything.
Mm-mm. No, we don't. Like I said, it ain't for everybody. You know, people want to come up and defend they religion and all that, defend their point of view, their perspective, and all that. That's cool. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not going to pull no punches on my end as to what it is. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. It is what it
Yeah.
is.
And what I can tell you right now is as far as in the relationship in between me and God, is people just aren't indoctrinated. People have grown up in the Bible by themselves, whether they be in a jail cell and they finding who God is through the Bible. God has put it in such a simple term that even somebody of low IQ can figure out what's going on inside of the Bible that don't require outside books in order to experience Him and know who He is. And that's all I can really tell you. It's not just for the smartest guy to be able to be saved and have all the information, but the Bible is for people who are mentally they don't have it all there. So that's why I can't grasp onto your concept because your concept means that a person is going to have to learn through books and the study of words in order to find out who God is.
No,
But God has made
But
people
then
with faculties
I
not as strong as
I
yours.
Jesus
literally
is the
said,
word,
ask
though.
yourself. That was you
Jesus was
said.
the
How do I
word.
find it? I said, find. Ask yourself. That's what I said. Now I got books and stuff to back up what I'm saying, but I said when you asked me how would one come to know, I said ask yourself. So when you try to say being smart and all this stuff doesn't necessarily, this comes after. This comes after you've done what God wants you to do, or if you pass the test, whatever have you. I don't really understand why I am in the position I'm in, but I'm here. And after I was put in this position, then I went and got books. Before this, I didn't buy books. I didn't have any books. You know what I'm saying? I only bought these after, so I get better understanding, so I can put this stuff together. Like this picture I'm showing, this is from an alchemy book. This isn't from a, a religious book. This is from an alchemy book. You know what I'm saying? I got I got occult books. I got Freemason books. I got books on tarot. I got books on etymology, symbolism, astrology, and it's getting the picture a little bit more clearer for me as to what it's really going on. So, oh, what's up, Jay? What's going on? There were people that predates the book. Where, yeah, I mean, like I said, where was that? Where were we at before this language even came? What language were we speaking? We were speaking Nahuatl. We were speaking Algonquian. We were speaking a lot of languages over here before they came over with this book. You see what I'm saying? So I think before people start looking about religion, they should look into what animism is, which is the oldest religion in the entire. I forget who told me that, um, but yeah, animism. They teach when you become ordained. They teach you about animism. So
Yeah, but you see what I mean? You see the complication with that with people of lower facilities than what you have. You understand the problem with that.
no, I'm not. I'm not following you when you say lower facilities. What do you mean lower facilities?
Dumber.
So who are dumber may not get what?
The understanding of God that you have. When it's
No.
so
You know,
See,
Christ talked about being like the little children, you know, and from our perspective, they may seem dumber, but children ask more questions. And sometimes the Bible doesn't have all the questions, and you have to go and do additional sources so you can better understand what the context of that text means.
yeah, and that's the whole allegory of David and Goliath. David and his slingshot, the letter Y, the question why, that rock of enlightenment hit Goliath in the head. Prophecy of Daniel. There's another rock hitting him at the feet. You know what I'm saying? So it's talking about illuminating your mind, asking questions, becoming aware, and digging and searching for something. See, these Freemasons, they always say, "Oh, nothing's hidden. Ain't nobody looking." They just okay being told. Blah, 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 blah. So it's there. It's right in everybody's face. But we have yet to get the momentum going to start discovering all these things in the world that is slowly trying to suffocate us through apathy and selfish desires. See, it's way deeper. It's way deeper than what you think, John. You know.
thank you, man. I do appreciate sharing your perspective and you being able to tell me who God is to you. And it's just amazing to hear people's different perspectives. I am. Do you have any final closing, anything before I bounce off of here? Because I heard you speak up earlier. You had something you wanted to say as well.
Oh,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I wanted to speak to you only because I grew up in a really religious space, and when was able to not or when I was able to go and allow myself to do additional research, and actually got to see God from a whole different perspective. It's just you can't be afraid of additional information or put a blockade within your mind, because you really miss the beauty that exists within the universe beyond just what's in the Bible. Like you can research in science, you can research in mathematics. God exists everywhere, but I would just encourage you not to limit your perspective of how you can understand your reality, because I feel like life is a lot more deeper than what your religious institution may be showing you.
Yeah, I totally get it. I can't learn everything from church. I feel you. I get it. But at the same time, I have to close the door sometimes on ideology that pushes me further away from God into worshiping self. That's my only thing.
Yeah. Hey, it ain't for everybody. You know. Like I said, some people have not can't overcome the fear. They can't, and it ain't no fault through their own. They just got to learn. You know.
Well, on the different subject, man, we were talking earlier about the storm blowing in across the United States. I hope that you and your family stay safe during it. So have
Thank
fun,
you.
build a snowman when it's all through, man.
All right. Thanks, man.
All right, thanks for your time.
No problem. What's up, Donald?
How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I am doing fabulous. I do this meditation too. Like I didn't understand it, but I do it. And now I'm starting to understand it.
Starting to understand
But you're
what.
supposed to be like given like 50% of meditation. Like when you're awake, you should be given like 50% of your time to meditation to see your Christ, to be in your heaven.
I'm always there, man. I don't stop thinking about this stuff. I got to do other stuff to get my
Yeah,
mind off
no,
of
me
stuff.
too.
Yeah, and all I do is talk to God, you know, out loud. That
Yep.
way, it's just my voice that God, no other thoughts, no nothing, just my pure consciousness coming out talking to God, you know. And
Yep.
nobody could
Yeah,
tell, what you're supposed to do. Is the journey that you
you just
take.
let it happen.
Yeah, you got to let it happen. You know what I'm saying? Like I meditate,
Yep.
and I've been, like I said, I took a week off, and all I've been doing is sitting here meditating all day and nothing. All right, G. And you know, it's just not time for God to open the door again. You know what I'm saying? It don't stop me from trying. It don't stop me from thinking. It don't stop me from loving God and trying to do the best. I can't say good, to try to fulfill my purpose. You know what I'm saying? Trying to fulfill my purpose.
Yep.
And so, you know what I'm saying? Everybody's journey is different. And that's one of the biggest things I was trying to let everybody know. Like, can't nobody tell you your path to get to God, to be redeemed for salvation. Like, they can't, because it's not their path. They not walking on it. They don't know what you did 20, 30 years up to this point to even get to where you are. So they
Right.
can't really give you no advice. Oh, you
Yeah,
went
but
down?
but in a way, hold on. When somebody goes through a spiritual awakening, right?
Mm-hmm.
Their life really starts over again right there. Yeah, you have stuff with the United States or whatnot. You have a past, but your past isn't your present.
Yeah, and we're here to
Your
learn.
present moment isn't your past.
Yeah.
And when you're spiritually awoken, your past doesn't matter.
Well, I'll say, yeah, that could be true. I just don't want to make the same foolish mistakes I used to make. You know what I'm saying?
Correct. You
Yeah.
learn by them. You
Yeah,
learn
because
your lesson by them.
yeah, we're here to learn. We're here to get better. We're here to do better. We're here to help people um,
Grow
think,
from the
learn
mistakes.
from their mistakes, think wiser, be more aware of their thoughts, feelings, and actions, how they are affected, how they affect other people, and so on and so forth. You know what I mean? And
Yep.
we're trying to be more mindful and not like rambunctious spoiled brats. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's it's a big thing in terms of like just the mindfulness of what we say, how we say it, how we treat people, how we treat ourselves, each other, our environment, everything like that. Um, Seeing what little we actually really need to survive, we see how abundant we really have. How much we really have. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And not to separate ourselves like, oh well, you should do this and get better at that. All that. People like to preach from a perch. You know what I'm saying? And like, tell you the truth, like, ain't nobody more ahead of nobody else. You see what I'm saying? But people like to put on that thing to where they feel like they are in a position to be able to tell people something that, you know what I'm saying, like that somehow they should not be taken for themselves as advice as well. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Like everything that I'm learning, I put out there. Like if you go on my TikTok, you'll see all the videos
Uh-huh.
about everything that I learned. Like because like everything has to be a lesson, so I gotta make sure I make videos of the stuff I learned, so
Hmm.
that way I can go back to it and look at it. If I didn't get the full comprehension of it, I'll get it off the second time or the
Yeah.
third time. It depends on how many times I gotta watch it.
Yeah. Yeah. The oppressor? Your oppressor is anybody trying to tell you what to do, how to act, and all this other stuff and try to override your own inherent good nature. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's the oppressor. The oppressor is the people that gave you the book and then said, "This is your real religion. Ain't no tricks in it. Nothing. Here it is." That's that. You know what I'm saying? That's you take away somebody's language and then give them a whole new language. You give them the truth, but it's written in a gematria writing style, and the language itself is split off into multiple different meanings per word. You know, it's only meant to further confuse and dilute the truth generation through generation. That's the oppressor. You know, what's up, real fat base? So like all your preachers are in on it. If you live in a neighborhood like mine, you got a lot of churches. We got more churches than churches chicken where I'm at. All right, we got
Everywhere.
we got a lot of church. Why do you need that many damn churches? You see what I'm saying? It got to be something about these churches, something beneficial to them, to where they say, "Well, I'm just going to start talking out of this book and live a life that comes." Yeah, they know what's the truth and what is the lie. The lie is that you need to look outside of yourself to find God. If you a child of God, Miss Cheryl, say you a child of God, right? And God made you in His image, right? And God has sauce. God is the sauciest. You know what I'm saying? Just the smoothest, realest, powerful, everything. If you a child of God, you don't think God gave you a little bit of that sauce? You see what I'm saying? You got to run to another man in a building in order to find that sauce. Where God gave him a stash of sauce. What? What? So that's the first thing. You know what I'm saying? So it, that's the biggest lie, is that you need to run into a church and talk to this stranger about your problems, about this, about that, and all this other stuff, and expect God to fix it. You're not running to God, you running to that man in his building. You see what I'm saying? What? So you must want him to fix it. You don't want God to fix it. You know, my perspective, my opinion. Like if you wanted God to fix it, you would talk to God. You would give God your. Many people go to the building just to gather together, praise together. Yeah, but the what they're praising is their version of God. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
The
Yep.
church's version of God, not your version. They just named it God. It's a psychological manipulation tactic called inference, right? So the way your brain works is like you could put a picture up and then start talking about Christ. Your brain is automatically gonna take that picture and take that word and stick them together. They didn't tell you that the dude that they put in front of everybody, this Jesus character that's really Caesar Borgia, the illegitimate bastard child of Pope Alexander VI, that's really him, and he's really he's a uh, in in incestuous person, but for family members, he unalived one of his family members. Watch this, change my whole outlook. Yeah, yeah. Jesus, the unclean, because we're unclean. We have to be redeemed down here. You see what I'm saying? We get redeemed. That's what it means by unclean. You come all the way down, get washed, and come all the way back up. You see what I'm saying? But these people down here, they feed you to the beast because they know that they ain't got no other place left. So they feeding you to stave off themselves from getting toe out the frame. You know what I'm saying? Well, what's crazy, Jordy? Yeah, it's a whole ritual, Khadijah. They're using they're using Bohemian Star Magic. All I see is actors in my For You trying to deceive people. Yeah, because they gonna let the BS fly. If you doing some buffoonery, they gonna promote you. If you talking truth, they gonna shadow ban you. They gonna attack your page. They gonna do all this stuff because they don't want you talking. Literally pay people to try to persuade people to think that the earth is right. Yeah, sorcery. Yeah, absolutely. And they say the earth is round because of the dome on top. It's round. It's circular. It's round. Nobody said it was a sphere. Okay, they said it's round. Yes, it's round. It's round. It's a planet. It's a plane of existence. It's a plane. You see what I'm saying? It's a planet. It's a plane. See, that's they don't want you to break down these words and just look at them. Take the emotion out. Take the emotion attachment out. Yeah, yeah. It's a plane. It's a flat. It's a planet. It's a plane. Plane of existence. Electricity and magnetism. Boom. When they meet, dual forces. Boom. It creates a plane. It creates separation. Mm-hmm. Flies in the air over a flat plane. Yep. See, Jordy. That's how they're doing it. They're playing with the words like that. They're playing with words to get you to think a specific way. It's called inference. Like it's a ritual, but drink the blood. Yeah, and the blood of Christ, the body of Christ. Why are you eating them? Why are you eating them? Does that make any sense? You love and revere, but you gonna imitate eating and drinking his blood. What type of shit is that? Oh, okay. I thought they canceled my live. But yeah, that's. I mean, why is we pretending to drink his blood and eat his body? I'm not a cannibal. I don't. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to do that. You know, we did that once when I was little. I came to separate mother from daughter, son from father. All I know is disinformation teams and NASA are poisoning our population. Yeah, this government, these people. Can you answer my question? Oh yeah, what's up, Cheryl? You could come up and talk, Cheryl, if you want to. Let me see. What does it say? Cheryl. If that's not wicked, I don't know what it is. That's what I'm saying. What's the truth and what's the lie? Is that what you were saying, Cheryl? Here, I'm gonna invite you up. See if you want to come up and talk. That way, just in case. You ain't gotta come up and talk if you don't want to. I just put it up there just in case. Kimmy got bars in the house. What's up, Miss Cheryl?
So I was wanting to know. So you don't. So God did not come down from heaven through woman and be born on earth through woman. So you saying they gave us Jesus because there was no J back in Hebrew, so his name couldn't have been Jesus. Now everybody's saying, well, the name wasn't Jesus. He was Yeshua. Uh, So I'm trying to get your thought
I,
on that.
I got you covered. All right, so this book right here is called Signs and Symbols of Primordial Man. It means the first man. Signs and Symbols of the First Man. And it says on page 226, the Christian right. Hold on, let me pull up my picture so we can see. All right, let me get my face out the way. I'll move this over. All right. So it says the Christian right we know was not a Christian idea, but was borrowed from ancient times. The original name for the goddess of water was Nut. Afterwards, she became Isis. Isis and Horus were the mother and divine child, the divine healer, and the Romans brought them with them to Rome, and they were worshipped there by the Romans, the Roman women more especially. Anyone going to Italy now may see many of these figures in black basalt, which were brought there from Egypt. On this, the Roman Catholic religion was founded. And that is the reason why the Virgin Mary, aka Isis, brought on in the Christian doctrines, has so much adoration paid to her. The Roman Catholics did not have the Father at first, who was brought on by the Jews. And thus we see that the eschatology of the solar was practiced by all when solar mythos had perished. All these customs, etc., were the same in North and South America, Europe, India, and some other parts of Asia. The primordial came from Egypt. So, this right here says that it was Isis and Horus, and they even put Mary and Jesus in here.
See,
Now,
like you said this right here says that. And then this is my problem. Um, None of us can go back 20,000 years ago, 30,000, 100,000 years and know the actual truth. We have all of these books. Just like someone wrote the Bible and we're saying, oh, the Roman, whoever wrote this, they just put what they wanted to put in it. Somebody wrote this. How do you know that you could trust that? And who gave this person an all-knowing knowledge to write this? How are you going to know to trust this that was written and not trust something else that was written? And just proclaim that you have all of the complete truth. That's why I asked you, what is the truth?
so the thing is about the book, right? So that just didn't come up just in a Bible. They got that from ancient Egypt. They got that from the hieroglyphics. They got them from the papyrus scrolls. All right. So
And how do we know that they wasn't transcribed incorrectly?
that's
They
what I'm
were
saying.
transcribed
That,
incorrectly.
that's what I'm saying. Kimmy Gabar, she is probably my foremost person I go to anything ancient Egypt, hieroglyphics, and things like that. She actually breaks down. I was in one of her lives. She broke down how they changed the scriptures in the Bible and how she has the originals um, from ancient Kemet. And
Yeah,
she
we yeah,
go
don't let's not put my name up for it. Let's just talk about it, and it's a sensitive subject due to the fact that
It's
we
very
yeah.
sensitive
It's super
so let me
sensitive.
can I
Go ahead,
share
Miss Kimmy.
with you, ma'am?
because
I
I
am
am really truly going through.
yeah,
I am
I know.
seeking the truth.
You've I think you've already found the truth. You believe in love and righteousness and being virtuous and living according to the divine law of the Most High. Could we agree on that? That that's what you appreciate and value about your moral, ethical code of conduct and living an upright life?
Yes, I
Okay,
do.
so I value that also, and
Me
I
too.
find that what happens is once we find out that there are people who have invaded and rewritten history and imposed their psychosis and their mythology into ancient African wisdom teachings, we feel slighted because we've been indoctrinated under colonialism. So now this truth is coming up where the history of where Greece and Rome actually extracted very high wisdom from ancient African, Cometian, also called Egyptian culture. And it's hard to believe, but more than that, I think we personalize it as an attack on our faith. And this is not an attack on our faith. This would actually make our faith even greater and stronger once we learn about where our ancestors, how our ancestors practiced and lived. So, what we do know is that Rome and Greece did not have concepts of the Creator until they went into Africa and then started modeling after the texts that they had in Africa. What we do know is we live in America now, and all over we see the colonialists always invade people's culture and plagiarize their culture and then indoctrinate the indigenous peoples to turn a gangster culture while taking on the repackaged spiritual concepts. That we do know that there's a pattern of that. So there are books like Honorable Mind and Soul 2 presented to you, a really great book by Albert Churchward, which takes you into the beginnings before Rome and Greece had these concepts. They modeled after us. I mean, you know what? Sometimes you have to accept that you lost the battle, but you're now you're winning the war. Because you're coming into the truth of who we are. Now, the truth, there's two truths. Or maybe three. There's the truth that deals with divinity and the laws of righteousness, which I think is what we should hold fast to and hold on to. Then there's the truth when it comes to history, and that can be a little bit challenging about whether the truth that what you're hearing people talk about, like the late Dr. Yosef Ben Yakinen, one of our greatest scholars now, who is an ancestor, and Dr. Henrik Clark, another elder who I respect wholeheartedly, that I got the privilege of meeting when I was a young girl. But this book right here that the brother has, Signs and Symbols of Primordial Man by Albert Churchward, he's just taking you into the more ancient original spiritual concepts. You know that rich melanated people, black people, African people are the ones that are always the trendsetter, and then everybody else follows. I mean, we've been doing that, whether it be the way that we flavor food, the way that we dance, the way that we talk, the way that we dress, our spiritual concepts and ideas is all modeled after. So I think we owe it to ourselves to go back into the past and go look at what our ancestors were doing that influenced Rome and Greece and all those to translate, mistranslate, semi-translate, semi-transliterate, and semi-interpret. They could never do it as good as us to an extent. So how about we go back into the past and go look at what our ancestors were talking about that inspired people all over Rome, Greece, Germany, Britain, Arabia to model after us. And see, the challenge is, what I think is the most important thing is to remember that God inside of you, the Most High, the Creator inside of you, which is so divine and brilliant and excellent, has you go into the Bible, or have you go into the Quran, or have you go into into spiritual texts and you practice it. And this is the joke amongst I know about Africans that I know. We always do it better than the colonizer. And why is that? Because the best of who and what we are, we always bring to a religion or a spiritual system or way of life. So it's not to shake and rock your foundation of your belief system, as long as you're holding on to the truth, the master, you're holding on to love and righteousness and divinity and the fruits of life. You should be able to withstand the shake. There is going to be a shake or a rattle to break away all that is not true when it comes to history and who are the people who contributed to teaching about morality. We can't just accept. I'm going to say this last thing and land my plane because I don't want to speak over much. We can't accept only the truth to be about the truth of when it comes to moral, ethical codes of conduct to come from a people who have had a history and an ancestral a line of only indoctrinating people, colonizing people, abusing people, and at the same time, we're going to accept that everything that they say is true when their actions, their behavior does not reflect
Yeah,
divinity.
but I think that's our fault. It's our fault that we let them come here and colonize. It's our fault that we let this situation here in the United States and all over the world get so far out of control. We didn't
Yes,
have
ma'am.
to stand. We didn't have to sit aside and let them do all of that. Especially when the majority of the Europeans here in America could have stood up and did something. But no, we fell, the Europeans fell into that colonization. And then we had to go with the flow with it because a majority of us remember we were enslaved.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not African.
Miss
I, I, I'm I don't
Michelle, can I ask you
I
a
don't know what
question?
I am. I'm not African.
N-
Okay,
Michelle,
so
can I ask you a quick question?
yes,
Did your grandma or anybody ever say you had Indian in your family?
uh, yes, I did. Yes, I know that for a fact that we do.
All right, and they
I
said,
mean, we have white and we have Europeans in our family. I mean, it was a mixture because we were in slavery, remember?
mm-hmm.
So there's a mixture of everything in us, but that doesn't make us who we are. I mean, it does, but it doesn't.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know if I'm
I
saying
get what you're
myself.
saying. I get what you're saying. Because reason why I asked you this is because like that 23andMe and all that other stuff. You see that how they all got shut down and stuff. We started.
Oh, I never did get any of that
Yeah.
information.
Well, I was just saying, like I have my family. We had a falling out because people thought that they from Congo and all these other places. Not one time did it say that somebody was actually from here. They just said they was
No,
from over
I'm
there.
from America. We
Yeah,
were already here.
we were
All of us
already
were not
here.
brought over
That's
here to in slavery.
Yep. See, and that's
All
what.
of us did not come from Africa on ships. We
There we
were
So what
go.
did you
already
do?
here.
There we
What
go.
did your ancestors do, ma'am? In your opinion, what is it that you did, your ancestors did to,
Farming,
pardon?
farming.
No, what did they do? And yeah, farming at just most cultures. What did your ancestors do to allow for such atrocities? Is there anywhere you can go deeper into your own memory of ancestral memory of what it was that led to the effects or the influence of and letting? Because you said we let them do this. What is it? It's our fault. So what is it that what was it that you did, your ancestors did? What did you do to
I
become
don't know.
victimized in this way?
I don't know. What I go by is from what is in the first five books of the Bible. I mean,
Hmm.
is that we turned away from God and we chose to serve all other different types of gods, and you can't do that. So you're gonna be uh, in turmoil. You're gonna be in. That don't mean that God has left you though. So that's the way.
So
That's
it was a
my
turning away from God. There was a turning away from God or the turning away from morality. The turning away from morality.
um.
Because a lot of people don't talk about it. I mean, you said you turn away from God and you turn towards many gods. I mean, that narrative is a narrative that was given to you by the colonizer.
Right. Now,
So,
wait. That
yes,
narrative,
ma'am.
yes, is in the first five books of the Bible.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Was when they were brought out of Egypt, and they started serving all these other different types of gods, making their own little things to serve and stuff. And the story says that he told them, "I will put you in all different parts of the earth, separate you, put you into slavery. You will be in slavery in the land for 400 years." Da 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 da.
That was the
That's the
white
story
man
they
saying
gave
that.
us.
That was the white man saying, we're going to do that. See, because the white man is God. That was him telling you that he's going to put you into slavery and for 400 years. That was him. He has injected his psychosis into the text and then indoctrinated people under the psychosis in order to justify his actions.
Hmm. Love your slave master like you love God and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
You know.
Bridle your tongue. Bridling your tongue was when they actually put those chains around people's necks and literally put horse bridles with blades on the three blades or four blades on the side of the tongue, and they shut the woman's mouth because life is death is in the power of the tongue. And women over here in this country had actually the ability to utter and speak into the air and make slave masters drop on the spot
The power
and
that you have,
die. So they
Michelle.
wanted to shut them women's mouth up because those women have power. They
Absolutely.
have that. That's why women over here in America have are so strong in Christianity and are so strong in the power of the word because they know the power of the word. Now, I'm African and I'm indigenous. I'm a mix. I got one parent that's from right over here, and I got one parent that's from Africa. So I don't do the tribalism thing because I've seen both sides. Neither one of them is superior to the other, and they both commit iniquity, sin, and they both have issues around mastering the laws of the Most High Creator, and they both have the same lesson to learn, which is to stop being so indifferent with one another and honoring your difference and your favor that you have with the Creator.
Hmm.
So
I'm it.
you're saying that? So you are you telling me that? So the Most High did not come down from heaven to earth through a woman, as they told in the story with Mary and Jesus. Is that
I
what
didn't
you?
even think we got that far. I didn't know that you said that. Could you ask me that again?
I said, so you're telling me that God did not come down from wherever the source, because we are not, we didn't create ourselves. Okay,
You're right.
now you're saying that the Creator did not come down
No, I didn't say that. Ask
and
me the question.
from
What?
through woman
I
on
didn't say
earth.
any of that.
Well,
Just
this young man
say,
up here
Kimmy,
that's a
Kimmy.
host, he
What
said
do you
that
think about this
Jesus
concept?
wasn't. He said that
Sorry.
Jesus was a that was a Roman man, and that was so you're confusing me.
Okay,
I'm
that's
not
my
attempting to have confused you.
my bad.
I just asked me your
See there, that's what
question.
someone said in the comments down there. She is confused. Yes, I am.
It's okay. We working through this.
Okay, I'm
We
gonna
working
mute.
through this as a team, as a melanated family. I'm light
The
skinned. I'm the lightest
family.
skinned. We are a family. We put the fun in
Mm-hmm.
dysfunction. Like I'm not, you know what I mean.
Hmm.
I'm not gonna let Miss Cheryl go down because indoctrination, non-vote, Martin Luther King, all this. It's
Or
cool. It sound
right.
cool.
I wouldn't want to let somebody go down because they're like, well, I don't like you Africans. I don't like African people. I don't believe in none of that. I don't believe in that tribalism. People are more passionate about the tribalism and disconnecting and being in conflict with one another because your tribe is not like my tribe. Where's God and Jesus in that? Like, I'm not down with that. That's
There's
not upright living.
and
That's not
there's no
virtuous.
separation in God. There's no
Mm-mm.
separation. Like, you know what I'm saying? Either you are striving to get to the like cream rise to the top, or you like whatever is the opposite of cream that sinks to the bottom. Like we're, you know what I'm saying? It's the striving, what we're striving for. And like when I understand, because like my granny, she had, I think, an eighth grade education. You know what I'm saying? My dad was the first one in our family to graduate high school. You know, he tried to make everybody go to school and do everything. This has been put on me because I just got picked to do it. But it don't matter. What matters is I'm going to try to get the information to a point where anybody can understand it. Like I understand that like we have been in that church for we had a church before we even had a school. All right, they built a church for slaves before they built a school for slaves. All right, so who's
And I
giving this
was
sermon?
groomed. I
Huh?
was groomed to be in the church.
We was, all of
I
us
was at
was.
8 years old. A at 8 years old. I had two piano teachers. I had one to teach me how to play orchestra type music, and I had one to teach me how to play church music. So I started playing for the church when I was 12 years old, making $6 a Sunday. So yes, that is groomed in me.
Hmm. It's in our ancestors too. We've been in that church since the 1600s. You know, like we've all been in this indoctrinated system, but excuse me, we're trying to come up out of it now and at least think for ourselves. and
Right.
to question who gave it to us. Is it up front? Is it all there? And is it saying what it's supposed to be saying when anybody can read it? That's,
Respect.
you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
So,
And why didn't
could I
they
say
want
something?
African?
Yeah,
Why didn't they want indigenous people? Pardon me. Go ahead, Divine Masculine.
No, finish what you were saying.
Why didn't they? I mean, we're talking about one Creator. You're talking about Christ. You're talking about Jesus. Why didn't they want other people to, rich melanated people or indigenous people, to be in the church with them? Like, who are they? They didn't even, their concept of Christ and Christianity, they just came, and Jesus just came. They just Johnny come latelys. Why would you tell people that they're not allowed to worship, they're not allowed to come into a church and praise the Almighty Creator? Well, I know why. Because after they finished church, and while they were in there planning on how they were going to unalive indigenous people, after they finished church, they went on their little picnics to pick a nick,
ooh,
and
ooh.
then to unalive indigenous people and hang them on trees and burn them. What God were they serving?
And
For
then,
me to be accepting
yep,
everything that they're saying, and then indigenous people to say, I want to be, we're protesting because you won't let us pray with you. They didn't want you to pray with them because they weren't praying to any creator that represented holiness and righteousness.
yep. And I'm gonna show you this too. Look, penitent priests of Spain. These are Roman Catholic priests of Spain. Now, does these pictures look familiar?
Of course.
Yeah, those look like the same men that my daddy would tell me about. They used to go in front of my grandmama's house down in Tennessee, and they would burn crosses in the lawn.
See, and these are Roman Catholic priests. Oh yeah, I forgot I could do that. I forgot I can turn it sideways and make the pictures get bigger. So these are the Roman Catholic priests. Roman Catholic priests, right here. Now we know them as the Triple K. So how come they got on the same outfits?
Because they are the same.
They the same. They the same. So if they the same, then that would make me question this. Like why do I need to follow this when y'all giving y'all outfits away to people that want to harm us? What is this? Blah blah blah. Oh, okay, I got it. So yeah, so now it makes me question: why should I follow this? And I thought we were worshiping the same God, but the same thing. Yeah, I just got on Indigo, man. I had to take
Well, I
some
don't
stuff down.
understand why they did that. To me, Christianity, I know it's this big religion, this big thing, but when I look at the word, I just see Christ like. And when I see out of that is doing right, doing no right from wrong in your heart,
Yep.
treating people the right way,
Mm.
taking care of people, helping old people, just doing everything that you can that is resourceful to somebody else. So I don't get why. Where's the bad part?
Yeah, and the bad part um, could be the people trying to tell you what is and what ain't good for your soul. Cause you feel it. They can't feel what you feel,
Yeah.
but they trying to
So,
tell you something. Go ahead, Divine Master. Or one with
so
seven. I can't remember who said that.
I'm sorry, brother,
No,
but
you good.
look, so basically, what it is, hi everybody doing, grand rising to the collective and abundant rising to all. So basically, what it is they wanted to trap everybody in religion, so that way we can be spiritually attacked on a whole nother level and not understand and understand the attacks that was kind of being upon us. So now we have to use our abilities and our discernment to know which truth, to feel which truth is our truth, to understand and to have the emotions of this resides with me, this sits with me, this is kind of for me. You know what I'm saying? So we got to start using our abilities and not just keep running with everything that somebody else is trying to tell us of who we are. Where is our own proof of who we are? Where is our own documentation? Where is our history? And that's why I love Kimmy, because Kimmy, she goes all the way back and she breaks it down so that way we can have the parallel of both sides and understand that this is kind of where it happened at. This is what was done. This is what they took. And this is the kind of bad and the bad that you speak of is the chaos and the darkness. That's our other side. So we have two sides. We have to master our darkness and our shadow, and master our light and love and positivity and harmony and peace and joy on our other side. So that's the balance of who we are. We have to have that balance at all times. We have to master ourselves and know that everything basically comes from us and through us. You know what I'm saying? But we have to be ready and accepting of that at all times and know our power, because we are all calling our power back, especially the goddess. Especially the goddess. You get what I'm saying? So it's no like we're not unsure. It's no, or I'm hanging on to here, or I'm like kind of hanging in this, or I'm kind of like slowly over here. No, you got to be inside. You have to be inner. You get what I'm saying? We had to fix our inner shadow, our inner darkness, and become one with our light as well, and control all our emotions, so that way we're not kind of letting people or certain things kind of distract us or kind of pull us this way or another. We're comfortable in solitude with ourselves first, so that way once we do come outside and we do step outside after we mastered ourselves, now we can speak love, light, and everything in abundance into all creatures and creation the same. You know what I'm saying? We will level and balance ourselves out because we created the balance within ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and Miss Cheryl, you have no idea how powerful you are. That's why they don't want you to know about yourself.
Absolutely, love. You are powerful. Just to be even here asking these questions, to be here, trying to figure out deeper meanings of anything, to be in a state of confusion, to be, you getting out of it. And don't stop. Don't stop. Just know
I
that
And
you
not
am,
are
but
only
it's
that,
everything.
like,
go
it
ahead,
is
Miss
so
Cheryl.
many rooms in this TikTok thing.
Hmm.
And it seems like it's so many people searching right now because this is the age, I guess, the time where everybody is searching. And it's it it bothers me when like I know that there is something greater than me. I mean, I've been calling them God all my life. For somebody else to say, well, you're not calling him the right name. Well, I've never known any other name.
Yeah, when I woke up, I called God. I said God. I said God. I didn't call. I said God, and I pray. Miss Cheryl. Oh yeah, I want to tell you, like, and just to show you how much power and respect that you have just as a black woman, and because everybody in here pretty much like, um, we kind of on the level. Like you see how like whenever you start talking, we all be quiet. You see how much power you hold, just your status, just for you making it to your elegance that you is at right now. You command the room just based off of that. You
Even
know.
though we may not necessarily agree with everything that you say, do you see how you're amongst even people who are mature enough to listen? Unlike other rooms where people would be yelling and screaming and calling people names and disrespecting them,
Mm-hmm.
which is also a reflection of us and our own moral, our ideas and what we value.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're not going to get anywhere through just like calling each other names and yelling and screaming and being disrespectful. We won't be able to learn.
Oh, praise God.
Hey,
Mm-hmm.
when y'all get a chance, let me chime in.
Go ahead, one.
Oh, hallelujah.
Man, that was so powerful what you just said about her energy, about her presence, her senior spirit. And man, Miss Cheryl, like right now, you see that space you in right now?
Praise God.
When you get in that space and you praise God and you love God, you connect. You don't have to worry about a name. You worry about that feeling, that connection. Hold
Hallelujah.
that space. Hold that space and you gonna connect. I promise you, you gonna get messages however long it takes. Every day, if it take a month, hold that space as much as you can. I guarantee you, you gonna get it all.
You
You
see what
are
I'm
it.
saying?
Oh,
And that's and you didn't need to go to no church. We sitting up here talking about knowledge and this and everything else except for church, and then here you saying you feel God. Like, we all feeling God. We all of us have these different energies
but
God
he's
putting in us to
calling me. He
to
is calling me. He is calling me. And I just don't. It's so strong and I don't know which way to go. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know what to feel, what to believe, what to trust.
Miss
feel it
Cheryl, you
all
know
and
to
But
trust
trust the
something
yourself.
is
Holy.
pulling on me and it's pulling
But Miss
hard.
Cheryl, you know to trust the truth. You know to trust the Holy Spirit. You know to trust divine guidance. You know to trust virtue. You know to trust to be a virtuous woman. You know to trust to throw out and cast out any unclean spirits. That's
Hmm.
the real truth right there, because no matter what language you speak, whether it's Arabic, whether it's Hebrew, whether it's whatever language, Choctaw, whatever language you speak, the language. Now, I might not agree necessarily with using the name God or gods because I'm not Germanic or British, but what I'll tell you is this: the language of the heart is a language that's even more powerful than the language that comes off of your tongue, because the
Hmm.
language of the heart deals with your sincerity and your integrity, and
Yep.
that's the language that the creator really hears.
Yep.
That's
And
the
Miss Cheryl,
language. So
You
yeah.
you probably filtering out all of that stuff that they put in us. All that God probably kicking so much ass inside of you right now. You don't even know. You probably getting all that kicked out. It probably cleaning the house. Hey, get your ass out. I found your ass. Get out of here. Get out of here. You gonna leave Miss Cheryl alone. You see what I'm saying? This is just all we trying to show everybody what what in essence they trying to make you feel versus what you already got inside of you. That's it. Like this, I pulled up the Mary and Mary, right? Mary Magdalene. It means woman from the high tower, from heaven, woman from heaven. You see what I'm saying? Who appeared to the unclean, because we're considered unclean, to be redeemed, okay? And who appeared to him after his crucifixion and resurrection, the Holy Spirit, the Virgin, Christ, the divine feminine energy, the love, the peace, the that's already in your heart. We ain't doing nothing but just getting all the big stuff out the way, trying to move as much big stuff out the way. That way you do your little gardening stuff when you by yourself and you talking to God, and you turn off if you want to turn off your electronics, or sit out on the porch and just talk to God, and just that's all we trying to do. We just trying to get the big rocks out the way so that you can garden in your heart, and you know what I'm saying. And any little stones, you can move them if you want some. You know what I'm saying. If you do want somebody to help you move them or whatever, find you somebody who's honest and doing it for the right reasons, and all that good stuff. Vet them out, and anything like that. You know what I'm saying? You got it in you. God made you in His image. God put a little piece of God inside of you when He made you. You see what I'm saying? All we trying
Preach.
to do is find it. That's it.
And trust that pull. You say you feeling something is pulling on you. Trust
Trust it.
Yeah, you gotta trust it. I mean, and I learned that. I mean,
pull is your guidance.
Mm-hmm.
The pull is your guidance system. Embrace it.
Yep.
yeah,
Sometimes God drag you through the mud and then clean you off.
that's true. Say it again.
Sometimes God will drag you through the mud just to clean you off. You see what I'm saying? You might need a little extra rock and dirt to get that smudge off and have it clump up the right kind of way that it ain't unclumping with scrub bubbles and 401, 409 and all that other stuff. You might need a little dirt, and then God will wipe you down. Little bootsy.
Right.
You're going to be
Miss
shining
Miss
like brand new
Cheryl,
money.
Yep.
Miss Cheryl, I want to say too as well. You know what I'm saying, that this is the this is the most spectacular time to even be kind of in this situation right now of our older generations and our older people to kind of be able to break down and explain, to kind of let them know and give them the balance back to know that they had all the power the whole time.
The
You know
whole
what I'm
time.
saying? And you just got to keep loving yourself. You got to keep on being open to all the perspectives. You just got to keep on kind of feeling your energy and just remain humble in your divine feminine essence, because it's coming to basically show you your way, to show you that everything was already basically you, and that you just had to kind of trust and let go. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, this is a good time to be kind of, be able to help and just know that you are everything, love. You got everything. You got this. You got it. You know what I'm saying? Don't hesitate. Don't kind of, think that you don't got it. And if you feel like you don't got it, you could text or inbox me. Or if you need help any type of along the way, or you need, a little explanation, or you might not got anything, you have us. You got me. So just
Got
don't be
us.
afraid to reach out. You have a lot. You have your spiritual team, you have your ancestors, you have an army, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of times when we don't know this, we start to kind of get down on ourselves and we start to beat
Yep.
ourselves up, and we create a destructive mindset. So
Yep.
we
Let's
need to
go.
keep a clear mind at all times and know that basically to feel everything, to understand, to identify everything, and just let it kind of play its course while you just weed through the rest. You know what I'm saying? Because your abilities will become stronger and you will know what is the truth and what is the lie.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Miss
the
Cheryl, you
truth.
ain't never alone. You got all that DNA in you. All your ancestors put that in you. You are not alone. You are not weak. You are not helpless. You are not none of that. You see, I pulled this up. This is the Pope coat of arms. And you see that red little thing that they put on for high school graduation? It's called a toe cable. That's God pulling you with that toe cable. They the ones they copied it and saying that they're pulling you in their direction. But God got a toe cable on you too. It says right here, miserando ate eligendo. It means misery to those who choose wrong. So why would they say misery to those who choose wrong or choose poorly comes misery? Why is there a black woman on the Pope coat of arms? Could they know something that we have been not been told? Maybe God is a black woman. Maybe that's why they don't want you to know who you really are, Miss Cheryl. On earth as it is in heaven, who gives birth down here, men or women? Women. So you telling me God ain't got no wife?
Say it again.
God ain't got no wife? You telling me God making all the God ain't got no woman? God God making it a house but not a home up there? It's still a home without a woman's touch and all that good stuff, without love and good smelling food and fresh clothes with the bounce on it that you I used to crash into when my mama get done putting them out the dryer and stuff. I used to fall right up on them and sniff them, and all of that warmth and love and heat in the house coming from off of the love of everybody. They don't want you to
Because
know
the
what you
original,
really got. Because when you get
yeah,
shaken in your heart that you just don't want to stand for it, when you speak, there's gonna be men that listen.
Uh-huh.
When it shake your heart and you just they see your distraught or your emotion on your face, knowing that you ain't standing up for it, somebody gonna stand up for you. This is the time in our civilization that somebody gonna stand up for you. Somebody gonna stand in front of it, on the side of it, behind you. Make sure you don't fall back. Make sure you standing up straight, stand up in front, deflecting all the swings, and probably putting a foot in somebody's ass too. If they got time. I got plenty of time.
Better.
So
That's true.
I just want to let you know, Miss Cheryl, like they did a number on us. They did a number on us. But she got some misfits. She got baby's kids this time. We ain't really scared of nothing. A lot of us have been through the system. A lot of us, we done been through it all. You know what I'm saying? And we don't, we just, you know what I'm saying? We've been out here waiting in the cut, waiting for our, you know what I'm saying? That's just what happened with me. You know, I'm not a slouch in the academic sense. You know, I just never wanted to chase that dollar. I didn't really care. You know, and now my
That's
ancestors
real.
woke me up to put this unused potential to work, and that's you know, that's all it is. Yeah, it's all psychological, Khadijah. It's all psychological. They use tactics like inference. They use this language, homonyms, homophones, homographs, doublets, um, prefixes, suffixes, like Congress and progress. It's the same daggone word.
Let's go, brother.
You know what I'm saying? It's the same word. When you put pro and con with gress, it has the same definition.
And then they use our educated women against us.
And they use the educated woman against us because they know we look at powerful women with respect and admiration and honor. Well, you know what I'm saying? Uh, Balanced men do. All right. Um, we look at that and we can get behind that. We step in front of that because we know that, you know, the home is going to stand as long as we don't let people crash in our house. You see what I'm saying? Because we know that there's a hot meal, there's going to be food, water, you know, laughs, hugs, kisses, maybe some Chico sticks, some Werther's originals. I could just be speaking from my childhood. You know what I'm saying? But we know it's going to be there and we going to go. You know what I'm saying? We going to go for our mama. You know, I went to the we had a store called we got a store called BJ's where I'm from, and my mama gave me a note and some money to get her a pack of Newport shorts and 2 bowling pin Budweisers, and I was like a little kid. I treated that like I was 007. I had it in bag, holding it, taking little cuts, making sure I got all my mama money. I took it real serious. It's the same thing. We take those of us that's on this mission, we take this real serious, and we just want to re-empower everybody that had their power taken away. That's the main thing for me. You know, I can't I don't like bullies. I don't like I don't like the way they doing us. You know, I've been testing my water. You know, I'm getting better equipment. I'm about to buy better equipment to test our water out here and bring it up to them, since I see what they doing with our water. And my neighbor, she got 1 kidney and she taking care of her husband who on hospice. You know, I just I'm not the type that really just go for it. Like, you know, like I said, I don't like bullies, and I'm not gonna sit up here and let none of us get bullied. I might be light skinned, but I'm dark skinned at heart.
That's
You know what
beautiful.
I'm saying? I,
Yeah.
I'm dark skinned at heart. I'm with the stuff. You know what I'm saying? So when I told my cousin, my dark skinned twin, they call us day and night because he dark skinned. I'm like, you know, kid and play, salt and pepper, ebony and ivory. I said when God was passing out melanin, I ate mine. I ain't even know. I was so excited. I ate it. They wonder why I still look like. I said I'm on the inside. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, it's a worldwide awakening, Felicia. It's a worldwide awakening. We're not going for it. You know, however they want to take it. You want to go there, we can go there. I'm not unfamiliar with none of that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not unfamiliar with none of that. I just trade in these glasses for some goggles, and boom, I ain't got to worry about my stuff coming off. So, however they want to get it, we can get it. That's just my opinion. I ain't trying to rile nobody up and do something, make people make any decision that they don't want to do or whatever, whatever. But like I said, however they want to take it, we can take it there. I pick them up, and we can go together. You know what I mean? And so, like I said, it's the biggest thing I've ever done. If you got any questions, anybody want to chime in, I'm just talking right now. But you know, feel free to chime in and stuff like that. But Miss Cheryl, just let you ain't alone in this. You are never alone, even when you're by yourself. You ain't never alone. You got all that DNA. You got all them ancestors in you, rooting you on, keeping your heart high, keeping your head up. I'm sure you would have been able to do that without. Oh, okay. I'm sure you would have been able to do that without a church and them telling you who Jesus is and how to be a good person and what makes a good person and what it takes and all that. I'm sure you could. I'm sure you are wise. You could have figured it out without their ass. No disrespect. You know what I'm saying? My granny knew how to. Before we had pencil sharpener, my granny used to take a pocket knife and cut my pencils for me to be able to do my homework. And apples. You know how long it took me to be able to cut an apple without cutting myself? A long time. That's wisdom. You know what I'm saying? You got all of that in you. You are powerful. And they don't want you to know how powerful you really are. Because when your voice shakes, see, you remember that dude? Yeah, see what I'm saying? Uh-huh. My granny was wicked with that pocket knife, boy, I'm telling you. I still can't do the pencils. Yeah, flame up that sewing needle, get my splinters out, all of that. See, church didn't teach her that. Life taught her that. Wisdom taught her that. Her ancestors taught her all of that good stuff. You got all that in you too. And just know, like I said, just know, you ain't never alone. You always gonna have somebody. It don't even when people see anything on your face in discomfort, somebody with an open heart is gonna ask you, everything all right? You know what I mean? So it's not to tear down nothing that you feel strongly about. Only we're just trying to redirect it back into your heart. All of that you going outside of yourself to do, you could do that right there. I tell God all the time, God, I don't thank you enough. I still don't know why you picked me. I still don't consider myself qualified, worthy, none of that. And plus, I'm light skinned. Like, who is going to. Okay, I get enough flack on here. You know what I'm saying? Talking about this stuff. But it don't stop me from pushing. You know? Like I said, I know what I'm up against. I told God, I know what I'm up against, God. I know what I look like. I know what I having more understanding every day about what it is. And it's almost like my life trained me for this. You know? One of the only, yeah, just keep it pushing. This my kids something even have to open the can. We get real up here when we trying to figure something out. Especially when we have to figure it out. You know, like you know what I'm saying? I'm about to go. I'm about to buy me some magnets and batteries and little clips and stuff. I'm about to start playing with stuff. You see what I'm saying? Because I feel like it's necessary. But the point to bring it back around, there's nothing that is outside of you. And when you walk it like you're talking, how you doing, Miss Cheryl? They can't stop you. They might try to scare you. And if you ever feel like that you being put in that type of position, grab a knucklehead. Grab somebody like me. I talk. I customize what you need. If I can make it there, I make it there. You know what I'm saying? It's just we are trying to make that everywhere around here. You see what I'm saying? Now I get, they got the hounds, they patrol, they do this. God didn't give us a spirit. As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. God didn't give you a spirit of fear. None of that. Go ahead, G.
Man, let me add in when you get through.
I'm done. Go ahead. I just be talking sometimes.
Hey, what you just said, man, Miss Cheryl. First, let me say this. Like, I felt your spirit before I got on this live. I felt your spirit. You have a nurturing spirit. You have a
Mm.
strong dosage of the mother, and that alone right there facilitates places. If you in a nurturing space within yourself, your whole area can feel this. I felt you through this phone. This is how you know the portions of the divine masculine and the feminine. You can feel them. You are a powerful woman. You have to, like he just said, when you are fractured, when you got doubt, but when you standing in your power, listen to me. You are a powerful being through the phone. I love y'all, man. I'm about to here.
I one.
Love you too, brother. Hold it
Love you
down.
too, all day. Yeah, and I was gonna say you. Yeah, you said you have so much love, and I was about to type in, and you got a little more for me. You know what I'm saying? It's always there. It's like the candy bowl. You know what I'm saying? You always take one for me. You know, I'm honor divine master. Oh yeah, most definitely.
You got all the love, and the thing I wanted to say about the love thing is that we have always had an infinite supply of love, and we've been picking and choosing who we wanted to give it to. Like it's not infinite, and like it shouldn't be given everything to everyone, to everybody all over. But we've been sitting here picking and choosing. Oh, I want to get this person a little bit. I want to
Let's
get this
go.
person a little
Speak
bit.
on it.
Let me get
Speak
this
on
person
it,
a little
brother.
bit.
Let's
You know what I'm saying?
go.
No, we ain't doing that. We gonna give everybody all this love because it's an infinite source and it's the divine essence that destroys all. So we gonna give this love at all times of the day in all shapes of forms to all creatures and creation of the goddess herself, the mother. You get what I'm saying? And you are that natural nurturer. And y'all all are that natural nurturer. But y'all gotta feel and believe that y'all are that natural nurturer so that way it can come through and it could be an action, it could be a wave, it could be a frequency, it could be a vibration of that. So we ain't gonna sit here and be holding our love and being choicey and picky of who we give it to and how much we give them. We're gonna give it, and we're gonna give it all day long because we're loving, we're healing, we're caring, we're sharing. All this stuff is free. So we
Yep.
didn't need none of this money and stuff. We didn't need none of this. It's time to get back to who we've always been. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna give away that love, and we're gonna give it freely. We're gonna give it every day. We're gonna give it all day. We're gonna be healing, we're gonna be teaching, and we're gonna be learning together. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's missing. That's all that's missing is our free things that we've always done that we slowly kind of walked out of by these impressions that they placed on us that we are stepping out of and dropping off every day.
Yep.
For
Yep.
sure.
For sure. For sure. Because like I say, it's we picking and choosing who we give the love to is like picking and choosing which sibling or which child mama going. You know, like I went through that in my adolescence. You know it didn't it hurt. You know what I'm saying? It hurt to be looked at and you in the same under the same house in the same house on the same roof. Your daddy paid my dad paid all of their bills, but yet they still treat me bad. I ain't even gonna say they didn't give me the same that they gave their kids. You see what I'm saying? And I see that like how that could hurt, you know, especially a child. You know what I'm saying? And since we all God's children, we can't be picking and choosing who we going. Oh no, you ain't this, you ain't that, and kicking. You know, because God sees everything. Like, why would you do your sibling like that? Like, would you treat yourself like that? Would you want your sibling to treat you like that? You know, would you want somebody to treat your mama like that? Why would you a woman like that or a child, female child, and that's somebody's daughter, somebody's granddaughter? You treat a young man like that. That's somebody's son. That's somebody's grandson. You know, and they innocent. They heart ain't you know they heart ain't you know, cold or nothing like that. It's an open hitting in the chest, you know, and that's divide and conquer, you know, like divide and conquer and try to. Oh, well, you heard about that guy. Oh, well, you heard about this woman. Like all it is whispering. Like I don't need you to tell me about these. Like first of all, we all come from the same struggle. Number one, so you can't tell me you know, nothing about it. If you ain't been through the struggle, number one, you can't speak on us. Number one. You know what I'm saying? Or if you ain't had nobody that went through it or experienced, you can't speak on us. You know what I'm saying? Like That's our struggle binds us together. We can rally behind our communal punishment that we all suffered, and now God is kind of slowly like, all right, y'all learn y'all lesson yet? Hey, y'all gonna treat each other good now? I treat y'all good. You gonna treat each other good? Do I have to, watch over you every step of the way? Do I have to show myself every single breath you take to make sure you do good, or can you do good without me putting my breathing on you to let you know I'm here, type deal? You feel me? And that is the biggest thing I think that we kind of, as a group, we're overlooking, instead of remembering our collective struggle that we've endured, even up until now, monetarily, reclassification, all the paperwork, all the justice system, education, all the institutions are against us. You see what I'm saying? So when we start to put that fun back in dysfunctional, you know what I'm saying? Then I think we gonna really turn the corner, and no power steering. You know what I'm saying? We just going after that. You know what I'm saying? We just got to hit this corner, and we off to the races. And I'm just, Miss Year, I tell you the truth, I'm happy that you came and that you decided to stay, because it's just super, like, it's super important to me, just to at least now that you're hearing it, it'll trickle to it would just exude itself. It would just present itself in subtle ways, blatant ways, obvious ways around you. You know what I'm saying? Everything connects. Even though I'm on the screen, you on the screen, everything like that. The words connect. You feel me? Like, I'm happy I was guided through. Me too. Me too. Because a lot of the older crowd, they don't really want to stop in and make it this far. You know what I'm saying? And I'm happy that you did, for real, for real. Like, you know what I mean? So, Nuna, you wanna say something? You've been real quiet, G. Like, y'all ain't gotta just wait for me to stop talking to chime in, because I talk a lot. So y'all could just, hey, let me say something. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just, what Kanye say? I'm just up here talking like it's me and you. You know?
Yeah, I'll say something because I got something to say just like you. I mean, light skinned brothers for sure. But what I want to say is because I be attacking this thing from a lot of different points of views because that's what we got to do no matter what, and we all do it like kind of coming up to basically pull everything towards the middle. So the new thing that I'm on is basically just our mindset, our mind, and kind of winning our mind back because our mind was all and it's everything that they kind of wanted to program to
Mm-hmm.
have us, destroying each other and have us away from our goal. You know what I'm saying? So now
Mm-hmm.
we're able to kind of sit back and change our mindset and our perspective to this is not happening to me or against me. This is happening to show me something. So now what will I gain from this experience? Or what is this experience and show me? Or what is this experience trying to teach me? You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
now when we change that perspective, we're able to kind of give ourselves more time for everything, more time to think, more time to breathe, more time to feel, more time to kind of see what's going on and see how this is kind of changing for the better of us. You know what I'm saying? So we got
Mm-hmm.
to keep that mind always positive and knowing that it has a control, but we got the control of it. You know what I'm saying? So something coming in hot and spicy and caliente, we get to freeze it before it even get there and watch it drop to the ground and become nothing. You know what I'm saying? So we got to take the control back from our mind, so that way we can be running a show. We can be knowing what emotions is being heard and felt and seen, and that way we have all the control. So that way nothing else is kind of controlling our force or our energy or our source. You know what I'm saying? Because we got force and source. So now we got to be kind of, speaking life into everything, speaking love into everything, doing everything positively instead of keeping a negative mindset to imprison our mind, to imprison us and make it a reality of negativity. You know what I'm saying? So we walking out of that and we putting everything and making sure that stuff is blooming. We making sure that the sun is shining. We making sure that the sky is clear. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no fear, there's no hatred, there's no none of that. You know what I'm saying? Because we're not keeping it with us. We're destroying it with the love and the joy and the harmony of our light side, and we're becoming one with our darkness as well. So when we need to use it, we use it with the right force and we bring the right power each time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's all we doing.
Yeah. And Miss Cheryl, I did this when I didn't know nothing. When I tell you I didn't know nothing about nothing, I just started looking at stuff, and then like I was drawn to certain things. So like whatever you sit down with yourself, you know, uh, get in a comfortable spot. Maybe light incense if you like incense. You know what I'm saying? If you got plants in your house, sit next to the plants maybe and say, God, what should I be learning? What should I be doing? What should I be saying? And see what comes down. Candles. Yep, I got my candle over here too. Yep. And just see what come down. We all got a key. We all got a piece. And just because I got a department, don't I go to her, I go him. We all is in this together. So if anybody got any questions, we are always trying to help bring each other up. If you ever feel like you still don't know, maybe just go ask them, hey, what you reading today? What'd you pick up today? What you trying to look at today? And then, a conversation might kick off. And then you might have a whole memory of like, oh, you know what? I saw this back in like, I'm going to say my 85. I was born in 85, right? So like, oh, I saw this back in 1985. And it kind of looked like this. And it kind of did it. And then you might start summoning somebody else's mind. Wait, say it again. You said it like this. And they might try to draw up something. Kind of look like this. Like, yeah, but it, and then you might take a pencil and do some things. And then he look at it, turn it, flip it. Do some more stuff. You might come back with a whole idea. Just your little thing. What you looking at? Mamas and them. What you doing? What you looking at? What you got going on? You know what I'm saying? This. Oh, what's this do? What's the how does it work? Tell me about it. And then stuff, and then it'll probably spur up some memories in you, and then that next thing you know, you to help kick off a whole thing just by you creeping up on somebody. Hey, what you doing? What you reading today? You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to do too much. Like I said, you in this position of like, if you only knew how big your aura is and how much you command out here. Like,
Yeah, that's a fact.
your little bit, this much could be this much to me. You know what I'm saying? Yo, this
Say it
much,
again.
this much for me. You know what I'm
Let's
saying?
go, brother.
You might and I might have just cut. Now I'm full. You
Say it
know.
again. I be trying to tell folks that, family. Ah, man, that's crazy. Yeah, you understand it, man. You understand it.
Yeah. I'm getting better. You know what I'm saying? The further I step back from it, the more it be coming. Like, you know what I'm
And then when
saying?
people see folks like us, Bimbo, they're very easily intimidated, and they stand in awe and disbelief because society doesn't match up, their I'm not gonna say their education, but the things they've been taught, trying to keep people within in a consumption state of mind, like the whole me thing. You turn that me upside down, what word do you get? It's a we thing, not a me thing.
I used to say that, man, when I used to go gamble. Hey, man, if you coming with me, bro, If I win, we
Let's
win.
go, baby.
It ain't a me thing, it's
We
a we
winning.
thing. We won. If you wasn't there,
100%,
I probably
baby.
wouldn't even have had the comfort and being able to make it. You know, I could have lost that day. But I won. We won. I say the only stat I care about is the
Mm-hmm.
W, baby. I don't care if I'm 0-78 with
Go,
32
baby.
turnovers and 5.5 fouls. Okay, did
That's
we
a
win?
Philly.
I don't care if I was the superstar, went over 78 or whatever. If I was 78 to
Faded.
78 and scored all, did we win? We won. We won.
Mm-hmm.
Hey
I
yo,
uh,
that's the connection too. That's the connection too that we don't really be using and aware of is that like say when we in a group or say it's like three people, some person might be scared, the other person might be like, you know what I'm saying? But
mm-hmm.
once you see that that person used something to kind of you able to use it as well. You're able
Mm-hmm.
to use that same thing as well because that's your connection. We all connected. You know what I'm
Say
saying?
it
So
again.
even if you didn't know it, you still have the ability to use it because you just seen it and that person used it and that person is there. So now you use it as well for sure.
Mm-hmm. And some people got a good eye. They can just see you doing it and then pick up on it real good. Then they might see you.
That's it.
Oh, he might drop
Nah.
it. I'ma catch this. You know, you all this worked up and you all up trying to make stuff fit, and then here you come this year like, oh, I got it, baby. I got you right here. I already know what you was going for because you do this every Tuesday at 3 o'clock.
Say
You
it
know what I'm saying?
again.
And
And
they don't even know you that you watching. And then it builds
nope,
from it
nope.
builds up there.
Because one thing that I have noticed is that the older we get, we stray away from that abundance. And the most abundant people on the planet are children, right? And you have to have that childlike state of heart, right, and
Mm-hmm.
mind at times, But you got to always have that childlike heart because when children give, they give, man. And they don't see all invisible borders. They don't see all of that. They actually see that things are connected. And they move in abundance and plentiful. And it's like the older we get, the more the nonsense of the world we take on to be so me, 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 me. And we just got to move with we. You got to give. Like I've never met a selfish child for real in my life.
Facts.
A kid will come and bring you a toy, a kid will bring you food, a kid will bring you whatever they got. And I mean, it's like the older we get, we lose that. And it's like a fight to try to get that back, and it sounds mythical at times because
Mm-hmm.
it's like, right? It's like we cease to see the magic in the world anymore. And it's like, no, it's still there. It's still there. Just that, like, we've been through a lengthy training process, and we've been educated, right, right,
Mm-hmm.
and we've been educated in the opposite direction, of just selfishness, consumption, just consuming things,
Yep.
and it's like the most beautiful people that I ever met move like that. And it's like people don't understand, about the chosen ones. And it's like, yo, most chosen ones, they move just like that. You feel me? And it's a plenty full of us out here. We doing our thing, brother. I see you up here moving in abundance. Everybody up here moving in abundance.
Thank you,
And
man.
that's how
Thank
it
you.
should be, from the cradle to the grave.
Yep. Yep. From the cradle to the grave, man. From the rooter to the tutor, man. From top down. You know what I mean? Like this is what we this is what we here for. This, you know what I'm saying? When you pop up, it is game time. It's game time. You ain't gonna, you gonna put forth your best effort when you supposed to. You know what I'm saying? Like I know like sometimes it be wearing me down. I gotta take some, take a week or something like that, and then I get re-energized. I get myself back together. Gotta go, gotta get back on it, and I gotta go hard for the team. You know what I'm saying? All this stuff is secondary. You know what I mean? Other than the mission. You know what I mean? I'm just so like, and the way my loyalty is, it's like it's built different. Like it's like old school Cosa Nostra type loyalty. You know what I'm saying? Like I just take it so to heart. You know what I mean? Like that's so. Like I said, if it wasn't for my cousin, man, ain't no telling, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I've been poisoned, I've been car accident, I've been half a dozen almost other car accidents, man. um, you know, work didn't edge me out, you know what I'm saying, using rules and all this, you know what I'm saying? And it's just the bond, like, I just, you know what I mean? And for me to be able to even just have the space to read and to do this, and my cousin, like, he's the one who told me, said, man, we come from the sun. He said, yeah, we come from the sun, G. Look at our
Amen.
skin, look at our hair. We come from the sun. Like, he told
Yes,
me this
sir.
years before I was even awake. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, like, you believe in aliens? He's like, yes, I believe in aliens. Yes. Yes.
Oh
I know
yeah,
it. Yeah. Okay. We the aliens. We
yeah.
aliens. You know what I'm saying? Like, the
A
people
real,
don't,
real life Superman type
real
vibe.
life
You feel me?
Superman, G. Yeah. And I feel like the purer your intentions are, the closer you get to being able to be Superman or be
That's a
that
fact.
superhero. Because God gonna be like, oh yeah, yeah. Let me make sure he don't, you know,
Yep.
trip over this rock while he trying to jump 30 feet to go save a baby or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Let me just move the rock out the way. You know, then the rock moves out the way. You think you doing it, God doing it for you, but God gave you 30
The
foot jump
strength.
to grab
Yep.
the child. You see what I'm saying?
Let's go, brother.
It's just when you feel it in your heart. That's, you know, my name. I picked my name before I even knew what my name actually meant. But like, you know, when your mind and your heart lines up, like, that's why you don't supposed to second guess yourself. You know, it's
Yeah, that's a
either
fact.
a win or wisdom. One of the two. It ain't no losses out here. They want you to
Say it
win,
again.
lose, yes and no. You know what I'm saying, Nuna? You know what I'm talking about. They always want to categorize it. Oh, it's a loss. Oh, it's a this. Oh, it's a that. I know what it's called. You
They
don't
wanted
know
That's
to
shit.
real. Say it again, brother.
they
Like
wanted to
that's
be
deep.
real shit.
They always want
They
to try to
wanted it to
name
be a
something.
debate, like you debate with yourself when you really already know. So you're not like you say. I'm not gonna second. I'm not gonna second guess myself. I'm not gonna. You know what I'm saying? Because I know. But they want it to be a debate, so that way it's almost as if you really kind of don't know. It's
You
not
Yeah.
feel
in
me?
your control.
Like the word coincidence and the word coincidence is the same damn word. Now when
Wow.
you say, is that a coincidence with something? Is that a
Coincidence.
coincidence? It's the same damn word.
Wow.
I
I
used to
never even
say
heard that
that
second word.
I used to say that it's not a coincidence, it's a coinciding incident. And within that coinciding incident, you see the synchronicity.
You see the synchronicity, baby. Yes, ma'am. You see it. You see it. And then like they're so manipulative. They're so manipulative because when you're seeing them for who they truly are, and you see in the game for what it truly is, you know they get intimidated because they thought the smoke and mirrors would last.
Mm-hmm. Even David Copperfield had to retire.
Let's go,
you feel
baby.
you feel me? Oh yeah, Kimmy came on. She was on. She was talking earlier. She was breaking it down. And then also, since you hear Kimmy, you know how I be on you about Neath, right? So why I'm up here doing my, you know,
What are you? Are you on the TikTok PC?
yeah. They finally let me have
Right.
desktop. Yeah,
That's
to
cool.
yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. I got a back, you know, because usually I be doing it on my phone. I be hunched over because I got to keep it plugged up after so long, and
Right.
yeah,
The only
it's
challenge is that you can't turn it around. Like I would, if I were to do it, I wouldn't be able to turn it to my board, right? The
mm-hmm.
camera from the laptop,
Oh yeah, yeah.
unless I had a camera. That's pretty cool. Look at that. Wow.
So yeah, so um, a sinus. I found that a sinus. Hold on, a sinus etymology.
Uh oh.
It means to knee. Oh, sorry. It's knee. It's knee.
Okay, okay, so Athena, that's who they put. Okay, wow, okay. And she is, what is she? What's etymology?
Her name is to be derived from um, belonging to Neith or of Neith.
And what language is that?
Ancient Egyptian uh, is just Gisinich.
Could you
I
go
don't
into
know how to.
could you go to the go into that Wikipedia
Okay.
and look the zenith. Look at the okay, so trying to read it. During Joseph, Egyptians. The other approach argues that she was not Egyptian to descent, but was from the family of Jacob. Okay,
Hmm.
so what story is it? What? Okay, is that
Oh,
Greek?
here, her name is
What is
believed to
it?
JS. Oop, no, that ain't it. I thought it was just gonna let me do the whole word. JS period TJ hyphen N.
The Hebrew.
Now this is a phonetic for ancient Egyptian.
So
Oh,
it says a zenith or a sonnet is a commonly used female first name in present day Israel.
mm-hmm.
Her name is believed to derive from ancient Egyptian. I can't see it,
Just
meaning
oh,
belonging to near. Okay, so go down a little bit because that's the IP, the International Phonetic Association. What's so interesting is remember that people were not able to enunciate the Medu Neter.
right.
So what we have is their way of pronouncing. Okay, there's the etymology.
Damn, sis, you a bad mofo.
Earlier perform.
Yep, this
Oh,
is
let me
her.
go look it up. Let me look it up. I
No,
see it.
this is her. This her
That's
hieroglyph right here.
you just broke a code. Yeah, I know about that
I
part.
know
You just
this.
broke
I
a
know this is her.
code. You broke a
The
code.
water, and then the
Yeah,
consciousness under the water, the weaving, and then it's supposed to have a female symbol to the right, right here,
right.
but it
It's
doesn't.
it's either water or an energetic wave particle.
Mm-hmm.
It's both because water is used for electricity.
Yep.
Come
And
on, baby.
then you see the mound of earth, and then you see the looming tool because she was considered to be at one time a mother of creation herself because she
Mm-hmm.
loomed the earth, she loomed the heavens together.
Yep.
It's all feminine, to tell you honestly. The whole thing was feminine because it started out with God as feminine. And that wasn't to take anything away from men, that was actually to give more to men.
Come on,
Mm-hmm.
baby.
Let me pull this up. I'm looking, you got me studying now as you're I'm getting ready. I'm on my laptop right now, and let's see that. That's very, very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
When I saw this, I was like, I gotta talk to Kenny.
yeah. Because what I'm doing right now is I just figure, there's men who I know who are doing it. I'm not the only one who are doing it, except that sometimes the guys keep it closed because it's a threat when you're getting ready to tell the truth. Ultimately, Greek put out an edict that says anybody who starts telling these type of truths, they're going to unalive them.
Uh-huh.
Ultimately, what we're looking at is the Bible. All those texts, a lot of those texts are a combination, are merged in with semi-translations, semi-transliterations, interpretations, as well as they took and from ancient Kemet, miscalled Egypt, they took texts and then they turned around and then merged their mythology, Semitic mythology, in with Greco-Roman, um, uh, uh, Arabian, Babylonian um, mythology. They superimposed their identity on it and then created a whole nother repackage. You know what I mean? They
Mm-hmm.
repackaged it, just like how they repackage fruit and give you genetically modified fruit with no seeds and tell you that this is better.
Mm-hmm.
They repackage what they say is high grade, but it's really low grade. And
Mm-hmm.
got everybody calling it high grade and it don't have seeds. You
Mm-hmm.
know, there's a lot going on, so I'm in it right now. I find it to be interesting. So she looks Greek. She looks
Yeah, I don't pay attention
Greco-Roman.
to the picture.
Yeah, the only reason why I say it is because Greeks and Romans were actually working to take the identity of ancient science.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here you have it. It's Hebrew. It's
Mm-hmm.
Hebrew, and then they gave you the Tiberian. They gave you the Greek. because there's more than one tribe of Greeks.
Mm-hmm.
There are Arabs that are Greek.
Yep.
So that's what it is. It's Hebrew. So that was, and a lot of people, what's so interesting is that people will say, oh, that before his name was Jesus, there was no Jesus because there was no letter J invented until 1600s of AD.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. But then what was the name? Because, there were many alphabets that were created. And, the Greeks did not have an alphabet until they went into Africa, and they modeled after African Kemetic Egyptians. A lot of people don't even like the name African. I'll just say Kemetian. Kemetian is called Egyptian. And then, then the Kemetian people had they had their letters, their symbols that had phonetics associated to them. And then you had the Semites that modeled after them. You had the Greeks modeled after them. You had, everybody was modeling after Kemet. And then you have the Hebrew, and there was really no such thing. There's really no such thing as Hebrew. All of those languages that I just said are just languages that were trying to model after Kemet. What you're looking at is break-offs of Kemet.
Yeah.
It's all Kemet.
It's all Kemet.
It's all Kemet. And then the people who modeled after Kemet indoctrinated the people to stay away from Kemet, to see it as Egypt, and to see it as evil and cursed. But it was the cursedness of themselves that they were projecting on Kemet, Egypt.
He was Hamor.
That's what that is. So, that's not to attack anybody who may have ancestry that's European. I mean, this is all of this is our issue. We got to deal with this anyway. So, yeah, okay, so let's start from the beginning. Nobody ever really talks about this because it's like, I guess it's a bombshell and maybe it threatens people. I don't know. But there was do I have to pull my books out? Yeah, and I've been sleeping with my books and my notes right here. Aha, I don't even have to get up. Everything is right here in front of my face. Wow.
And while you're looking for your books, this is the other thing I don't understand with the people saying that, okay, I understand the fact that there wasn't maybe the letter J, etc. So if you're saying that Jesus is not the person's name, then what about Joseph? What about Job? What about those J's? Did they have other names?
Yusuf is Joseph, and oh yeah, here we go. Indigenous. He bet because I'm not a Bible person. I do
Oh, I see. I see
all
what
the
you. I see what
no,
you're
Miss
saying.
Cheryl. We got a whole nerdy team that we do. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna leave you hanging. We gonna get you to where you gotta get to go. You know what I'm saying? If we gotta Flintstone this car to it, we gonna get there. Like it's just what we gotta do. See, I didn't know about Hamor and Shechem and all that, but like Indigenous Indigo, and we got a whole squad. They do the whole Bible breakdown. They got books on books on books of this stuff, and I got my stuff, which is like alchemy, astrology, and all this other stuff. You know,
What I
to
find to be,
Yep,
some of the
yep.
challenges are that people have is either, if I think we need to look at the challenges that our people face, because,
hmm
and I can't say our people because there are African people that don't consider indigenous rich melanated people to be their people. There are indigenous rich melanated people who don't consider African people to be their people. They're Caribbean people. Everybody's so snooty up in their thing, and they don't even have it all together. They don't get it that the lesson is to really love your creator. Your creator's so great, and then come together to as a whole. But nobody wants to do that. That's one of the reasons why everybody's suffering until they had to learn that lesson. You got to learn the lesson. They haven't learned it yet. There's so much discrimination, disdain, and a lot of the disdain that people have for others is a reflection of the disdain that they have for themselves, for their situation, for their conditions, how colonialism has affected them. And instead of them really transmuting it and healing, they rather take it out on one another. It's like it's very spiritually immature. And it's wrong, it's immoral, it's abusive, it's disrespectful to your creator and to each other. It really, really is. It's a shame because it's like we're so great and brilliant and exceptional and extraordinary. But to allow the negativity that's on top of our head, that's heaped on top of our head, to dominate the way that we will then interact with one another and treat one another and talk about one another, it's just so it's so disappointing. At this point, I just work to transmute the disappointment and just keep going. But I have here a comparative list of some pre-existing and pre-Christian data, which
Mm-hmm.
was Christianized in the Roman canonical Gospels and the Book of Revelation,
Mm-hmm.
meaning that before the Christians were writing, the Romans were writing about these concepts. They got it from somewhere. Where did they get it from? They got it from Africa.
Mm-hmm.
They got it from Africa. They got it from Kemet, and Kemet represented the archives for the whole of the land and for any cultures that dealt with indigenous, autochthonous spirituality. Culture where people had agricultural systems and culture. They were agricultural, meaning they lived close to the land. They farmed. They honored the divinity of the soil, the divinity of the plants and fruits and vegetables, and no, to a naked eye of a people who had no, a people like Rome and Greece and Semites who did not have a healthy relationship with the earth. It would seem to them when they went into cultures where people live close to the earth, indigenous indigo, don't talk for me. Do not talk for me. Just don't talk for me. And if you're going to be
Oh,
indifferent around the idea that, if you
It's
want
a
to be
question.
indifferent around the idea saying that rich melanated people believes everything comes from Africa and that nothing comes from Americas and all that, I'm not the person for you to talk to
It's a
nor talk
question.
for, because I'm very
It's a
advanced,
question.
and I'm not only very advanced in knowledge, I'm very advanced when it comes to spirituality. And what I'm not going to do is manage unification and manage separation. Okay, I'm not doing that because that's what keeps us in conflict. And everybody has a creation story that starts with them. Okay, and
The
where
whole.
I'm at right now, I'm
Mm-hmm.
just dealing with a neutral ground.
Mm-hmm.
So what I want to do is I want to just look at, when we look at Eusus, we know that Eusus, IUSU, or IUSA, or IUSAAS, is who was great with Eusa. Now we know that Ia, IU, or IAH, when you pronounce it Ia, it makes the sound like a Y sound. Ia, Iasus, Ia. And Isu, Ia is the mother, is the Virgin Mother, and Su is her son. Okay, Iusu or Iusus. When the Greeks went into Africa, they pronounced Iusu or Iusa as Aisus or Aisus, 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 Aisus.
It actually
When
says that in my Signs and Symbols of Primordial Man book, actually.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Aisus or Aisus. Then when the Romans modeled after the Greeks, the I they interchanged with a J and they made it Jesus or Jesus. And this is where the whole, you got to go back into the origins in the name. You got to go back into the origins of the name, into the name, to look at who was Eusus. Okay, so when we look at Eusus, we also see that Eusus, there's the feminine side of Eusus, and there's the masculine side of Eusus. But because the Greeks, no, let's not go to Zeus first. Let's deal with the original, go into Kemet first. Let's go into that language first before we start going into Greek, because they were modeling after what they saw in Kemet. Okay, and everything else is a mistranslation and a mistransliteration of the original text. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
now I'm not an authority on all texts, But what I have done is taken some time out to research what we see in texts that are in Medu Neter. I've also delved lightly now into looking at text from or language from what we see in this Western Hemisphere, which some people will say is the East, which of Choctaw and Lakota and Sioux and Blackfoot and Algonquin and Anigolohi, to see proper phonetic pronunciations.
Can I ask you a
Okay,
quick
so
question,
thank you
Kimmy?
there, Ali to God.
You said
So
IOSU?
I said IUSU
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
or IUSA, and the son of IUSAAS, who
Oh,
was
okay.
great with Iusa or Iusu. So IU would correspond with the Virgin Mother, and
Mm-hmm.
Su would be the son. And this is where the Greeks made Isis. And
Okay.
that comes from out of the Ast, which is the name that people call Osset or Asatu, which As is the throne, then you which is and then the T would be the mound of earth, the cake or the bread, that's the offering that's given to the queen of heaven, and
Mm-hmm.
then the egg. Those three symbols are the symbols of matrilineal culture,
Mm-hmm.
right? The throne for the matrilineal, the bread or the cake, which also is symbolical of the womb, the pregnant belly, and the breast, which nurtures and nourishes the child, and the egg, which a woman is born with. Those three things are all feminine. A man is not born with eggs. A man does not have a protruding belly that represents the pregnant belly with a child in the uterus, and the man did not represent the throne seat. He sat on the throne, but he was not the throne. The throne represents the lap of the mother that the baby prince sits on to then grow up to be an emperor, to be a ruler.
Yeah. See, and that's and I was just gonna say 200
And most indigenous cultures, even in the West, are matrilineal. So we have to go back, and that matrilineal doesn't mean that the man doesn't have any power, he doesn't have any divine representation. It doesn't mean any of that.
no, it just
It,
means
it just means that men need to go through rites of passage and really define who they are and what their archetypes are and what their roles are. That's
yeah.
what it means.
Can I ask you one
Before
more
you think
question,
that you're worthless.
Kimmy? So this Potiphar hieroglyphic, can you maybe shine some light on this hieroglyphic for me? Cause I don't
I
know the
mean,
stuff. You know.
isn't that Pa? I mean, that's Ray Ra, and that the bird is Pa. And then you have that is supposed to be what, a Merkut or pyramid, and then another Pa. It's the, what is it? Ray Pa, Jer Par. Who is that supposed to be?
They named him
Pashapar.
Potiphar in the Bible, but I don't like. I was going through Neath and clicking. I was
Can you scroll up?
yep. So
And then
he whom Ra gave, um, it's a captain of the king's guard who is said to have purchased Joseph and made him master of his household. Uh, Potiphar's
can you,
wife.
can you scroll up a little more all the way to the top so I can see what you, okay, Potiphar. You know what? I'm going to research that and I'm going to come forward to you again, because that's really where the coding is, where that's the bridge between where they started the transference
Mm-hmm.
of knowledge and wisdom and power from what you see in those Medu Neter into the Hebrew and into the Greek, because it's coded.
Yeah.
They created a coded language,
Yep.
and they started creating using the hieroglyphs to create their own language,
Yep.
so it can be, and but those language, that's what takes you back into what you see as names in the Bible.
Yep.
So
Yep. And
that's the challenge. So you have the feminine side of, I'll just say it simple. There's the feminine side of Jesus and there's the masculine side of Jesus. Somebody in the thread said earlier that God has a feminine aspect. Well, the creator was all feminine.
yeah.
It was all feminine in the beginning.
Yeah.
It was all acknowledged as feminine. The sun was feminine, the moon was feminine, the ocean was feminine, the sacred mother was feminine. The mother, the woman, represented the embodiment of the heavens because she is the heavens. And the closest thing that a man can get to heaven on earth is between a woman's legs. Okay? When she gives birth to a child, when her legs open up, that's the heavens opening up and the child coming from out of heaven, from out of the womb, out into the world.
Yep.
See, so remember, you're talking about spiritual. When you're reading the Bible, you're looking at the literalization of mythology. And if you don't look at the mythology, you've been taught to don't go back into the mythology, because when you do that, what happens is now you're going to see the truth that you've been indoctrinated to stay away from. So they tell you that. You mean to tell me that y'all think that, even all of you who say that you're indigenous, you mean to tell me that you think that everything that your ancestors was doing when they were living close to nature and close to earth and farming, they were all just evil and in sin? You really mean to tell me that y'all believe that because some Johnny come lately came up in your land using brutality and force, and because you had a good nature, you didn't expect for people to go up in your land like that and just like unalive you like that you think that somehow that they're more holy and divine when all they moved with was brutality, violence, and just take it by force nature? No, that's not fair to you.
Yeah,
That's
they
just
played
not
on our
fair.
good nature.
Yeah.
It repeats itself, like the Battle of Troy, Trojan Horse, the Hyksos battle when they came with their cattle and stuff and moved in. The Hopi and Navajo, when Spain doubled back and got the Navajo, they moved in with the Hopi and turned on the Hopi. The Puritans, escaping religious persecution. We can go on and on about, oh, feel sorry for us. Let me, like the Greeks when they went to Africa. Let's bow it to them so they'll share with us, and then we'll just get everything we need and burn the library down and run it back to over there. You know, it's like it's the same. Like they
Well,
always, huh?
yeah. Sorry.
No,
It's
no,
the
you
same.
good.
Say what you're saying. I was just saying that, you look at Greece, Rome, Arabia, all of them, Britain, all of them, Germany, all of them, Persia, all of them. They went back to back committing warfare against Africans, you know, and then they all take a piece of the pie. Spiritual, they take different spiritual concepts and ideas. They model their systems after they use, and then they establish their religions, and then they try to destroy the evidence. And we're sitting here we'll even sit here and say, oh, there's native indigenous Indian culture that's here in the West. Okay, and there are records that are being uncovered, and there's a lot of records that are not. And you mean to tell me that for the people who don't want to acknowledge what's going over there in the East, what, we're not supposed to look at all of that all those documents that Europe actually stole and put into the museums and put into the Vatican and in Buckingham Palace? We're not supposed to look at what's on the temple walls and inside the pyramidal walls. We're supposed to ignore 200 pyramids. We're supposed to ignore what we see in Meroe and Kush, which had one of the greatest empresses who for 30 years conquered Julius Caesar and his armies. Are you kidding me?
Yep. And see, I do it etymology on Neith. Sais, it means sight, and then Esna is like a place high above, like a far looking. So it's literally
Sais was a location, and then that's the Greek translation for Saul, which was a city. And one of the greatest locations, what you need to do is research, get a map of the continent over there in Africa, and look at the locations of the deities that govern certain locations. What's his
I've
name?
been doing
The
that
late
too.
Muammar Gaddafi. He had a full female army, woman army. He said he didn't trust men. He said men were not as trustworthy as women. He didn't trust men with his life. He trusted women with his life.
I
And
just
if you
told my
look at
cousin that the car got broken into on New Year's. I said, whenever you ride with women, you don't never have a problem. It's always when you ride with dudes is there always a problem.
men are not always loyal. Look at what people will brag about. Men will brag about what's his name?
Anything.
What's Musa? The one. They'll brag about him having all the golds.
Oh, Mansa Musa.
They'll brag about him, but he stole a lot of his gold.
Showed
He
it.
enslaved a lot of people. He also had his own mother unalived so that he could have the throne. Let's go to the next people. Look at Haile Selassie. He had his own brother unalived for the throne. Let's keep looking. Let's go look real deep,
Let's go to
and
Saudi Arabia. He imprisoned his own mama to take the throne.
I mean,
Imprisoned his own
it's right there in front of your face. You know, Gaddafi, he had if you go look at Libya, Libya's location in Africa is actually where that deity Nit also ruled.
mama. Oh, for real?
That deity is like, right, every location in the continent is governed by certain deities because they represent gnomes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And it just so
tell me
happens
what a
that
gnome is.
it's like it represents a location of a specific it's like a territorial division.
Okay. Because I've been trying to, because I know there's 20, 24, 28 gnomes.
There's 36 territorial divisions in Kemet, in ancient Kemet.
Okay, so 36. Ooh,
So, and then, I mean, I'm
really?
sure that over here in the West, amongst indigenous peoples, indigenous autochthonous peoples, you know, when we go back into the languages and we research, we're going to find that they also had divinities. I mean, it's not other than the creator. I mean, the creator is always creating itself. That's why creation is always taking place. So it's this idea that you follow a Eurocentric, exoteric narrative that tells you that, oh, you can't deal with anything that deals with ancient culture or indigenous culture because they were worshiping other than God. Or no, they were close to nature and they had a different way of looking how they articulated their relationship with nature. And it was foreign to the foreigners.
Different
foreigner-
aspects of the one. Like, you
Right,
know,
different aspects of the one that, and all those aspects work together as the one.
exactly. And that's what,
But
like,
some people won't understand that. They don't understand that. So because they don't understand it, they demonize it. They curse it. They cast negativity over it. They say it's haram, curse. They say it's evil and bad. You know, that's the problem. See, my specialty has been going into Medu Neter because I think that there's 36 languages that you can see in Africa that you can use to decode that Medu Neter. So if you can do it with Medu Neter, you can do it with languages of indigenous peoples right over here in the West. It's the same thing. You could do it right over here with it, but you know, just to be like, oh, I was born over here, so I'm better than you. I don't believe in that BS. I don't respect that at all.
nah. After the flood happened, they went to reestablish everything over there, and it was a powerhouse. Like we got evil on ourselves and with each other with the wisdom and with the knowledge and with the power and everything, and we sunk. And then they went over there and rebuilt to try to preserve some of the wisdom, and they did a really good job because you here and you teaching me, and I got a whole Egyptian dictionary, a hieroglyphs, and that don't really. I mean, it helps. Everything helps, but like like I said, I didn't even buy the
So,
other volume because I found you.
so you should still get it. So Miss Cheryl and everybody, you know, when we look into Kemet, we know that there was Kemet. We know that the Greeks and Romans, they went into it. Maybe it's a narrative that some people will say is not true, but what we do know is that the Greeks and Romans did not have this knowledge, and they did not have this knowledge first. So when in the temples you had the high priestesses, it was mainly high priestesses. It wasn't even priests
Mm-hmm.
inside the temples, because when you go back and you take the Greek in the Greek language, the Diodorus Siculus, and you take the texts and you translate them, it's not talking about anything that priest said. It's what the priestesses said.
Mm-hmm.
Because the high priestesses, the women were more advanced than the men.
Yeah, and they're
That's just known
pure.
to be a
They're
fact.
pure, and
Okay.
they like I tell people all the time. There's research, there's a video that I watched, and I think it was high school. When you get a group of guys together, and get a group of women together, and you present them with a problem, the group of men is always there's always somebody that want to be in charge. Always somebody want to tell somebody what to do. Always somebody that. Women, when they get together, it needs to be inclusive. It needs to be productive. It needs to be fun and keep the energy good. Because if that stuff's not in there, women don't want a part of it. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the women. The purity of the women gives it the. You know what I'm saying?
So the temple wall in the temples, you had the women who went through initiatory rites, and you had the men that went through initiatory rites. We're talking about mystery school initiatory rites, initiation into training their spirit and growing their soul. People would go through rites of passage in order for growth and development, ascension, and for evolving, as well as learning how to master transmutation. It
Yeah.
wasn't everybody. It was a certain class of people
Yeah.
who did that. Some people went to schooling, some people did not. I went to schooling in that time. I returned in this lifetime and remember it. No, I was not a queen in a past life. I was an interpreter and I was a priestess. And I'm continuing my practices. Okay? And no, I'm not a queen in this life, even though I was born into a lineage, a royal lineage on
How
one
do you
side of
know?
my family.
How do you know anything about a past life?
Because of doing great deal of fasting, ma'am, a great deal of fasting and detoxing for months and months and months, a great deal of atoning, atoning for myself, atoning for my ancestors' wrongdoings, atoning for anything that I did in my past life that went against certain divine laws. It helps to bring, it helps one to slough off one's complexes as well as correcting one's impediments. And then what happens is that helps to switch on turn on the switch within one's DNA code. And there's memory. The memory one can go through flashes, and you're taken back into that the experiences that you have, and you're shown synchronicities in the present life. So it's a combination of that, alongside of you remembering the remembering process that takes place from when you were born and as you grew up, and the messages that you receive from your ancestors and from the Creator. And the Creator does talk to us.
And someone mentioned meditation. So, how do I start to um get in back into meditation? Like, what's the simplest
The
way
simplest way
to
is just to
start
turn off.
meditation?
The simple way is to turn off your cell phone completely off, ringer and everything. Turn
Mm-hmm.
off all laptops, turn off all computers, turn off everything. Quiet, clean the house up. Everything's in order so you don't have the chaos or the thoughts reoccurring in your mind. I gotta do this, I gotta wash up the refrigerator, I gotta mop the floor, I gotta vacuum the steps. All that stuff has to do all of that stuff first. Then you go and sit down, whether you're gonna sit after you go, I would say before you just sit down, go cleanse and purify yourself. Go take a good bath, soak in a tub, or take a really good shower, right?
I
After
would
you get
suggest a
out,
bath.
yeah, take a bath.
Oh
Take
my
a good,
God, I didn't even know it was this
it's not, no,
much.
you
It ain't
asked
even that
me, so
much.
I'm gonna give you a little
No,
something.
I'm thankful for what you're giving me. I'm receiving what you're giving me.
Okay.
I'm saying that I've done it once before with somebody else, and it wasn't in detail like that. I'm like, okay, my eyes, like, yeah.
I'm kind of extra detailed too, but so I don't want to give you over much. I just want to give you basic, classic, but I'll give you a high quality because I appreciate and value high quality. So I would say after you've done the bath and you just like, it doesn't have to be anything too deep. If you want to put fresh fruit juice and flowers and herbs and essential oil, you could do all that too, and salts, but just a good bath to keep you clean and purified. The same way if you were to go to church or go to temple or to the shrine or to the masjid, you cleanse and purify yourself too. Cleanliness is next to good vibes, and you don't want to have any stinking body or stinking thinking, stinking feelings, or stinking speech going along into this process. So you purified yourself, you dried yourself, lotion, do all that good stuff, anoint yourself with your favorite essential oil, your frankincense and myrrh, whatever you want to do. You got some fresh, clean clothes on. And you go and sit down. Go sit down and just be quiet and focus on your breathing. Just focus on your breathing. And go from, if you have a short breath pattern, elongate your breathing and focus on your breathing. And at some point, you guys going to experience thoughts coming up in your mind. Then what you want to do is you want to either let those thoughts pass by, or you can make the decision to look at the thoughts. It's simple. What you also want to do is be mindful of the fact that you want everything, your empire, your kingdom, your empire is within. So meditating is communicating with source. I tend to say source or deity because that's more neutral than saying God or Allah or Ungoa or Olodumare or Akana Nyomo. I'd rather just say source. And then as you turn in and you're breathing and you get to connect with the inner voice. You know, and then you just start right there. That's simple. Just do it for like 10, 15 minutes. If you can only do it for 5 minutes and hold your attention, what this is going to allow you to do is see how you control yourself, how you can control your thoughts, and then you commune. Once you commune with the inner side, you can start by using affirmations. I want you to start upgrading your self-narrative. I don't want you to keep energizing, I'm confused with the lower emotions of sadness and thinking about the worst outcome. I want you to think about the fact that I am clear, and then I want you to connect with that happy emotional tone of being inspired and focus on what is it like to be happy, or what is it like to be clear? What is it like to be positive? And affirm that you are that. Even if you don't be and live in the knowingness that you are that, or you don't believe that you are clear, that you are happy, that you are tenacious, that you are resilient, that you are disciplined, affirm it anyway. Because the more you affirm positive, forward-oriented speech, you become that. You be and come that. Because in the knowingness that I am that I am, you come more into the full scope that you are that you are. Yes, you are that.
And a bag of chips.
And some dip.
And the dip? Okay.
Yes, the dip.
I like dip too.
That is like affirmations. Affirmations, when you affirm, I mean, Yesus, who they said Yeshua, Jesus, remember the Y and the IU are interchangeable, and the S and the Sh are interchangeable. It's the same deity. The master is real. I believe that the master is real. The master, not the massa. The master and the massa are two different things. Mm-hmm. See, the massa will have you distracted about who did what to you, and the massacres and the who was enslaving who and all that oppression. I want you to take your mind out of that for a moment and focus on the master of masters, the master of creation, the master of divinities, the master of meditation, the master of controlling yourself, mastering controlling your emotions, controlling your thoughts, controlling your breathing, controlling how you think about yourself, controlling how you speak to yourself about yourself when nobody's looking. Because we've got to get deeper into our own self, our monologue and our self-narrative. Because what's the saying that you all say in the Bible? Greater is she who can conquer themselves than conquer two cities. I translate that as when you can master yourself, you can master everything outside of you, because everything starts with spirit and thought. It's spirit and thought. It's just the laws.
Yeah. And Miss Cheryl, meditate, a synonym for meditate means concentrate. I didn't know that. Because I was in here one day, and I was in the house by myself, talking to God, and I was like, do I meditate? And I just hear like, yeah. What does meditate mean? And I'm like, I don't know. He's like, you don't know? Go look it up. It means to
Okay,
concentrate.
I'm gonna concentrate on happiness right now. Right now, I'm gonna concentrate. All the bills and all those things can wait. My happiness is more important to me. I care about my feelings. I
Hmm.
care about my happiness. What is happiness? Let me look at a definition of happiness and contemplate. Let me consider being happy. Let me think about what it is. A consideration is another word for meditation. What do you choose to think about? What do you choose to be inspired by? When you're inspired by something, that is your muse. You can amuse yourself. You can choose to be your own muse when you fuse certain thoughts. I didn't say fuse negative thoughts, because when you fuse negative thoughts, you become confused because you've conned yourself into thinking that the truth is the lie and the lie is the truth. So you don't want to confuse yourself by fusing negativity in with your thoughts, because once you fuse, say for instance, you fuse fear into your meditation, we already know that fear is an illusion.
Hmm.
Fear will have you investing into the future negative outcome before the future's even gotten here. So you're beaten before you've even started.
Hmm.
But you're not beaten before you've even started. You're a winner, not a whiner. You're the warrior, not the worrier. You're the victor, not the victim. You're the spiritual warrior and the meditation warrior, not the meditation worrier. When you're worrying, you're focusing on every possible thing that could go wrong and everything that you don't have and everything that's not good, which is a form of negation and taking away instead of dealing with affirmation and adding on to, which focuses on the plus.
Yeah.
We want to deal with the pluses and not always the minuses. If we're going to deal with the minuses, let's banish and avert and clear out the fear and clear out the negativity and clear out the confusion. Okay, being anxious about nothing instead of being willing to focus on something that is of value.
Yeah.
So meditation is the consideration and that which will bring about the elevation of your vibration and the illumination on that which you keep your concentration on.
Ooh wee. Yeah. See, and Miss Cheryl, I'm sure you got some. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Birds from the stars.
Birds from the stars. Yeah. That's what. Yeah. Miss Cheryl, I'm sure you got some sayings like my mom used to like. You ain't about to bother me with that.
Right.
Tell
I
that.
have an
Tell that
elder, Mama
negative thought.
Olatunji. Mama Olatunji, she's 96 years old now. She golden keyed me. I don't know, Miss Cheryl, if you know what golden keying is, but I was golden keyed by an elder at like 86 years old. She golden keyed me and gave me all her golden keys, prayer keys, and she charged me up with the word. Even though I'm Yoruba, I would be considered to be a Jew. I still be and live and believe in the power of the word. Period. I don't even care if other people who are like heavy spiritualists who I know that are like, Kimmy, how could you do that? They take it like it's a betrayal, but they don't get it. They have to understand that ancient spiritual systems that were in those temples were mainly for certain priest and priestess class. That wasn't the laymen and the laywomen. That's why you hear laymen and laywomen saying, I don't need a book in order to teach me how to be good. Yeah, because your nature's already good. But there were temples that were established where people went through heavy initiatory rites on other levels because you just had a priest and priestess class system.
Mm.
That's all. But other people got a hold of the text. Foreigners got a hold of the text, and then they try to do something else with it, and then indoctrinate everybody under repackaged metaphysics.
Yeah.
And that's what's got everybody in confusion and thinking, oh, if I don't live right, I'm going to go to hell or I'm going to suffer. And I just think that that's so unfortunate.
We're in
People
hell
don't,
now.
you know,
We're
So
in the
where does the
underworld
other
now.
nature come from?
where does what?
If we are born with a nature within us, with God within us,
Hmm.
where does the one come from that I'm
we're
trying to
br-
think of a
we're
really evil
born
person.
underdeveloped. We're
I'm trying to
born
think of a.
underdeveloped. So we're developed in one way and we're born underdeveloped. We inherit where we are devolved or unevolved from our ancestors, and we develop the knowledge and the wisdom and the understanding of our ancestors. Okay, so what happens is once we tap into ourselves and we see, oh, my family, they have an issue with anger or with fear or with negativity. That's where those of us start taking responsibility and saying, I'm no longer going to continue generating this anger or this negativity and fear. I choose to transmute it and now cultivate the Holy Spirit of joy. I call the Holy Spirit into my situation or my situation. Pardon my language, ma'am. But then I call the Holy Spirit into my situation and I choose now to transmute the anger and make it and make it joy. It's alchemy, turning base mental conditions into more evolved or advanced or heightened conditions of happiness, positivity, discipline. So then what happens is as we transmute negative energy, we accumulate virtue and merit in the spirit world, and that helps us also our genes to evolve and advance. So we can change and we can evolve and advance. And that's a gift, the ability to change. And Kemet, that was one of the most valuable principles. You know, we sit and we complain about people abusing indigenous people, African people, Caribbean people. I respect people by calling them whatever names they want to call themselves. But the strange thing is that we sometimes make the mistake of looking for other people outside of us to change, and they require us to change. And I ask you the question and I make the statement, you know, rich melanated people change for everybody, but for white tea people, but white tea people don't change for anybody. And my question to you is, do you know why they
So
don't
why?
change?
That's what I'm asking. That was the question I was asking before. If we are all born, even the white tea people, everybody, if you're born with God within you, um, how does a person become like a person? I can't think of his name now. They killed all the Jews in the Holocaust. How?
Absalom. Hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry for saying it.
Okay.
How uh, does that happen?
Some people are not as evolved. Some people are not as advanced. Some people, not
Well,
all. Some people are born with
And
a
I'm sorry, I
creative.
was supposed to say unalive.
you're
Yeah,
okay. You're okay.
it's
I done
okay.
got in
I
trouble
already
before.
have
It's
one.
messed up.
Yeah, TikTok. This is for educational and entertainment purposes only.
I put that on the
So
front page or something.
some people are not as advanced as others, and then they don't want to do the work, and they don't change because they can't change, and they don't value change, and they're unwilling to change. And then what happens is indigenous people got set back because then they got wiped out of certain history and certain ritual knowledge. So now they're sitting here being told, oh, no, you can't advance. You can't use your ancestral cult because that's considered devil worship. That's bad. That's evil. So we sit here thinking, and then we venerate images of European people, not us, but our people, venerate images of white tea people almost to deify them. And then we're taught that if we put up an image of ourselves, that's considered idolatry. But
Yes.
to venerate European people is considered to be holy. So it's a trick. It's like you've been put in a trick bag because, like me, I say it all the time. It's not idolatrous to have an image of yourself up. Like who made that rule up? The people who don't want you to look in the mirror and relate to divinity in your own phenotype. They don't want you to take yourself seriously in relation to your own source. They don't want you to look at each other with love. They want you to look at each other with fear and hatred and disdain for one another. And then the only time you're supposed to look at yourself in the mirror is when you're measuring yourself up against a Eurocentric standard, which teaches you to hate the way God created you. Hate your nose, hate your lips, hate your hair, hate your skin complexion, hate your curves, hate everything about you because you're accepting that the Eurocentric interpretation of what is the standard for beauty and the standard for divinity is not in your image. That's how white tea people felt about themselves when they were comparing themselves to Cometian, indigenous, autochthonous, copper color, brown color,
toffee brown, caramel brown, rich dark brown, brown brown, brown black, brown black, black, black black, blacker than black, blacker than a million, midnight black, black purple, blue black, all of the colors other than their color.
And this is the thing that, well, this is one thing that I realized at a very young age when I was in the church, probably like 12 or 13. And I had questions, was like, well, it said that Jesus was born with his bronze color and hair with wool, but then in our churches, we had a picture of a white Jesus with long brown straight hair and blue
Yes,
eyes, and we had that in our churches, and we weren't allowed back then to ask questions as children.
right,
We were just like, okay, because we said so. I don't understand why my grandmother and my grandfather was so, they cling to God for everything, but they
right.
sat there with that picture of that Jesus in the church.
Because
I
because
don't
we're
get that
born
part.
because we're born into a terroristic society. Because we're taught that if we relate to divinity or we relate to the light, you know what they did to Jesus. If they did it to Jesus, they'll do it to you. Oop, not over my live body
Oh, that
and
is
not over my
true.
DEAD body. So there's
You are
certain things that
very
have been
wise.
indoctrinated. Pardon, ma'am?
You are a very wise person.
That's what my stepmother said before she passed. Thank you. I thank the Most High. I thank the Creator's Creator. I thank my ancestors. I thank my spirit team. Yeah, we were taught. Well, I have friends that are Tigrinya and Amarinya from Ethiopia too, who say the reason the Caucasian Jesus pictures on the wall that she was told by her father is because the Romans were so they were so violent and treacherous that they put them putting the picture of Jesus on the wall with it as an image of a Caucasian man made them overlook wanting to unalive their families. So people are playing the game, in other words. But the only problem with that is when you play the game comes back and it plays you. So now you look like you're idolatry, and that's not everybody's doing everything. Like brothers that say, "Oh, she's wearing a human hair weave. She
And
must be a
sometimes you get
Caucasian
caught up
woman."
in the game.
Right? You get caught up in the game. There you go.
Yep.
There you go.
Can I say greetings? Can I say greetings to the panel?
What's up, Ali?
What's up, God?
You got it. You got
Divine
it.
rising gods. I just came up to clear up some misunderstanding of something I said, because some people. So I said I called Miss Cheryl Big Mama, and some people took it the wrong way. I know they took it the wrong way because they don't understand what I mean. I say Big Mama. And I identify Big Mama energy in a God. You see? So Miss Cheryl, I identify the Big Mama energy in her, which is the spark, the main spark, the Big Mama energy, the I am that Kimmy was speaking about. And so I just had the brother that was right up just left. He misconstrued what I was saying when I called her Big Mama. He thought I was being disrespectful. And so I just wanted to come up and clear that up. That
You are
no
good. I
way,
call her
shape,
Big Mama. I call her Big Mama, Big Granny.
yeah, I was telling him, Big Mama, I'm extending her the utmost respect in doing so. So that's what I just wanted to clear that up. I love y'all.
Love you too, Ali, man. And Miss Cheryl, so this is the picture of white Jesus. His name is Caesar Borgia. He is the illegitimate bastard son of Pope Alexander VI, who is the same pope that did the doctrine of discovery with Christopher Columbus in 1493. All right, it's his illegitimate bastard son that's in everybody's churches. So the Pope's bastard son, who unalived one of his relatives and diddled another one, is the picture for that Jesus Christ guy who hair must have got permed because it ain't woolly in that picture. I ain't know they had perms back then. and feet of bronze as it was burned in a furnace. Obviously, he gonna be red. He ain't gonna be black. Okay, so just saying what it is. And at the perms, yeah. See,
It would
so
only make sense that the master is rich melanated because it was the master, a rich melanated man, and a rich melanated woman that was teaching other people from other cultures about truth and healing and exorcisms and everything else.
hmm and remember, the Greeks didn't even have the type of vocabulary that the ancient Kemets had. So they tried to relay the information in ways they could understand it. You know what I'm
The
saying?
Greeks had no language, no written language until they went into Kemet. Their language was a model after Kemetian Medu Neter.
Show
Their
was.
language is literally Medu Neter written in their own script.
Yep. And they ain't even have enough characters and everything else. They just gave them
And
like
they,
a a beginner's packet of language
right.
to
And they didn't
relay
have
the
the
information.
knowledge.
Yeah,
They
they
had
didn't.
no knowledge, and they didn't have knowledge of those high wisdom teachings until they went into Kemet.
hmm
It's like, how can you talk about your superior and you're the one that gave? Look, people are trying to steal identity of indigenous, autochthonous people. They're trying to steal the wisdom and knowledge and trying to steal the limelight. They want the stage to look like they're the star, and they're not a very bright star. In fact, they're a very dim star.
Exactly. And
hmm
Caesar Borgia, the way he got to be the model of the pictures because his boyfriend was Michelangelo.
Yep, sure was. Leonardo da Vinci. They were boyfriends. They was
I wanted to
boyfriends.
come into what Magnificent said down there. He said that he's not coming back as a man, also, and that he will return with his eyes will be red as wine. Well, I went into a room the other day because honestly, people, I've only been on TikTok for 3 weeks, maybe. I
hmm
don't get into social media too much, but for some reason I've been brought here. Um, and he said that he was Jesus Christ.
Oh,
And
that guy. Yeah. I
and
know
they
about him.
shut me down. I asked questions. He got mad at me for asking questions. He said women shouldn't be talking and blah 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 blah. I was like, oh my
Yeah,
God, there's all this stuff that's going on here.
yeah. It's Yazoo. It's Yazoo and his people. I know
I
who
just,
he is.
the big
Yeah.
mama, that you gotta learn like I had to learn. They got some people not even actually people. They got bots on here that do misdirection. They'll program to do misdirection and come in these lives, especially these lives like these where the frequency is high, right? Because we vibrating high, each and every one of us. So therefore, just the frequency within this totality of this live is high. And so then they got these bots that they send through, and then they got these beings that they pay to come through these lives and get to doing certain things to misdirect us. So now I just want to give you that game since you 3 weeks in.
Yeah, it's a lot. Like that's yeah. Just like I always put, just be careful who you get information from. That's all I be trying. That's my biggest thing. I tell people, like, you ain't got to take it from me. You ain't got to believe me. You do not care anything. I just want people to think for themselves, you know, and ask themselves questions and look at the situation and circumstances and everything like that and see, do it make sense, you
You
know?
know, and of course, you have indigenous culture. You have, if one everywhere we look, there are different ethnic groups of people, different families, clans, miscalled tribes, clans, because none of these names are names that we refer to ourselves as anyway. Clans, tribes, all of that. Um, and unless people are saying English was our language, read this, that, there's a lot of different information that's coming out right now that does help to start confusion. But I'll say this: that everybody has a creation story that starts with them because it goes into genealogy, goes into their ancestral epigenetics. What I think is the most important thing to focus on is being happy and being positive and clearing up one's ancestral epigenetic pool. And what I mean by that is if you're cultivating hatred and anger and negativity, and you really think that that's the way to live your life, and well, you will stunt your growth, and and if you think that just cultivating low vibrational thoughts and you think that you're justified in that type of behavior, you will get an illusion, the illusion shattered in your experience to force you to get closer to the divine laws of creation. That's just a fact. No matter what spiritual system or whatever you believe in, you will. So, take it easy on yourself, and, just take it easy on yourself. I mean, there are biblical texts. I mean, that brother Yajuda, I know they're young and they're passionate about what they believe in, but the Bible says that. It says in like manner also that women adorn themselves in modest apparel with shamefacedness and sobriety, not with braided hair or gold or pearls or costly array, but which becomes women professing godliness with good works. Let the woman learn in silence with all subjection. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over the men. That was Greek and Romans that were inferior with the feminine, because the religion was created to oppress the queen mother, the African queen. Let's just get that right, straight right now.
And women was worshiping our deity, our feminine goddess, more than the men was. And you know how men get. They get a little insecure sometimes. They not balanced. I mean, they get a little in their feelings. And so that's how that stuff comes about,
Yeah, that's it's unfortunate, but it's part of, Jeremiah 44 talks about, and catharsis, Noom says, from wickedness, they're not passionate about anything. A wicked man is a wicked man. A lie is only given power from wickedness. Otherwise, it will die on arrival.
Oh, snap. What up, Jay? I just got back from taking the dogs out. I was catching up on all this. Yep. So, Miss Cheryl, yeah, just like I said,
People are in different initiatory rites, too.
Yeah.
Some families, some people are in Hebrew Israelites. Some people are into Islam. Some people are into following Judaica practices. Some people are into traditional spirituality. Some people deal only with their ancestors. Some people will operate from, we can look at traditional spirituality. Traditional spirituality is and diasporic spirituality is a mixture of religions plus what else? Indigenous spiritual concepts, alongside of ancient other African spiritual practices, mixed all in one. Sometimes people choose, and you can split them because some people deal only with the good and some people deal only with the bad. Some people deal with the bad because they fear the spirit of take it by force. They fear Mazunga. They fear the white man. They fear his beast nature unaliving them or abusing them. So what they do is they operate in the shadows because they can't be detected when they're in the shadows. It's when you're in the light you can be detected. So if you're in the light, people fear going into the light because they say, oh, if they did it to Jesus, they'll do it to you. So people, that's been like a mantra amongst Christian people. So people just do just enough in their lives. They don't go all the way out to master themselves because they know that they're in bondage. You're living in bondage.
Or they want to keep upholding the system that's benefiting them. They change the system. Oh, well, I might not have that, have.
Right.
I'm going to have less. And
and
they have this neurosis stuff. They don't, it's, yeah.
It's fear. We live in a fear-based culture.
And that's the reason for self-mastery. That's exactly the reason for self-mastery. And the number one tool for self-mastery is self-management. And to learn how to manage all of these variations of ourselves, and to understand and understand that we are all just reflections of each other,
Yep.
experiencing ourselves on all of these different levels of us.
Yeah, and we shouldn't resent other people being a little bit more advanced in certain areas, because that's the gift. We're a gift to one another, so that some of us can then lay out some framework that would take maybe years or months for you to actually uncovering it. So that's why we share.
And we are the higher levels of expression of ourselves. That's all that is. That's all. We have to get out of the competitive idea of nature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nature is not competitive. You see?
Yeah.
It says competition is the law of the jungle. Cooperation is the law of civilization.
I heard that. Say that again.
Yeah, say it again.
Competition is the law of the jungle. Cooperation is the law of civilization. So the more we just by us coming together and talking about and being with each other, and just everybody ain't go like Miss Kimmy said, everybody's on different levels of understanding. Everybody got different departments. I say we all got different departments.
Schools.
Ain't nobody better than nobody else.
Right.
We just all got different departments. Like
Right.
We just ourselves.
exactly. You wouldn't pick
We
your
all have
3-year-old.
value.
Yeah, we all have value.
But
God don't make no
until-
junk. God
Right.
don't make no junk. Period.
Right.
Okay.
That's right. We're
So-
not here to be waste.
Yeah.
But wait, look at what you
And we're
said.
not here to waste away, huh?
Right. That's a beautiful thing. God don't make no junk.
Don't
You
make no
show
junk.
like, cause we the gods.
We have purpose. We have meaning. We have
Why would we create junk?
Value.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So-
We are the value.
Yeah. So
That's
like
right.
I wouldn't pick my 5-year-old nephew to play a game of basketball on a regulation size court, right? But I would pick my 5-year-old nephew, pick him up over my head to get some off the top shelf.
Right.
Right. And I would pick him to give me some spiritual game too, because they are connected.
You see, we all have a purpose. We just gotta slowly mix in and figure it out, and not, take it easy with everybody. Relax. You feel me? Like
Reprogram ourselves from not
Reprogram.
competing with ourselves.
reestablish this, our minds, and then the heart gonna do what it's gonna do. Always follow your heart. It's telling your mind, hey, dog, you gotta chill, baby. Like, we about to. If God showed you everything that you would have to go through to make it here to this moment in time, would there been times where you might have doubted, had been hesitating, may not have taken the same chance that you seen that you had to take? You might try to wiggle around, make it easier. You know what I'm saying? But now that you here, you can look back and be like, damn, I went through all of that.
Exactly.
I'm way stronger than what I thought I was. I'm
Exactly.
way better than what I thought I was.
Exactly.
You see? And
That's
just,
part of
go ahead.
That's part of our testimony. Our testimonies are the truth. Because at this point where we're at, like you said, nephew, we can look back and analyze ourselves and dissect ourselves, and then see where we were disconnected or where we didn't remember who we were, right? And the power that exists within us as us. And that right there highlights and confirms the you now. And it's fuel for us to continue our journey of self-mastery.
Yeah. And
One of the
go ahead.
jokes
Sorry.
that African people say is some African Americans say about Africans too, or indigenous people say about Africans. I have mixed heritage, so the joke is we're taught, don't go back into any type of indigenous culture, don't go back into any indigenous spiritual practices, because those practices is considered by by Mzungu, by the white men and women, to be evil and bad. But they say that indigenous people, rich melanated people who are Christian in America, they're the ones that they say that indigenous peoples and African people who are Christian, they're the ones, and Muslim too, they practice Christianity and Islam better than their colonizers do. Why? So when Ali the God made a comment, and it prompted me to think this, because I said, mind and soul said, we have, and I said value, and then Ali the God said, we are the value. And then I was thinking, that's because we bring the value to any religion or way of life, which is repackaged spirituality, and we make it better than what it is. And where we don't make it better, it's because we've been put under a spell or bondage to don't change anything in the book, don't think too much, don't ask any questions, don't, like, you're getting a prompt in your mind. You know something ain't right, but you're told not to question. So you won't question it because you're told not to question it, because the text is supposed to be completely pure. How could it be completely pure when it was modeled after? And it's a culmination of mythology, astrology, and the psychosis of patriarchs who actually impose their identity on it. Come on, make it make sense.
Exactly. Like,
In
Shalom.
fact, don't try to make sense out of nonsense. It'll be a waste of your time.
Wow. And so oh, my bad. Go ahead, God.
no, I was just somebody said, didn't we have weapons and plans and all of this? And I said, we did. See all them bells?
Right.
Almost 200,000 bells.
You notice that I don't call the feminine goddesses. I want to bring clarity on why I call them God, because I don't just want to say things and people don't understand. Sometimes people won't ask you for clarity, and so when you do the etymology of S, the God S, the S part is like the feminine is on the side of you or behind you, like of the God. In this, the fact that we know that feminine energy represents the God, because she's the representation of balance. She's the God. So how can we call her goddess? In all actuality, the representation of beside her would be the man. So the male would be the goddess, and the AK, just for conversation's sake, the female would be the God. And we have been saying it backwards according to what the S of goddess means.
So, what up, Divinely Gifted? Yeah, and also, again, with the bells, right? So, they took 175,000 bells, right? Location and all that, I don't pay attention to, because I know they flip-flop a lot of stuff. But they took bells. Now, do bells have healing power? Buddhist temples apparently think so. The vibrations of a bell are thought to awaken the sleeping soul. The ringing bells create an aura that calms the mind and cleanses the sins of humans' hundreds of lives. What it does is, like, I have this bell right here, and I ring it. If my mind gets too cluttered and all this stuff, I'll just hit it every 5-10 seconds until I can't hear it, and I'll hit it again, and I'll hit it again, and I'll hit it again, because it creates a pure reverberating tone that works with the water in our mind, that puts it back in equilibrium. Like if you take a pebble and you drop it, and then you take another one and you drop it, if I ring this bell, just think about all them extra little ripples goes to one ripple back to the original wave of the water. And that's the bell. That's the thing about the bell. That's why they took all the bells away. It creates this high sound. So like people who super negative, low focus, when you smack that bell, it creates this high pitch frequency in their mind, like, go crazy.
And
You
I
know, also bells and spiritual instruments. You go ahead,
Spirit.
Ali.
I was just saying when you hit that tone, whenever I hear that, I can
Hmm.
vibrate throughout my whole body.
Mm-hmm.
Tone
And
is
that's what I had. I was saying that's what I had in my classroom when I was teaching. And all I had to do was ring that bell one time, and everything was silent.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
See, all the attention going everywhere just slowly went away, and they, oh, it's the bell. Oh, it's Miss Cheryl. Oh, yes, Miss Cheryl. You see what I'm saying? Creates a calming effect, and it, like I said, we're made up of mostly water, so the reverberating effects, slight, ever so slightly, does it to all you in there. You know what I'm saying? It's like me, like I ain't got no rhythm, right? So I can't stay on beat, right? So just imagine me dancing inside my body, right? And I'm trying to stay on beat. I hit this bell, I'm on beat. You see what I'm saying? It's like that.
That that's the order. That's the order of centropy. When the
Yep.
Most High first spoke, he ordered all the chaos he created, which is entropy. He said, like he gave everything commands through sound, and everything went on beat. It went on rhythm with his frequency, with his on his program.
See, some of the stuff that's been in my life all along, and I haven't even known the reason for it. It's just been there.
Yeah, it's in your memory. You know, bells. If we look at bells, and under Christianity, the symbology of bells represent the voice of God, and they portray God as some personified deity, as a personified deity. Now, the bell is a symbol of calling to worship. If we go look at the symbology of instruments and how instruments were used and are used to employ, to invoke, to create. Church bells traditionally signal the time for worship, inviting the community to gather for prayer and for reflection. So, you as a teacher, when you use that bell, everybody says, "Oh, they know that that bell represents, okay, it's time for us to get together now. It's time because we're about to learn." Now, I did some intense independent studies in the area of instruments and how instruments were used amongst different spiritual way of lives and religions, in concentrating on traditions, rituals, and customs of different ethnic groups of people, focusing on similarity, not on difference.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the difference is going to be there. But what we do know is that when you look at, say, for instance, bells and certain instruments, people use them while they're worshiping because the instrument, like the bell, helps to break up chaotic energy.
Mm-hmm.
And as you're using the bell and you're communicating with spirit, it breaks up the chaotic energy and it opens up a pathway for you to transfer your speech directly into the primal energy, the realm in creation where you can make things manifest immediately. So it's a way of breaking up chaotic energy because you yourself are resonating with chaotic energy. If you cultivate fear and anger and negativity, or you have an idle mind, you are resonating somewhat with some chaotic energy. Okay,
You
if
just
there's
said exactly what was on my mind. Not to cut y'all.
it's all
You
good,
just
bro.
said exactly what was on my mind.
People say that all the time.
that's that rhythm.
It's a rhythm, yeah, it's rhythm. All is mind and mind is all. You know, we do have an interconnectedness with one another. So bells, shake arrays, rattles, sistrums, you go into cultures where they use different instruments to communicate with spirit.
Mm-hmm.
There was a doctor, Caucasian doctor, who was speaking about, I think 10 years ago or so. He said that he might be unalive for what he wanted to reveal to people, but he said pretty much you can cure any dis-ease, and I added that mental, spiritual, emotional dissing of ease creates the physical disease because everything starts out spiritual and mental. So, based upon what type of thoughts you're cultivating in your mind, if they are thoughts that are stagnant, then they will make malignant growth in the body because they're going to create stagnant growth. It's stagnant energy. So you have to get the energy moving in the proper direction. So back to or forward to the physician, he was saying that when they studied the organs within the body, all of our organs in our body vibrate at different frequency sounds. So this is why people use sound frequency healing, because if you can get the pitch, if you can tune into the right pitch or tone, that can get your organs up and moving and healing. You can jumpstart your organs using frequency sound, because we're vibrating as a sickness and disease has a frequency and has an ideology, as well as has a certain frame of thinking. So does wellness. Wellness has an ideology, has a frequency, and has a smell, and has a way of thinking. So you ever seen, when you look at it, you watch those movies and a person had a bad accident and the family all goes to the hospital and the family member has to go through surgery, and then the family's sitting out there waiting and they're praying and they're worrying, and then the family says, the surgeon comes out, and everybody gets up and runs to the surgeon and says, "Doctor, is my loved one, my family member, going to be okay?" And the physician says, "I've done all that I can do. It's now all up to the patient." So then everybody gathers around the family member, and they're doing their meditation and prayer and speaking to them and apologizing to them for whatever they did and telling them they love them. And that's good positive energy that can really give you life and get you healed and get you up and moving. All of a sudden the loved one's eyes open up, or a tear comes down their eye, and then their eyes open up, and then they get better and they go home. And they live happily ever after.
So here's something I wanted to show you guys. This guy's name is Royal Raymond Rife. Let me shrink up my thing, Simone. Bring this up, Simone. All right. He was an American inventor. And he was actually the guy who cured cancer back in the 40s using radio waves. Yep. This is him. This is the guy.
Wow. Look at that.
Yep, I seen this on I think I was in high school maybe or something like that. Like, see, look, what they do? Sent them to jail. Took his machines, sent them to jail. But this is documented that he had 28 patients, and 26 out of the 28 was cured within, I forget, like 30 days. And then after the full 60-day treatment, all of them were cured.
I believe it.
With
And
sound.
then they'll say that was devil worship, right? They'll say, "Oh, he was doing some evil,"
The whole system is designed after controlled obsolescence. So controlled obsolescence is what? The money not in the cure. The money is in the treatment and the repair. So they build the cars to break, and they just treat everybody medically. They don't cure anybody. Controlled obsolescence.
Yeah, I believe that, because that's their way of thinking. But I would think that, they could always make money. They could make money on teaching people how to heal. They could still make money through insurance companies teaching people. People get a certain amount of classes. They get a certain amount of supplements. They learn how to take care of themselves. They teach people how to build a business. They teach people that your health is your wealth and your wealth is your health, and that with your health you have everything. Without your health you have nothing. I don't think they care about the cure. They do care about the money, but the cure is in the care and the care is in the cure. I don't think their goal has ever been to cure people and to heal people, because they don't care about people. They don't care about wellness.
Exactly.
And look,
they
look
get
what it
money
say.
off.
Look what it
us
say.
being
Say he died penniless. Didn't Tesla die penniless too? But what they do with all his research? Oh, okay. Just checking.
Right.
I'm just checking. It seemed like the same old song and dance, just like somebody said earlier today. Like, how like every time one of us step up, they always knock us down. That's because they don't want people to listen to the people talking, so they get them entangled in all type of, like, oh, what let's get the people to turn on them. Let's let's do this, that, and the third, and uh, then when ain't nobody paying attention to them, then we get them out the way. You know,
Right.
that's
And
just
they don't want us to remember who we are. Because but the thing about it is their time is over anyway. So this is why there's a mass remembering. We're not learning these things. Kimmy already knew what she knows. She just remembered. You already knew what you know. You just remembered. Those books and all of that literature that you have are tools to strike your memory.
yeah.
Right?
I hate
Yes,
to
sir.
take so much credit, man. I think this is my first go round. I think this my first go
It's
round.
okay.
Like,
But your other go around, you was someone else.
yeah, yeah,
You
yeah,
feel me?
yeah,
But you still an expression of me and I of you.
yeah. Like,
So, you see, so we've always existed.
yeah, yeah. I ain't saying that part. I just said with this, I like that.
I feel
So
you.
how many go around?
Me too.
Infinite.
There's not a number.
As long as you can keep your soul, you can keep on coming back.
But I
Right,
don't
and
want
we
to.
energy,
But
right? And
okay, that's the thing. I don't really like living like it is in America.
Oh, we
So
ain't
It,
saying the same
we
old
gonna
life. It
change
could
it
be a
with a
completely
collective
different
thought, guys.
reality. The way that we are thoughts of God.
what did all the gods say?
That's right.
And we're energy, right? And what do we know about energy? It cannot be created or destroyed, only
Correct.
transformed or transmuted. So we've always existed.
Yeah. It's only because when it says in Revelation chapter 2, I think it says, remember from whence you came. Remember means go into deep meditation. So go ask yourself, God, how far did I fall? Where did I fall from? Start talking to God. I ain't gonna tell you what to say because I don't want to prompt you.
Oh yes, I need to know.
Just ask God. I didn't think God would answer me.
Miss
God
Cheryl.
answered me.
I
With
want to say, rest assured, you won't, if you, let's say you pass on or ascend again, and it's time for you to come back to this place. It won't be the same. Every time you've come, the era had changed, but an era of absolute peace is on the horizon. So the next time you do come, you won't have to suffer anymore.
Yeah,
Right.
we're at the bottom right now. We're trying to climb our way back up to the top. Like,
Well said, God. And naturally, the frequency rises and lowers.
mm-hmm.
So when we fell, we didn't fail from grace. We fell in frequency.
Yeah.
So we forgot. You see? And so now the frequency is back up on the rise. It's ascending.
Wait, I have a
Riding
We're
question.
away.
experiencing.
I have a question
Exactly.
about that. I have a
Uh-huh.
question about that.
Go ahead, Sanders.
Is that the reason? Peace, family. By the way, my bad. I
Yeah,
just
you
jumped
good.
in like that.
Peace, God.
Is that why we had all those hieroglyphics on the wall because we knew we was about to fall in frequency? Like we knew we were gonna.
Exactly. That's exactly it, God. That's exactly it.
Okay, that's making
Because
sense.
it says in the Emerald Tablets, he said, I've written these in hieroglyphs so that it may retain itself through the ages. You see what I'm saying? So
And what ages?
they're called Yuga cycles in Hindu
Mm.
thing. The age, golden age, silver age, bronze age, iron and clay. Same thing in
Oh,
prophecy of
okay.
Daniel: head of gold, chest of silver, legs of bronze, feet of iron and clay. Talking about the Yuga cycles. We're in the iron age, iron and clay age right now. That's why I say men of clay. You know.
Hey,
Yeah.
gratitude.
So
So
we're
we're
in.
coming into another. What do they call them? Epochs or something
Yeah,
like
you
that.
say epoch.
Okay. Damn, this is all making sense. It's
Yeah.
lining up.
He's
Yes.
coming again.
So
Right.
the
Because you
golden
remember.
age, the golden race, the golden era, the silver age, it's all talking about the same. This is talking about the cycle, the great year, every 25,000 some
Mm.
odd year, 2160 times 12. Boom.
So this is what they talk about when they say like Ali was saying a couple moments ago, like their time is up. This is what you mean by that. Like
Yeah, those that
their
are trying
time
to
is
hold on
literally
to
up.
this down
It's
here.
something that it don't got nothing to do with us. It's just this is what it is. Like we're a part of something
So
way
cycle of things.
greater.
Right. We
Yeah.
on the rise. The frequency is rising up. And so the human is the expression of divinity.
Mm.
So
Wow.
we express what's happening cosmically, you can see in us.
Right. Right. Because like you said, we're just reflections of
Exactly.
each
So how
other.
does
And
astrology
so
come into
we
play?
I banned that guy already. That whatever he talked about, I banned that guy.
How does the astrology come into play?
my bad. Where did
Astrology
it? Mm-hmm.
is for it's when you're born, the moment that you come into the body, that your spirit enters the body to come out, the planets and stuff infuse the energies into you. So depending on where your planets are and everything like that, then it'll give you certain uh, characteristics that will influence you and things like that. So, yeah, where's my computer? All right. So it's that's what they use when when you born. They That's why they get your birth certificate and all the other stuff so that they can go do your natal chart um and then do a workup on you so they can pretty much try to lure you into a bad situation, playing on
So,
your.
so they can figure out what handlers to set you up with when you start school,
Yep.
Exactly.
and what principal you're gonna have, and what type of teacher is gonna fuck
Mm-hmm.
with your head. And yeah, this shit deep. This
Yeah,
shit
it's
And
real
the
deep.
deep
date,
down here. Like,
and the date we're born is significant. Those dates are good. Those numbers are significant as well, Miss Cheryl. So everything about you, again, we the expression of all, right? Because we are all experiencing itself, having a human experience. You see? So those numbers that are attached to you, your birth date, all of those numbers mean something, and you are the expression of those meanings.
May I quickly add on?
Hmm.
go for it.
Okay. Firstly, Grand Rising, praise the Lord to everybody. Hope y'all doing good. Secondly, when it comes to astrology and numerology, what you were guys just talking about, right? Firstly, I'll cover numerology quickly. First, so imagine this in your mind, right? As the sun is going around the earth every single day, right? We have an energy that is particular to that day. The numerical value of your birth date, right, among other numbers within that birth date, give you characteristics, right? Firstly, your life
Straightest,
path number.
straightest. Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Can you state your nationality for a moment, please?
One more time.
What are you?
What do you mean? What am I?
Okay, you see how we look on the panel, right?
E- Uh,
What's your
like.
ethnic background? Where are you from? What's your
Ah, okay, okay. Sorry, I didn't hear that national part. Sorry, my bad. I was confused a bit. I'm Bosnian, Slavic.
You didn't hear the national part, but she didn't repeat the national part. But then she said, well, then you said national.
Cause she said, can't you see the panel? Where are you from? Right? What
Before
are
I
you?
said that, I said, what's your nationality?
Ah, Bosnian, Bosnian.
Okay.
Um, where was I? Yeah. So your life path number.
I'm all right. I'm okay. So you have certain qualities that um, is infused into you at birth. All right, so because he's trying to do all the technical stuff and like it's she's this weird. It's I admire people want to share what they know and everything like that. Like I get it, but like I put it to you like this, Miss Cheryl. When you born, they want to know everything about you. That's why there is um, an observatory owned by the Vatican in the desert in Arizona. They call it. They got a thing called Lucifer, and a telescope named Lucifer. Um, it's the reason why Rockefeller said millionaires don't use astrology, billionaires do. Okay, it's because that they can understand what the climate is in the country. Because until I dropped him, I let him go because he getting he. It's because like Miss Cheryl don't need all of the all
Right,
the
right,
technical stuff, man. We like what I
right.
mean. So um
Gotta go, but I want to say thank you so much, Mind and Soul, too, and
oh
everybody
yeah,
on the panel.
you
Yeah,
are
I may
you and
come
Miss T.
back, but I have something I have to do.
Okay, if
Okay.
not,
Well,
I'll be on
thank
yours
you.
if whenever you start talking about your stuff, because I'll be up
Yeah,
there.
man. It's good to see
Thank
all of
you
you
for
all. Thank
allowing
you
me
for the
to
gifts,
speak.
everybody, too.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Ken.
Kimmy.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
All the best. See you later, Miss Cheryl.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Hugs.
see, stress. I didn't say don't teach people, like, but you got to understand what people are on the journey. And you going into all the technical stuff. She's not on the technical stuff. She just asked a simple question: what is it? And then you went.
Right,
You know what I mean? We're not trying to lose nobody, and that's why I had took you down.
right.
And
If
then
you're
the
resistant,
LOL
we-
obviously shows that like you a little you a little hurt.
right.
And then now there's the name. Cause there it is. There's the name.
Oh
Hey,
my
there's the
goodness.
ego, Miss
So I mean,
Cheryl.
if you're a teacher, Stratus, then you need to be cognizant of your student.
That's
And,
right. I was
and
a teacher. You can't go in
exactly,
there and I have 25 students and all of them on these different levels. There's no way that I can teach them all the same. I have to do a whole several bunch of different groups because they're coming in different levels.
Mm,
exactly.
see, check him out. Now I took him down. And I had told him why, right? And now you can see the ego, toxic masculinity
Exactly.
coming
Come
out. You see what I'm saying? And I
But
had
this
told
is
him it's not. I said it's because of the different levels and how we're trying to build
Yes,
this up.
It was
I
but
you
this
got
dropped
it.
him.
this
Now
the
you
You
can,
dropped
energy
him
he
out of
wanted.
love.
yeah,
This
You know,
the
and
energy.
from a
This the
space of
energy.
love.
and
And
This the
so
now
energy
you
he
can
wanted to come
see
with in the first place. This the
you can
energy he
see
wanted to come
yeah,
in here with
I
in the
know,
first
yeah,
place.
see that,
exactly. And
see,
so mind and soul, yeah, mind and soul dropped you out of the spirit of love.
yeah,
And so therefore, and then explain to you where he was coming from. Again, the spirit of love.
mm-hmm,
And you choose, sir, not to embrace the spirit of love that he is extending to you. So now we know you just trolling.
yeah. It's because he wanted to try to take over and show what he knows and all that. Now that's good. Like I said, it's good in a different for a different person asking the question. You know what I'm saying? And so now we're seeing, like, a person is who they really are through when they by themselves. And the next closest thing is anonymity. The internet creates a lot of anonymity, so people really unfolds who they are. You know what I'm saying? Through anonymity, through the internet, and all this other stuff, because they think they're anonymous. And so now when we see his responses to this, and as I was saying, I had dropped them, and the reason why I had dropped them, not being mad, not being, it's because this it's the wrong student for him, and so now he's getting insecure as to why this and oh you're all name calling out.
It's not getting insecure. He's been insecure. He's showing it.
He's showing his insecurity. You see what I'm saying? And this
Well, the
is what.
tree is showing his fruit. When we use that saying about a tree, uh,
Oh,
Apple bears fruit, it shows fruit.
yeah, you'll know a
Not
tree by its
necessarily just
fruit.
talking about a tree. That goes deeper than that.
Mm-hmm. See, and he's like, "Oh, sad. I mean, if you think it's sad, I mean, go cheer somebody else up about it. I guess. You know what I'm saying? It don't bother me none. You know, one thing I learned from my granny is I got some thick skin. My granny, she definitely made sure my stuff was custom tailored. You know what I mean? Like she made sure not to make me too soft. I was that was my granny. I was a granny baby, and she made sure that like, yeah, I love you, but I'm gonna make sure you tough too. So all that name, like I grew up all dark skinned town. There's like four of us. You can name us. You know what I'm saying? It was so few of us. Me and my friend on the same block, we the same complexion. Dang, I was taller. I got a whooping because he cussed out a lady on the block. I got a whooping. How you confuse one of the four only light skinned people in town? How you do it?
And you said, and I was tall.
And I was taller. Okay, I was taller. Okay, different haircut, obviously. And it wasn't until she got us both together. Oh no, that wasn't you. Oh well, can you ass whooping me, please? You know what I'm saying?
Can I get that back to you?
Yeah, can I give? Yeah, hold these for me, please. Let me borrow your booty cheeks so I can go to sit down and use the bathroom. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, it don't bother me none. Like, like I said, me going through life the way I went through it has taught me a lot. You know, and Miss Cheryl, like as you reflect upon the things, like when you talk about the bells and everything, when you reflect on stuff like that, a lot more is gonna come to you now, Miss Cheryl. Now that you say, "Oh, the bell. Oh, I remember I did that." Start
Embrace.
checking yourself out to give yourself like a checklist off at the end of the day. Like when the sun rises up, you get up. Oh, I got to do this, got to do that, right? So you're thinking about what's coming. You starting to get into the groove. Noon time, you rocking. You know what I mean? Halfway there, halfway. In the evening time, when the sun set, we usually sit. You know what I'm saying? People get off of work. People, dinner get made. My granny, she sitting on the couch, chilling. As the sun set. So as it goes, just like through a day, a life, a lifetime, all of that, it's like we follow the flow and we get back into the flow instead of going to bed worried about what could be. We thinking of it only can happen one way. So we thinking of all the other ways that it could be wrong, and we don't even know, if we even close to the answer. And that's the thing about worrying.
Right.
It's only one way it's gonna happen. So
And don't underestimate the natural flow of thoughts that you have coming through your mind. Because everything that you think, remember, you're remembering. So all the thoughts coming to you, they can be messages. They're going to be pieces of puzzles, and then you'll get the completion maybe. They're going to be answers and highlights, things highlighting your movements and how you can move better so that you can move better. So don't underestimate your thoughts. All of your thoughts have meaning. And so you just have to learn how to be still when you have all of what we call downloads. And in that still, you'll gain your understanding and overstanding of those downloads.
It don't have to be nothing major, like first, yeah, it's gonna be some big stuff you might notice, like like stepping in water with your socks on. Oh God, but then you might notice there might be a little small leak coming out the side. When you take a look, and I wonder what I thought I cleaned this up. And you start looking and looking. And, oh, okay. Now I got a little more awareness. Now I might see where it's coming from. Now I might know. Oh, I remember the bathroom, the tub on this side. Let me go check the tub. And that's how it starts to play. And just to keep your mind light, keep it happy. You know what I'm saying? And just don't let them worry you. I was making the joke yesterday. I said, how am I supposed to act in this type of dangerous environment if I don't have my terror alert chart sheet that I had 20 years? It's a red day, it's a yellow day, it's an orange day. How am I supposed to know how scared I'm supposed to be if you ain't got my chart up? But you want me
Well,
to be
that's
scared.
something I'm not. I'm at peace. I'm really not in fear of anything.
Yeah, yeah.
It is what it is.
Mhm. Speak that, talk that talk. Go ahead, Miss Cheryl. Say, here's what it is. I like talk like that.
That part.
Yeah. No, don't cut us off from the wisdom, Miss Cheryl. You gotta unmute that. You gotta come
Yeah,
on
go
with it
on,
now.
keep cooking, Miss
No,
Cheryl.
yeah, cook, please,
Feed us.
please, with that seasoning on the salt on the seasoning rack too.
I'm learning from y'all. I have learned so much today.
It's all good.
Say, Big Mama.
I'm humble. Like I said, I'm happy. I'm happy just that you listening. That's really it. Like, tell you the truth. Like,
I appreciate experiencing you.
you know what I mean? Nothing happens by chance, Miss Cheryl. There's no such
I
thing as
do
a
believe in that.
coincidence.
I do believe that for sure.
Yeah. So
You know that. You know that to be true.
Oh, I know that. Yes, I
One
do.
cannot
and Miss Cheryl,
check this jewel out, Miss Cheryl.
I know that I am highly favored. I
Show
know
live.
I am chosen.
Show
I
live.
know I have power.
Show
I
do.
know God loves me.
Show do.
I know God has done so much through me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh Lord,
How many grandbabies you got?
I have. Look, and I'm saying I'm only 64. Look,
Hey.
I have 14 grandchildren, and I have 3 great grandchildren.
I say.
I was an only child.
See what I'm saying?
And look at the blessing.
See?
And so check this jewel out. Should marinate on this, Miss Cheryl. One cannot believe that in which it already knows.
So, and you know all these things about you. So you ain't got to believe it no more because you know it now. You see what I'm saying? Belief means to accept something as if it is true, even if it's not. That's belief.
And
Knowledge
it has a lie in
removes
the
all
middle.
that. Mm-hmm.
So when you know a thing, that's knowledge. See? So now on the cool, you've been walking in the knowing, believing. But now we're trying to help you to clear that up and embrace the knowing and the fact that you know versus believing.
Mm-hmm. See? Like I say, it's and I wasn't even gonna get on this early because I usually don't get on till like 12:01, and then it was like 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. And I just kept saying, you right. I gotta go now. I gotta get on now. I gotta do it. Like I kept feeling, get on, do this, sit here. You know, it's time. This time, early time. You know what I mean? And then
Because
look what
God was
happened.
letting you know I was coming through.
Yeah, let me know to be on point. Hey, I need you up and running. I might have somebody sliding through. I need you to make sure that you ain't lollygagging on your stuff, and I got to make sure I got somebody important coming. I want to make sure that you tell them stuff that you've learned, and so
You brought us that energy of that student energy, the desire to be a student today. Miss Cheryl, your desire to want to learn, that desire manifested in message to all of us within the chat and has been in the chat to come. So it is you that was the message.
And tell you the truth, you could have been the very reason why I got on here. And everybody, I don't think everybody in here for me. I think they in here to support you and happy for you. You know what I'm saying, Miss Cheryl? Because, like, I ain't saying they not here to listen to what I got to say, but I talk a lot. So when you being here and sharing all this and sharing your experience with us and your wisdom that's been could have been lost amongst the generations and you sharing it with us. Now you got 17 people listening to all your wisdom and listening to your voice, your energy, and all of that. You know what I mean?
And we all gonna share it.
And we all gonna share it. Like it's just like I say, true stranger than fiction. God got a plan. Can't outsmart God. Like I said, you can't outsmart a black woman. When a black woman start to think of something ain't right, she gonna put her magic together. And I think she put it all the way together. She just waiting. She just waiting to go. Clack clack. Ass whooping
Indeed.
time. You know, because they feel it coming. They feel the creepy crowd, like how they want to put like they Jason, they Freddy, they who the other dude, Chucky and all. No, we that. We wake up, we that. We Jason now.
Off the muscle.
Okay, give me the machete, mother. I don't need no mask. I'm barefaced. Shoot. With some glasses on so I can make sure I hit my mark. You know what I mean? We Freddy about the dream. We Jason. We always come back. We the boogeyman. They wanted to be the Oogie Boogeyman. Now
Boogeyman, yeah.
meet the boogeyman. You a boogie boy. You a what do you call them little thing? Not a surfboard, a boogie board. We a surfboard. You a boogie board. You can't ride these waves, player. You know what I'm saying? You can't ride these waves,
Oh God.
huh?
I say talk your talk.
I be talking mess. You know, I get it from my granny. Like I say, I get it from my mom and my granny. Like my ain't late. Like they snappy with it. They don't miss a beat. You might say some under your breath and they sleep. They might jump out and snap back at you and fall back asleep. They don't point with they don't take no mess.
I was just saying that to my wife. I was saying, yeah, we love cleverness, and clever people enjoy cleverness. We think. We thinkers, and so when you're a thinker, you notice stuff like that, and you can appreciate it. That's what we do. We appreciate it.
And it's only when I start talking, like, just do my mind start operating like that. Like, I be talking and trying to show stuff and all that. But, like, when I just get to talking like this, like it's just us, and we be talking back and forth, man, I just feel my granny and them, everything but the cuss words. You know what I'm saying?
Everything but the cuss words.
Everything but the cuss words. You know what I'm saying? I hear them, but, I just don't repeat them because,
Right.
you don't cuss in front of your granny.
They in there.
I'm with your granny. Don't hurt me, please. But yeah, so like it's all of that feisty, all of that DNA to be popping off when when it's just us talking, when it's just speaking from our heart and it's our soul. You know what I'm saying? All of that we just be moving and grooving. Like if our soul showed the vibration, I bet it's just doing all of this. It's just what I'm saying? Just got the beat going. I'm probably in the corner just doing like this, trying to stay, you know what I'm saying? But everybody jumping, I'm with it too, I might bust it and fade back one time, you know what I'm saying?
Going real quick.
Yeah, just one time for the one time, you know what I'm saying? Slide up in the middle of the dance floor, hit one, and slide on back out to the bar. That's it, Give me a water, please. you know, just
So may I ask,
yeah, go
Mama
ahead.
Cheryl, peace and love to you, Elder. So what level of awareness that she's back on with her ancient memory since y'all been talking to her?
This her first time. You might have missed it. This her first time here.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's her first time here, and she stayed and been chopping it up with us, and we've been chopping it up, and like it's just been like a organic little thing. And any questions she got, we just here, you
And
know.
she's been invested in her tutelage. She's been asking questions.
That's the thing. That's the whole thing. When it's a child like curious, like a child is curious.
Yes,
Not.
and that's exactly how I am right now. And I have another question.
Uh-huh.
So, what is it about the speaking in tongues?
So it doesn't mean language. Speaking in languages, like
Mhm.
it. You ain't even
Yes.
saying nothing.
What is that?
Nothing. A bunch of hoopla, a bunch of
Are you
aha.
sure?
That's all that it is. Just to hype up the energy. That's all that it is.
I don't. Okay, so through my experiences,
Hmm.
I had an experience with that this morning. Before I got on with you guys,
Hmm.
I had been singing and I was praising,
You
and
can
the
say,
feeling it comes from deep within my stomach,
yeah.
and these gibberish it just comes out.
Yeah. it's all that
So
emotion coming, and then your brain gets tingled and your soul, and you lose your train of thought. You
Yeah.
goodness
Remember,
gracious.
one of the comedic principles is rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
And so rhythm, it will when I hum a lot, like all day. You
Mm-hmm.
feel me? And so rhythm is a part of us. Rhythm is a part of nature.
Mm-hmm.
So this is why you're going to be in tune and have those experiences because you are a part of nature. You are nature experiencing itself, having a human experience. So when you start to tap into rhythms, you hearing music and stuff like that, and or in the church, that's why they have
Organs and instruments and
yeah,
choirs
the people see choirs. Thank you. That's the term I was looking for. That's why they have that, so that they can tap into the spirituality of the being that they're trying to mislead.
Mm-hmm.
You see, so that's how they merge the idea of religion with the actuality of
Hey,
spirituality.
Ali. Okay, so
Yes.
let me ask y'all a question because I ain't been in church in a long time. Don't they usually do they? I ain't gonna say don't they. Not trying to lead nobody. Does anybody remember when they pass the collection plates around? Is it after songs or hype music or something like that? Get the energy up. I'll pass it around.
It may be so. I can't remember. I can't recall.
I'm gonna do some research. I'm gonna do
Yeah.
some
no,
research.
that's usually so since like I said, I was a church musician, so I
Hmm.
played for Baptist church, non-denomination, Methodist.
Hmm.
That comes around after
Yeah, right after the
after the
songs and stuff,
sermon.
right?
After the sermon.
Oh, after the
Okay.
sermon.
Oh, I
Hmm.
see.
Oh.
Okay. Well, let's focus on the sermon. In the sermon,
Hmm.
every individual being has its own rhythm. So we all have our own rhythm. So when that preacher is preaching, he's preaching with a rhythm, the rhythm of him. And so then what happens is you have this being that has these gifts with that has the intent to
And songs done.
mislead in other beings. You see? So again, it's the energies, like God self said, clashing. You see? Because the being has a certain intent, but the nature of that being is godly,
Right,
regardless of it understands that about itself or not.
right.
See, so naturally the intent of that being is going against its very own nature. And so you got the clash, and that's why you got the chaos within the individual. So if you watch them and you're gonna see the chaos nature, and that's how you'll know whether or not they're sincere or not within their teachings and their intent.
Hmm.
But it's the rhythm that's naturally attracts you. You see that? You get it, Miss Cheryl?
I got a good example. I,
I do.
my
I do.
one of my childhood. He like I said, he don't realize people. Sometimes people don't realize how big an effect they have on a child um, when they little. And Big Perry had a profound impact on my life. And during his service, the preacher was like, he started talking. He was like, "Oh, you don't hear me? I'm gonna go over here and talk to them." He trying to rile up the crowd to get this juice flowing out of people. You see what I'm saying? And like they're versed in psychology, speech, nonverbal communication, everything like that. So like it's their whole thing is to keep us subjugated. Our community think we're doing something like that, trying to keep us together, but they're leading us in the wrong direction. And then on top of that, um, when when they start to, um, there's a book called A Treatise on Magic Ethics by Manly P. Hall, and it says that church people are some of the easiest people to prey upon because they think just because that they go to church that they're safe, or because they believe in a higher power that they're safe. That does not mean that they're safe from the creatures, the people down here that mean to do them harm. You see what I'm saying? You can still get swindled by your pastor. You can still get swindled by the congregation and all of these people.
No, they feel like they're safe from going to hell.
Yeah, yeah, and
That in the church is all about two things: heaven and hell, and just believing and accepting Jesus Christ as your Savior uh, saves you from going to hell. That is the belief.
and we already in hell. It's called Hades. It's called the underworld, the lower world. It's we're in hell now. They just renamed it. It just means the physical self. It means the material self. It means when you look up the story of Osiris and how Set put him in a casket or a coffin and put him down a river, that means we're being birthed out the birth canal from heaven down into here. And when he is re-risen, that's us coming back to enlightenment. It's all talking about the process of coming down, ascending back up, coming down, ascending back up. You see, and
And it also equates that same story is the frequency. So in your
yeah, I was
lower
just about to, yeah, and I was just about to
frequency,
tell you that too.
that is in your lower expression of yourself, that is your heel, HEL. That's where they get an idea of the term hell. And at your highest frequency, that is your Christ-like consciousness. And that is your heaven. That's your highest expression of yourself in frequency.
hmm And just like it ebbs and flows, our thing is like when it starts to sink, we try to hold up the wave, the high vibration, so that when it does peak up, you know, we can grab people or people can grab us if we're slipping. That's all about us, each one teach one, coming together, staying strong during the hard times. You know, like I remember asked about Aunt Lily. I said, Aunt Lily, you they say it's gonna be a recession. You nervous about the recession? She said, Nah, hell nah, boy, I ain't worried about no recession. Black folks been in recession our whole life. Well, I'm worried about no
It's
damn
always a
recession.
recession. Life is a recession here.
You see what I'm saying? Where is my terrorism chart? I need that chart. I need to know how scared I'm supposed to be. When she said that, I ain't worried about no recession. The recession is talking about them. They ain't talking about us. When the Great Depression happened, we didn't even get touched because they wouldn't let us put our money in their bank. And then here they come running. Cadillacs, here, buy the Cadillacs for us, please.
Buy the Jordans from us.
Then once they got on their feet, what they do? Jack the price. Jack the price. We should get a discount. If anything, we should get half off. What's up, Rashad?
Everything supposed to be free for
You know
us.
what I'm saying? So that's the thing, man. That's the thing. Like when we start to fall away from each other, when we start to uh, be more judgmental and separating ourselves from each other, all that stuff, then it leaves opportunity for evil doers to come in and chop the pie up. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
When
because
times get tough, we supposed to huddle up.
because at that moment in that space, we are in conflict with ourselves. Meaning,
Yep.
so therefore, because we're in conflict with ourselves, we're distracting ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
See, when we judge each other, we're actually we're reflections of each other, right?
Yep.
So when we judge each other, we're judging ourselves. So we're in conflict with ourselves, which makes us more vulnerable to be misled.
Yep. And like I said, all these TikToks up here, what's wrong with me and what's wrong with women? You understand that by doing that, you are actually casting judgment on your other half within your, because you are 360, $3.06. You are born masculine and feminine. You're born balanced. They knock you off balance. Then Judge not lest you judge yourself. So you judging yourself, that half of you. If I say, man, all women ain't nothing, da 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 da, right? Hypothetically, not saying that. Then what about the feminine part of me? What about my mama? What about my granny? What about all of that? You know what I'm saying? I'm casting judgment on all of them. Now all of my feminine ancestors like, boy, you ain't yet.
Hey, check this
Yeah.
out. Check this out, mind and soul.
What's up?
So masculine energy, the idea of masculine energy is actually the expression, is actually man expressing the aggressive nature of feminine energy.
The action of femininity.
And the expression. So man is the expression of the aggressive nature of feminine energy. You see? And so therefore, we are that duality that you speak about. That's just more confirmation that there is only feminine energy. And man is the representation of the aggressive nature of that feminine energy.
Mm-hmm. See they don't talk about all this good stuff in the books they give us. We got to go dig this stuff out. Just like in the beginning of the Bible, it's like, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth and all that, right? But the original text says, in wisdom the Elohim creates. Now, we know wisdom is with the woman, and Elohim is, we'll call them ascended beings, energy gods, if you want to call them gods, ancestors. You know what I'm saying? So in the whole womb of the waters, oh yeah, big shout out, Big Mama, she don't play. In the womb of creation, the beings, the balanced beings create. So,
right, and let's fine tune what divine gifted is saying. Mm-hmm. And so Big Mama energy separated herself. Mm-hmm. In the first time she separated herself, she expressed herself as her daughter, named Sophia. Mm-hmm. And Sophia expressed herself as wisdom.
See? And that's us learning, coming back to learning about what it is and who we are, what we're connected to. Now it's back this way. It's deep in here. All right. Let me flip this over real quick, because this goes into what you're saying, Ali. Okay. So down here in the red, if you remember the 7 deadly sins, the 7, all that, right? That's the red dragon. Okay, that's the 7 chakras, the 7 red. If you do the Egyptian, Neith made 7 serpents to protect Isis. Now you have wisdom. You see the spheres, the planets right here. Talking about, if you're asking about astrology, there's 7 and 7. All right, and then that's wisdom. And then there's your Adam and Eve, and then the middle way is so small that very few will find it, and something, I can't remember the whole thing. But then up here, you've got the virgin goddess. You see how the sun is where her yoni is, and she's got wings? See, that's the pureness of the wisdom. There's wisdom, your soul, there's your spirit, as above, so below. As above, so below. And then the pureness of your soul is the spirit and all that. You know what I'm saying? And connecting back up to the top.
And you get to that,
to birth.
That top essence through wisdom.
Yeah, that's your true wisdom. See, And that's what they don't show you. See, they don't say a man is at the top. It's a woman at the top. A man there, a woman beneath them, a woman above them. As above, so below.
Oh yeah.
Yod, Hey, Vav, Hey. There's two Heys. And the Hey is the abbreviation name of God, divine feminine. As above, so below. And there's a triangle on top, Yehovah. And then below is Yehovah. But it's the other side. We're trying to get to the upper side. We're trying to get to that upper room.
Versus it inverts itself naturally.
Either you, because like knowledge and wisdom is knowledge by doing. So the more we do and explore and express and do all that, now we're purifying, coming into more light and all that, and it's like, oh. And then once we have we'll say like equilibrium, do we get to experience maybe some revelation, some revealing, some subtle and direct communication with God. Like when you little, like you taught the kids. I don't know if they passed notes when you was, but the notes. God be sending notes all the time.
Yeah.
We just gotta be aware of the note, what form the note's coming in. It could be a breeze. It could be a bird doodling on your shoulder. It could be thinking you're having a horrible day. Oh, car don't work. Oh, you get to work late and all. And then push you back. You're 10 minutes late. But then right after you get out of the car and go into the building, an airplane fall on the car. Not all of a sudden all that bad stuff. You're like, whoa, I guess this was meant to happen like this. You see what I'm saying? You could have missed a whole high-speed chase with a Deerbrook. And that Deerbrook would have hit your car. And you know what I'm saying? But like I said, it's to take everything that you're experiencing, analyzing it, processing it, and then getting something from it. And then maybe seeing if God got something else. Maybe God send you back to back. You might be looking at something else. Like, what? God, is that you? God, you over there shooing around little dust bunnies? And then you look over there, you might find $20. Never
Exactly.
see what I'm saying?
And that clarity is also the expression of the truth.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we must analyze everything till we get to clarity.
Mm-hmm.
Because that clarity is the truth.
Always seek within. Take what you see outside, apply it within. You see people like I tell people all the time, like I'm way closer to being out on the street than I am to being a billionaire, a millionaire. You know what I'm saying? So of course my teachers, my environment, my school system is my neighborhood. And if I'm doing a little better, then who's not to say that God didn't put me in a position to do a little bit better because I was supposed to help that person who came up to me and asked me for $1. If I'm always, no, I ain't got it. Oh, I ain't got it. Oh, I ain't got it. Then God might give you some more. Well, maybe let's see what he do with a little more money. Let's see what he do with a little more opportunity. Oh, I ain't got it. I ain't got it. Oh, really? Oh, well, give him some more. Give him some more. Now take all that shit back. Now see if he changed his mind. Now you might be, can I please? Oh, now you know when you ain't got shit. Now you ain't got nothing clear in your mind. Your schedule free now. You can see now. Your desk is cleared now. You can see what I was trying to get you to do the first 4 times I gave you something. I needed you to drop that off for me. You couldn't drop it off. Okay, well I take all this shit back. Hey, I ain't trying to make her mad. You know what I'm saying? I don't want no airplane falling and thinking I'm
right. Hey, God, I always appreciate you, God. It's always gratitude. I love y'all guys up in here and everybody connected to you. I'm going to get out of here. Peace and gratitude.
You got any more questions, Miss Cheryl? Anything on your mind?
Now I think you've given me enough to think about for one day.
Yeah, okay. Hey, you go. I talk a lot, so you got anything, you just like I said, you can hit my inbox. Uh, I give out my number. You know what I'm saying? I give you my number. You got any questions? Like I said, you ain't the only person that would have my number from TikTok and all of this. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, my only mission, my whole point of me even doing TikTok in the first place is to get 1,000 followers, just so I can have these panels and stuff, and we can talk like it's us. And after my first live ban on my main account, I see what they doing and how they doing it, and now I'm learning more and more how to bypass these algorithms and stuff like that. So to be able to help, you know what I mean. So yeah, Miss Cheryl, like I said, I talk to God all the time. I talk to myself. Ain't nobody in here but me and the dogs right now, and I'm gonna talk to guys as soon as I get off of here, and see if what else. God might tell me to sit down. God might tell me to pick up a book. But God always listening, and that voice in your head is God telling you to tell you what God is trying to get to you. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no don't let them think that they're crazy. They have bipolar and now bipolar mean two poles. Don't we got a north and south pole? It's a lot going on that they try to use these words that got people shying away from their inner strengths and their inner gold that they have, that God sent them downhill with. God sent them with some sauce.
And
Don't
can
let.
I just say one thing?
Yeah, of course.
Beautiful elder, I just want to say this. I haven't caught the full lie, but just with the glimpse I've been sitting listening, I'm actually grateful for Mama Wisdom and Papa Knowledge to bring awareness to you and remind you who you are because you do give that big mama energy. um
For
and
real. I had to see
also
about
that
her. I saw her hat and I was like, I hope this
It's
is a
because
real
I'm a
lady.
loving
I hope this a
being.
real person, not just somebody using somebody's picture and stuff.
No, and they think that that's just a church hat I have on. That was a beat. That's a
That's a
beach
beach
hat.
hat. Yeah.
Yeah, so sometimes when I go into rooms, especially if it's, about God and Christianity, etc., they'll just cut me down because they see my hat talking about, here come the church woman.
Can I go on vacation? Can I get a hat? Do I like a
Right.
hat? Can I wear the hat?
yeah, I just wanted to tell her that in the year, like once you keep further in, the year we going to is year 9, which is completion. So in a beat when April hit, that's when we'll be in the actually new year. But
First day of
I'm just
spring.
grateful. I'm just grateful that you are coming to the awareness at the year of completion. So you was part of the remnant of what the multi divine beings of all things, even your ancestors chosen you to get y'all lineage correct. Because that's the burning bush Moses was talking about in the Bible. It was a metaphor of doing with your family tree. So I'm grateful for your presence, your wisdom, because you just an ancient being, just have to get waking back up.
Mm-hmm.
So
I am so grateful for you all. I have been praying and searching and I found a few rooms where I've learned a few things, but I've learned the most here. So I know that God is listening. I mean, I say he because that's what most everybody say. But I know that it's not a he, she. It doesn't have to be like a label like that.
Yeah, because they say you can't describe God. So the best we could
No,
do is try to make it fit for our brain to communicate one another.
exactly.
Yeah, yeah. You all good.
Um,
You all good.
I thank you so much for your words. And Mr. Bonley, I thank you. It was a blessing to be here for me.
It's
And I
don't even
know
worry
you
about it.
guys must feel so amazing because this is the work that you've been called to do.
Yeah.
And then you reach someone, glory be to God.
Mm-hmm. All praises to the Most High. Just like I said, I tell guys I don't thank you enough. Like I really don't. I and it just like I said, this was meant to happen because I came on at like 7 o'clock in the morning. I don't do that, but I just kept getting pushed and pushed, and this just probably I ain't gonna say probably this is why I got pushed. I ain't a betting man no more. I don't gamble no more. But if I was a betting man, I'd probably be a rich man on this one because I fought it for an
Without a
hour.
doubt.
Yeah, I fought it for like an hour. I'm like, nah, it's too early. Nah, people. And then finally, after like an hour of just, I'm like, all right, I'm about to do it. I'm about to get on. And I just, like I said, I'm just glad that you have like that you just taking it in. That's all. That like that's like I got goosebumps on my head right now. Like my hair is like getting all fuzzy and stuff. Like cause like there's been other people who just they don't they come in with a certain
Agenda.
agenda. Yeah, I had one earlier. Like I was like, I wasn't even talking about. I didn't even say the Bible was wrong. I wasn't attacking the Bible. The Bible's written pretty accurately if you know how to read it correctly. And like, he just kept going on. And so I, hey, then the spirit ain't that. The spirit we got ain't in that person. You know what I mean? And but yeah, I just Miss Cheryl, you probably ain't even know. Like you probably so high up on the hierarchy list, you don't even know. You probably on a chair in heaven right now one of them little shawl blankets up, like just waiting, just like
Mm.
and you probably just strode up in here, and like I say, ain't no such thing as coincidence. And like I said, I'm just happy that you listening. That's all. Cause like I said,
I do want to learn more of what Miss Divinely Gifted, just mentioned about the burning bush and
oh yeah,
about, she said what year it is. See, I don't know anything about any of that. Now, I did know that January is not the new year. And I did know that Jesus, Yeshua, however they want us to say his name, was not born on Christmas, December 25th. I mean, all of those things. I decided this year not to do a Christmas tree. It's pagan. I love the beautiful lights and all of that. But before it had meaning, a different meaning for me. And now it doesn't have the same meaning anymore. So yes, I'm going through a huge change.
it's all right. Just deep breath. Woosah. Probably put on some comfy, fluffy socks or something like that. Relax. All in divine timing. You know what I mean? Put on some. Well, my granny used to play ZZ Hill Down Home Blues every Saturday after Soul Train to clean up, and my mama used to play Barry White, Practice What You Preach. So it was Down Home Blues, Cheating in the Next Room, Last $2.
I'm about to say, what you know about some down home blues?
Oh
Look,
man, me and my cousin we play
oh,
that all the time.
love it, love it.
Oh yeah, ZZ Hill, Johnny Taylor, Marvin
Betty
Cease.
White. Shoot.
Oh, the list goes on and on.
Yeah, I still play that today. I might play that today actually some more. Cheating in the Next Room, Stepping Out. Like I play it because I know my granny would want to hear it, and I used to love uh listening to it. Like my granny went don't the don't on, and my granny go hey. I knew what time it was. Like, hey, she hit that two
Yes.
right there at the CD player, right after Soul Train go off, and time to clean up, and then
Music makes
incense
you
get the burn.
move. Music is beautiful.
So it's like I said, just relax. Don't let the mind get in the way of nothing that your heart doing and saying and feeling, and um, just go with the flow. It ain't nothing gonna happen before it's supposed to. It ain't no point of worrying about something that ain't happened yet, because it might not happen the way you thought it was gonna happen. So now
That's
you
right.
wasted all that brain power on worry about some stuff that ain't even happened.
Didn't even happen.
Didn't even happen. Scaring, psyching yourself out. You know.
And I will say this too, Elder Cheryl, is always keep your spirit the way it is and always be open minded. And when you listen to information, make sure you meditate and you sit with it and see if it resonates and if it's true to your spirit. Because everything can have a deceitful twist to it. It can make it sound good and it may not be good for you and your ancestral. So when you hear information, take what you take, drop what you drop, and keep it going. Because a lot of people will take on to everybody's philosophy and cause confusion. That's what it says in the
Yes.
Bible. When a person overstudy their spirit, your body come weary. So you want to be mindful of how much stuff you intake, balance it all out in all aspects.
Yeah, I say take
Thank you.
yeah,
Yes, that's what I've been trying to do as well.
spoonful at a time. Cause when I jumped in it and I was trying to, I didn't know how much time I had. I didn't know what was going on. I used to go into tailspins, and when I say tail, I used to have what do you call it? Vertigo, no vertigo. I would have vertigo, and I would just, my whole brain would start churning, twisting, going crazy because I was jumping in too far, too deep. Like, oh, whoa, whoa, buddy, you just got here, okay? Take a spoonful. Get a snack pack first. You can't hit the buffet on your first day. All right, you got to work up this. You know, so spoonfuls is good.
Yeah, it's a lot to work up. So, and
Yeah.
spoonsful, yeah, it's better to take it a step at a time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, personal servants. You know, like little personal pizzas that I used to sign. That I read a book to get my free pizza at Pizza Hut from when I was little. I didn't read no book. Yeah. Just,
hmm And then for me too, now I know what the Bible say about don't be unequally yoked. Because my husband and I are on different levels, so I have to deal with that as well. So, ooh,
I think I think he'll come around when he see more
he
guys
respects
talk.
me though.
Yo,
He
yeah,
respects me though,
he
and
better.
and every time that something happens in my life where you can see that it's the Most High working, I point it out to him. I said, "You see that? Now, you might not make a connection to it yet. You might still be too angry and holding on to all these things in your past, but I want to point this out to you. You see that?" And I make the connection clear for it, and then I just leave it alone and go on because it'll resonate with him later in his spirit.
Mm-hmm. Because like you know, like I said, we stuck in this what a patriarchal system they put on us. What it's supposed to be, man, take charge and da 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 da. He probably so focused on keeping everything together, like his mind is focused right here, and then you probably got all this extra stuff that he probably didn't think of, and you know all the stuff that he won't. That at the end of the day, you got him covered, and you know you can be equally yoked like that too. You know what I mean? It's a lot. It's like I said, it's a lot going on, but the most important thing is that we stay together.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. So, Venum, what's up, baby?
Peace, God. Peace to the gods and goddesses.
I
How
say,
y'all? Everybody good?
yeah,
Y'all,
yeah.
you know, every time I catch you, I tune in and shit, right? Every time I see you up this motherfucker, I be tuning in and shit. I haven't been coming on as much as I've been.
Same.
I mean, I've been here, but I just don't come on too much. I don't come on so much because I'm trying to get work done.
Yeah.
I'm pushing hard, though.
I be
Sometimes
seeing you.
2-3 days, some days. And yo, it's crazy what we're speaking about, what you're speaking about. Man, what this been saying to me lately is blowing my mind every day. Guess what it said to me the other day? It said
What?
to me, if one believes, if you are one, it said to me, it said to me that if you are one, right?
Mm-hmm.
You are one that believes that God lives in a book, right?
Mm-hmm.
You shall forever be trapped inside of one. Oh wow, that's heavy. Said
Yeah.
that if you are one that believes that God lives in a book, you shall forever be trapped inside of one, this square. See,
That's
we are
crazy
people
you
from the
said
square.
that.
We are circle people. We come from the womb. We walked the circle. We knew who God was, the sun, and everything that resembled it. They took us out the circle and threw us in a square. They threw us in that room for 500 years in slavery. So they
Bruh.
took us out the circle that we used to walk before that Bible came here, and they threw us in a square. And then while we was in the square, they managed to put the whole entire world inside of a square.
Yep.
We are people of the circle. They took the whole. Either you in the square here, or you in the square
Man.
that you watching me on right now.
Yeah.
Either on the phone, the square right here, this phone device, a square, or your ass is in the square. So we ain't that. We
Nah.
are circle people. We ain't no damn. Listen to me. Spirit told me we was never supposed to read a book. What we were supposed to do was get the understanding of how to read and write. From there, we were supposed to create and write down and put other people in the square. But instead, we got put in the fucking square. Get the fuck out the square and start circling these motherfuckers. That's what I'm telling you.
Yep.
It's time to circle them.
It is so crazy.
Circle
You
their
said
asses.
when
Circle their asses and raise that
when I
vibration
said
until that shit
that,
collapse.
I mean when you just said that, man, because when I had first woke up, I said, I am not about to let my ancestors go in this book. I said
damn
that.
right.
I said
You
I'm trying to
motherfucking
pull my
right.
ancestors
He's
up out
saying
this book.
a circle of life, a
You damn right.
circle of
God is a circle, y'all.
it's
Ain't no fucking
he
square. We ain't no
right.
squares. We
Yeah.
circles.
We ain't no square.
We circles, y'all. We ain't square. Listen to me. They tricked the world. Listen to what I'm saying to y'all. Listen to it. Listen to what the spirit be saying to me. When they placed us in the fucking square, right? While we was in the square for 500 fucking years, 500 years, right? They managed to put the world inside a square.
Yep.
I swear to God, listen, if you ain't in a book square, your ass on this device square. But look at how you looking at me. And the square. Well, look at all these squares right here. Then I see it. Listen, we was never supposed to fix our eyes to read a book. Especially that book. Especially that book. That book was in our people. That book, listen, before that book came here, what that book did was that book cursed the land from which it came from. See, they began to curse all the other lands where they delivered them books from land to land, one after the other. Christopher Columbus and his people. That's what did it. Listen to me. And then we took it a step further. Look at how they got us. They got us. We cashed ourselves. We sold ourselves early. Don't say you didn't. That's the fuck we did. Look, with our right hand over our heart. What we say? I pledge allegiance to the what?
Flag.
Of the what?
Yep.
And to the republic for which is one nation.
Except for the Jehovah Witness, they
Under
don't
God.
do that.
One nation under God will never be with God.
Yep.
Because the next word, key word, indivisible, means unbreakable. We fucked ourselves. But I broke that shit.
Yep. I used to stop doing that in junior high. I used to stop saying that. I'm like, man, I'm tired
That's a
of this,
fucking
man.
spell,
Not
y'all.
all of us, the Jehovah Witness people don't pledge allegiance to the flag.
See?
I won't even stand for that shit. I won't even
I
go
don't
to the game.
stand
I
for
won't
it
play
either.
the game. I won't let a game play in my house with that shit being said and let it marinate in my walls of my home. Oh, fuck out of here. Shut your game off. If you want to watch the game, okay, cool, watch the game. But shut it off before that Star Spangled Banner shit. Shut the shit off. Don't even let it echo in your house. It's a spellcaster. It's a spellcaster.
That flag wasn't for
Take a
us.
knee.
Nope.
Take a knee is fucking kneeling.
We weren't included in the meaning of that flag.
So it wasn't, but they got us sucked
they
into
got us to
it.
do it. We participated in saying it. Oh, Savior, shut the fuck up. That's what I'm saying. You can't say that shit no more.
Yeah,
Can't play it at home. It's not good. It's echoing in the house.
They're trying to create a
Under a spell.
self-perpetuating system to where we come down here and doom ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to
imagine we said this shit. I started saying this shit in kindergarten, y'all. I was in
I don't
kindergarten the first time I
understand why
played.
people say, why is there such an evil spirit within man like this? That he just wants to control.
They wanted to control the world. That was the plan. The plan was that was no word of God. The fuck out of here. That ain't no word of God. God ain't never said shit. So we was here before the Bible. We was here before the Pandora box. We were here before the pyramids. Who built it? We did. We were here before that. I can tell you what was way before the Bible was here. And every other book was here. We were here. We were here. I don't give a fuck how it was created. We were here, right? And I can tell you what we were. We were free thinkers. In the beginning of that time, we were free thinkers. Everybody had a mind for themselves. That's how we got to where we are now. How come they could build shit back in the days that last the test of time, but they can't build shit that lasts a fucking year? They can't even build a roof to last a year now. A roof. They can't do some simple shit like build a
They're
roof.
intentionally building things to not work so that you
That
can
too. I agree
repurchase
with
it
you.
over and over again. It's
Get
just
prepared.
it's a system of money.
Yep, pacify us and then make us not think for ourselves and
We don't
um
think. We don't think no more. We just
yeah.
take everything somebody give us and run with it, and we got to stop that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Listen,
And then, to be
this is what.
honest,
This is
I
what.
wish I wouldn't have got caught up into
When we
some
got the
more.
knowledge, when we got the understanding of what we read, we should have been sought through it. To be honest with you, it say what it say. It say that one cannot add or take away from that book, right? So if one can't add or take away from that book, the book should have never been touched. It should have been left in the language that we're found in, and a motherfucker should have read and understood all 4 languages to say he read that motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Bring your ass with anything, one letter, you done fucked up.
See,
As soon as you get the one letter change, you done fucked up. You done altered it. You done changed it. And
yep. And
damn,
that's
you fucked up. We should have seen right there. We should have seen it right there. One can't add or take away. It said it was written in 4 languages. That's the languages it should have been left in. Every
mm-hmm.
single thing. And a motherfucker should have went and learned all 4 languages.
The square versus the circle.
Yes.
Square, both of them 360 degrees. One of them got 4 90-degree angles, 4 right angles, 4 angles that contain energy that hit it and then stop the flow of energy. This has none. This one, it contains energy. This one flows energy. What I put right here? Oh, sharp edges, smooth edges. The square is the inverse of the circle. Both of them 360 degrees. If you take all 4 of these points, put them in the middle, hold them down, and then poof out each one of these edges, it turns into a circle. You see what I'm saying?
But the square was intended to be like I guess to separate.
Contain.
But the circle is more inclusive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I found I googled I did not know that there was a tablet at the Sphinx, y'all. I did not know that shit. Did you?
Mm-mm.
There's
I
a
know
tablet.
it's a tablet.
There's a tab. Yo, listen. This tablet is fucking enormous, bro. It's got to be one of the biggest tablets I ever seen. I'm talking about. I saw a picture in the motherfucker and on site for this shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
This picture, this shit's so big. It got to be like 10 tons, 10 tons. Gotta be. Bro, they got people standing next to it. Here it is.
Hold on. Let me get that out. Expand.
This is big as fuck, yo.
Oh snap! I don't know what to say, but I think I see the picture. I see what this. I see what it means. I don't know what to say. I know what it means.
Listen, don't nobody know what to say because don't nobody know how to read them.
I know what that top part. I know what the top part means.
What it mean?
I'm about to show you.
Okay. Look at what I see in it, yo. This is that. Everything is circle. Everything. This is the tablet.
I can see that. Hold on. Where's the picture at? Let me.
This is the yo. Right now, I'm on. I'm in Rome right now, yo. I'm in Rome. Rome knew about the circle, right?
You see the two sphinxes at the top?
Huh?
Your picture, the 2 sphinxes.
The 2 here.
You see how they face in one direction? The original picture. You see how one sphinx is on one side, one sphinx is on the other side. The 2 lions facing away from each other.
The 2 lions here on here.
Yeah, the sphinx, that big, the first one that you just showed me.
Oh, you mean? Oh, yeah. Yep. Facing the opposite direction.
All right, there you go. There's your two sphinxes looking away from each other. These are the 2 sphinxes. Can you see it?
You want to? Yeah. Huh?
It's the
So
cherry.
what's the history behind this picture?
Okay, so these tarot cards are symbolism cards, and they talk about like the process and the journey and everything like that. The 2 sphinxes looking away from each other. There's 2 sphinxes because there's 2 sides to you. They got you thinking it's only one sphinx. It's 2 sphinxes. One for the sun and one for the moon. Those are the guardians, the cherubim, the guardians. And the middle path, the middle way is the balanced way, straight up to balance your energy, masculine, feminine energy, all the way up to the top. And so one face one way, one face the other way. So you can't climb up a pole Because remember, where's the book at?
This brother got a lot of knowledge, man. This brother right deep. Excuse me.
Oh, here we go. There's your two sphinxes, one on one side, one on the other side.
That's a sphinx?
It's a representation. The two pillars are your two sphinxes, one facing one way, one facing the other way. There's your middle pillar. The pathway is so narrow. Go the middle passage, middle pillar is narrow. Mm-hmm. There's your two sphinxes, one black, one white, guarding the poles, the two pillars to your sides. And you go too far one side or the other, the sphinx punishes you. One of the sphinxes punishes you for it. You see what I'm saying? And that's to maintain balance. When you grow and rise up, it's supposed to have balance to make the two pillars stay up all the way up to the top. Yeah. And that's the two sphinxes, one looking one way, one looking the other way, is this picture, and it's the same as this chariot card with the two sphinxes. Because
Hey, God. Hey, why you there? Why you there?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, why you there?
Mm-hmm.
Why you there? Do you have a pencil? Do you have a pencil?
Yeah.
Okay, listen to me. Do this with me live. Let me show you and watch the magic begin right now for everybody. Do this right now. I bet you the magic begins right now for everybody that's watching. Yeah? Everybody that's watching, the magic begin. Listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
Take a pencil. You got the pencil, a lead pencil, right? Okay. Open your book. Open your book. Yeah. Go to the where it say copyright page. Just go to a page that's called copyright. Go to the front page. Any book, on any book. The book, what it is. Be the Bible, it could be anything you want. I don't give a fuck what you want to grab. Grab anything.
Okay.
Newspaper clip, a sheet, I don't give a fuck what you want to grab. Grab that shit. This is magic, yo. Ain't nobody gonna tell me this ain't magic. The spirit ain't taught me magic. Right? Look. Open the book. Open the book like so, right? Open the book like so. Right? Can you see mine? Yeah, you can see it. Okay, so open it up, right? So now, what I want you to do is I'm gonna grab a pen. I'm gonna grab a pen and I'm gonna go right here. Right? Special things, right? So here's the pen. All right, so take that pen and stick it in the first letter A you find. The letter A or O. A or O, whichever one you find. Take the pen, put it in there, right? Put it dead in the middle of that letter and apply some pressure to it, push down on it a little bit, and then move it and see where it brings you back to. Right back home. Watch. And then watch it touch A and O. All other A and O's. Watch. Here, look. I'm telling you. Look. Right to O. Look, right to O. Let's see what happens. O again. Huh? Look. Now we're going to O again. See what I'm talking about? Look. Watch. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. Spirit ain't playing. That's what I'm telling you. It's magic. Tell me it's not. Did you do it?
Yeah. It's the
Then what happened? What happened?
these sneaky bastards.
What happened? What happened when you did it? Was it magic? Was it magic?
They're trying to keep us in the they're trying to keep us. They're trying to keep us in the alpha omega loop. Hold on, where's my book at?
Is it in this? Did it do it on its own?
Yeah. It
did it on its own, didn't it? It's magic. Ain't no way you can explain that shit. Explain that shit. Explain that. I ain't never heard nobody told me this shit.
I can't explain
Spirit
that.
told me this shit.
But I can explain.
You can't explain that.
I can't explain. I can't explain that.
Listen to me. Check it out. Remember when I told you when I first started this, right? I had to search for 9 letters, right? I had to search for 9 letters first, highlight the letters, and then take a pen and connect the dots, right? I don't do none of that shit no more. It bring me to every fucking letter it told me. Every time.
That's crazy.
It's great. Yo, it's like magic. Listen to me.
Yeah.
It's magic, bro. There's no way you can be denied. Look at me. Put it in the A and the O and watch it go wherever I tell you to go. So listen to me. I told you that the letter A is what? What letters are the A? What letters are the first letter? A, J, and S. So go to a letter J. So A, J, and S. Either one of them letters. A, J, or S. So where's a J? A J right here. So let's see what happens. I'm going to put it in the middle of the J, and let's see what happens. Brings me right back to the circle. AJS is the number one letter. That's the first letter, y'all. F-O-X. So find an F, a O, or an X. So here's an F, right? Here's the F right next to the O. Look, it's circle the O, y'all. The F circle the O that was next to it in the word for. F-O-O. It's circle, the F circles the F, the O. The F circles the F. The F circles the O. Look, the F circled the O. That's the F before. But the word was for. Circled it.
See,
Not a
then you
game,
got
y'all. Spirit not playing.
Nah.
I don't care what you give me, it's gonna show it. I see it in everything. There's no way. There's no way.
Oh man,
Yo,
you got me looking for books now. You got
yo, it don't gotta be a book, it could be a
no.
newspaper,
I'm looking
receipt,
for I'm looking for okay, this book right here.
anything. I wouldn't care what it was.
It's because Alpha
Magic,
and
dog.
Omega.
It's magic, bro. It's no way it's not magic. Bro, it go in a circle on its own. How it do it? How it do that? How it bring me to all the other letters that say A and O in it? Huh? How it do that? It do that? Damn. It could do that? Damn. Wow. Shit, man. No.
Where is this? It's a Greek. See, they changed Omega
Yeah,
Tau
it's
to
open.
Omega,
It's an
right?
open letter.
So Tau is your seal, the mark, the seal. And the Aleph is the heart. It's the spirit, but it's Taurus, and it's the heart. It's the spirit, as above, so below, concentrated power of God, and the reflection in your heart down here. And then the Tau is the mind. It's the I am the mind and the soul, I guess you could say. The mind and the heart. I am the mind and the heart. I am the beginning and end. I am the heart, the beginning and end of all things. Make your heart the beginning and end of all things. I am the heart. Listen to your heart.
Bro, it's not playing. It's not
No,
playing. Listen to what it said.
And
It
Alpha
said,
and Omega is I'll cause enmity between your seed and hers, and his head will bruise her heel, and her heel stomp on his head. That's the mind and the soul of the foot and the mind. So your heart and mind going to be a conflict. Alpha and Omega keep in conflict. You're going to keep repeating the beginning and end of all of this, all of that mess. That's that Alpha and Omega. And Omega is the last letter, so it should be Z and
yes.
not Omega.
Yeah, but that's in the Greek. That's in the Greek. And it's only 24 letters in the Greek alphabet.
Yeah, and they gave us 26.
Yeah, but how am I seeing this? How am I seeing it in Hebrew? I don't know how to speak Hebrew. Hold up. Look at this shit, girl. Watch this shit, girl. Watch this shit, girl. This shit crazy, girl.
So they're trying to say that they're going from the beginning to the Greek part, and then we redo the thing with the Greek, them coming over here and playing on us and doing all of that. That's what they say. I ain't 100% sure, but if my mind be thinking like Omega is specifically a Greek letter, and it's not even. It's a Tau. It's supposed to be the last letter. It's a Tau, not an Omega. And Omega is Greek. So they're trying to say, yeah, it ends with us. They're trying to be the beginning and end of all things. They're trying to make it with them.
Yeah, this is the Lord's Prayer. I mean, this is the 10 Commandments written in Hebrew.
The 10 sayings.
The 10 sayings, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I know, but that's what they say, commandment. But it's actually
God didn't speak, right? So listen. But anyway, this is that. I see it everywhere you give me. I don't care what you give me. You ain't hiding shit. You better hide the book.
Well, the Bible said, and well, I'm going to quote what the Bible. The Bible said that God spoke to Moses face to face.
Yeah, it's okay. You can do that,
but to nobody else.
But
you know what this is?
It's your own personal communication with God.
Do
God
you know
spoke
this
to Moses. Moses means first up out the water. So you come out the water, and yeah, that's the offering. That's the offering with the masculine and feminine and being brought to the.
This is that.
Can I look at?
I break it.
Turtle shell.
Elder Shara, I break that down for you. So in the Bible, when they talk about Moses spoke face to face with God, He was speaking about his mother wisdom, the mom. Because when you give birth to a child, the first present they do is they see their mom. So that's what he was speaking to his mom. That's why I was saying that in the Bible is your ancestors, your mama, your daddy, they mama, and they daddy, they mama, and they daddy. So when you understand when it says Moses speaking to the burning bush or speaking to God face to face, it's because Moses was in the water, 360 degrees. That's the placenta. That's the same thing what Erica Badu was talking about when she said I was in my mother's womb, and $3.06. That's the
Mm.
placenta. And when you come down your mom birth canal, you come through waters. That's why I say it's waters and waters. So when he was birthed into the physical form, he saw his mother face to face. So that is the God he's speaking about. He's talking about his mom in an esoteric and metaphor concept. So nothing outside of your bloodline lineage is not real. It's you. It's
Right.
your kingdom. Just like your children. You was your children's first expression of the creator of all things. So when they came through you, they saw God, which is their mom.
I
So
Three
that's
saw.
what
dollars
Moses
and
means.
6 dimes,
Yo,
360 degrees,
do you know what I
circle,
believe? Spirit
complete.
said to me. So I'm
Go
part.
ahead. No, no, you good. You good.
And so that's that what that means that when they come through the birth canal, when they talking about the light, they talking about the hospital light in the hospital
Yes.
room.
And then that's another step too. That's why I don't want to like give you so much because it also go with the maritime law, how they govern this Babylonian system, which is coming to an end. That's why we go into the golden age.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
when you birth your child at their system, it called the birthing dock, like when the ships. And when the ships get to the dock, you got to explain what's on their product. So your children is your product when you birth them in their system. That's why it's called doctor. Because now the doctor is conceiving your product when it comes to your birth canal, which is giving birth. And now the doctor gonna give prescription of the product, which is your child. That's why we're not supposed to have our children in their system. It's a
Mm.
trap.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Hey,
Yep.
listen. I don't know how to read Hebrew, right? Again, this is an ancient Hebrew scroll, and this is the poem. They don't like me, huh? No one likes me. No one likes me, man.
Because they see because we have been tapped with this knowledge that they just can't
They
get
don't like it,
past.
huh?
They can't make it over.
Especially our people. Why we gotta fight, huh? Why are we here? Why are we fighting with each other? If I share something with you, right, or I share something with someone, they got to know more than I know. They got to know. You can't know more than I know, motherfucker. I
Post
am
venom.
man, bitch. On the fuck you not.
Post venom. You remember I told you that in my live when I said it's not a physical fight, it's a
None.
spiritual fight.
That's
So when
you. Peace,
so
goddess. Thank you for hearing.
So when we
Thank you.
sit right here giving information, some of
Yeah.
our people have not detached from the physical world. So some of our people are running with their ego and pride.
Yep.
So when you
Yep.
come across ancient information of Mama Big Mama wisdom,
You
some of
share it.
them possess a spirit of they want to, be like, mankind and want to profit after ancient information when it's supposed to be like this. So that's where a lot of our people egotistical run with this ancient information. So
Yep.
when you come across those type of spirits, you got to speak to them, their spirit, and let them know, hey, I'm not against you. I'm not your enemy. It's
Yeah.
time for you to detach from this matrix. And once you detach from this matrix, then they will understand, hold up, I do not need to be and compete with my other half because we are oneness. We're a reflection of each other. But when you trapped in this physical world and you don't know who you are, you're
Yeah.
gonna continue to govern yourself in the fleshy desires,
Yep.
which is the seven deadly sin that the Bible talk about.
Yep. People right now,
Mm-mm-mm.
it's a serious time coming right now,
Mm-mm-mm.
y'all. It's serious.
Mm.
If there was anything that we could do as a people right now, the smallest thing that we could possibly do right now, honestly, put a policy over our children, hey, especially if they're in the streets or you in the streets. Put a policy over your head.
To do what?
Put a policy
Oh,
over your head.
insurance policy.
Make them pay. Make them pay. If you're gonna see law enforcement, you're gonna be running in with law enforcement, murderers, robbers, and shit. Yeah, put some insurance on your head. Put
Yeah,
some insurance over the head, on
they ain't
your
gonna
own
let.
head. If you out in the streets yourself, put some insurance over your head and leave that bread to somebody that you need and love.
But the
So,
true insurance is correcting your status because
yes, yes,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
but
yeah.
but but, but, but still, no, we're gonna be still. They targeting us. They need organs in our organs to survive.
But
That's
see,
why
the
they're
reason,
harvesting organs.
but post-venom, the reason why they're gonna target your organs because you're dealing with your straw man in their physical world. But when you
Yeah.
start coming to awareness, because you already born sovereignty,
Yeah.
you let your status and let them know I'm a living entity. Everybody who call themselves Black, African American,
Yep.
whatever,
Fucked up.
due to this matrix, you're dealing with your straw man. So they have every authority over you because you're not giving them awareness and letting them know, hey, I'm a living being. I'm a child of the living God. See, all of us right now, most of us are with the God of the dead. That's this
Yep.
matrix. So you got to come out of that matrix and let them know you're a living entity. So when
I ain't
you
in that
come out
world.
there,
Fuck that world. I don't do shit.
no, I'm just saying the
Yeah,
people
yeah,
that
you right.
subscribe to
I get
these
what you're saying. I
titles.
get what you're saying. I'm like, I don't do shit. I don't do a motherfucker. Listen to me. I got pulled over by a police. Pulled me over yesterday. Right? I promise you. Yo, he was a cool dude. Every cop ain't an asshole. I don't like cops, but I mean, they got a job. I respect them, but they all ain't bad cops. They ain't bad
No.
people. See, but they don't. What they did is they don't know what they actually did. What they actually did is they signed up to govern a land that don't belong to them, and that's what we
Uh-huh.
fucking they're fucked up. They waiting for the people like that. When they wait, our ancestors are waiting for them. There's a place for them, and it ain't called none of that shit in that book. There ain't none of that shit in that book. Yo, I ain't never seen a place like this, yo. I swear to
Well,
God.
what is it called?
I don't know. It's a city with a glass roof. It's all dark souls that go there. As they come down, they're humongous beings that step on them as they come down, one after the other. It's our ancestors. Those are the ones responsible for not getting up and going down to the fucking shore when our people came back to the village to tell them that we were expecting visitors, we're getting visitors, the ship's coming. Because we done heard it all before. We ain't want to get up this time. We stayed there. So what these motherfuckers do, they open the doors and they let them down. And they had gifts for everybody. I said, oh shit. Oh wow, they were so grateful. Take us to see your king, your queen. What they do? Lead us to the village. Lead motherfuckers to the village. And they gave them all had Bibles. Those gifts were the Bible. And they got there, they asked us to come down and pray with them. And we did. So like they asked. Closed our eyes, right? When we closed our eyes, shackles and chains magically appeared on us and been on us ever since. Then they have the land. We had the
That's
land first.
crazy.
Then
That's
we
the
got the fucking
same
book.
thing that they
And they
did
still
to
had still in the
Brazil.
fucking book. Still stuck in the book was your fucking head bowed, knowing God up top with your fucking head bowed, praying to who the fuck you prayed to. You don't even know what the fuck we did. We have no idea what we did. Thanking some motherfucking man that ain't never came here ever to broke bread with nobody on this land, period, in the land. And then we go thank him, thank somebody before we thank the people that was responsible for paying to put the food there and preparing it. The fuck out of here. We was assholes, y'all. Assholes. They told us to stop and stay out the graveyards. We don't even go to the graveyards to visit our own people that we put there.
That's
Crazy. We
true.
abandoned.
And
That's
that
true because I haven't, and I'm ashamed of that.
don't
I wanted to ask Divine,
don't be
what
ashamed.
about the people born through cesarean and not through the birth canal?
Oh, here she come.
To
I
share it,
dropped what you had
it's a
said, Elder.
stomach with the share
I
relax.
wanted to know what about the people that are born through cesarean and not through the birth canal? I know
Okay,
they're
so
still
you
in water,
actually
but
speaking of me.
My bad.
See, I
My bad.
all my four gods I gave birth to, I had to have a cesarean. And see, it's the placenta which
mm,
was turned to the
mm,
tree of
mm,
life
mm.
that
You
Mhm.
carry
show me. You show
ancestral.
me God.
Hold
You
on,
show
post
me.
rhythm. Hold on. Let me finish, God, because I know your drilling is high right now.
Show me.
Um, so the placenta, I still kept that attached to my children. So when they cut my stomach line to release my child, they still was attached to their ancestral memory. So it's all about the placenta. That's the reason why they keep on asking you, do you want to cut your umbilical cord? No, you do not, because the moment you cut your umbilical cord, they have all rights over their placenta. And what they do, their placenta, they create different minerals. They eat off of it in hidden secrecy. So they know whose blood is the most powerful dominant in this matrix. So it don't matter if you have your child through your vagina or through a cesarean. By you being a neuro-melanated woman, or especially indigenous black woman of America, all around the world, globally, you are the target because they thrive and eat off of your stem cells.
And your
This is
organs
deep.
when you pass.
Yes.
I done been so many
Because
funerals
the
and I
reason
feel that.
I asked because my 3 children were born through cesarean. So I
They okay, mama, because when they came through you, the doctor still gave your children to you in their hands. So when they opened up their eyes, they saw you.
but the enemy tricked me though, because I was told I could only have 3. And that is why I did, oh God, something. I should have 4.
Don't
Don't no
have
no no
no
no
no no
don't
no
don't feel bad
shame,
for the decision you
no
made.
none of that. We don't know. We are down here to learn, and we are down here to love ourselves and accept ourselves for our good, not bad, not ugly.
Yep.
And
We
FYI,
mhm.
it's a lot of information out here that's organic to this earth that actually will reverse that if you didn't get it clipped and burned. If you only got them tied like I did, you can reverse all of that. You don't have to go through that system to get tuberization reversed.
No, I'm talking about a deeper story than that. Mm-mm.
It's all
Oh,
right. It's
well,
okay.
don't feel guilty or
Don't
nothing
feel
that you
bad.
said,
Well, you
Mama.
said the surgery is called what? When you're having a baby, it's called what? The surgery? When you're
What
not
you,
giving it through the womb?
Cesarean
a
section.
Cesarean,
cesarean.
right? So I've been telling everybody that God is 0 and 1, right? So if you ain't come through this O, you ain't come through this O, right? What they do? They
Cut through the one. Ah,
Oh my God, yo, thank you.
that's
Thank y'all for
wild.
thank you for yo, you
Yeah.
just shared powerful information with me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you hear me? When they
I
cut,
did.
they cut the one, didn't they? Huh? It's 0 and 1. Y'all. I swear for God, I know who it is, y'all. I promise
And
you I do.
that make
Can't
me
nobody
think
tell.
even
Just
more
think.
now that you said that. Since they can't go through the O, they got to go through the one, and then now they don't have an exact um natal chart that they can use against your kids.
Bro, it's
Because your
God.
moon
It's
could
0
be in a
and
different
1,
sign.
bro.
What you're
It's
supposed
0
to
and
do,
1,
and
bro.
then what happened, that still is a part of when it comes in through the timing part. But like now, they don't know. Oh, it's the moon in Libra. Was the moon in Scorpio? How do we approach this? And what cusp is
That's
this?
powerful. That's
And
powerful, y'all.
it
Thank you.
it will
You
Yep,
just
and
showed
that's
me.
why they can't destiny swap
break,
in the spiritual realm.
Damn, yo.
and
Thank
they
you. Thank you. Do you know what you
it
just
rips
told me?
up their whole
Just
little
told whoever listened.
format.
Oh my God. And
It
there's
rips up
22
their
people
whole
up there.
format.
Listen.
So only your child and the
Wow.
cosmos know exactly the blueprint that came out.
And they don't
You
know
got
about
2233 up here, bro. I had it.
us. They don't know about me and my true birth because my birth certificate say the 12th, but my birth I celebrate the 13th because they got it wrong. My mom said it was 3 o'clock. It was 3 a.m. It had changed all the way through a new day. You were born on Sunday, sweetheart. And they put me down that I was born on a Saturday, so they can. I let them keep it that way.
Yeah, they missed you. They missed you because people doing all this paperwork. Somebody
Did
bound
you
to
do your
mess
paper?
up.
Do you know the math on your zodiac and your
We haven't got to that part with her. I'm
My birthday number adds up to a 4.
four? So your life path is a 4. Because you say they switch your
Yeah.
dates. That's I'm
Mama
sorry.
know a little something
I'm
there,
sorry,
mind and
bro.
soul now.
huh?
I
My
said,
bad.
Mama know her life path number now. Don't play with her.
Yo, Spirit told me that in order for us to be whole, right? So if your life path number is 4, you got to get all the other traits and qualities and knowledge and understanding of all the other signs and apply them to you. So you may be a non-caring person. Now you're gonna have to apply care to your life to be whole. You may be a person that don't show no affection. You're gonna have to learn how to show affection. You're gonna have to add affection to your life to be whole. That's balance. See,
She
we
just
ain't balanced by we don't have all the other qualities of all the other life
No,
path
no, no,
numbers
no, no.
or
You
zodiac signs.
do, you do. You just have to get your natal chart and your birth chart because you have a dominant ruler, but we all tap into each zodiac sign. It's just that we have to unlock the chakras,
Yes.
and then you can be able to experience it. Because that's why it says that you return back to zero because everything is in completion.
Yep.
So she already have it. She just have to go through the step. That's why I say you gotta take it one at a time with her because I don't know where her level of awareness at. You
Yep.
know.
Yeah.
You know what the
Those
spirit
are
said to me the other day?
Pisces.
Spirit
Those are
said,
Pisces
so they say
intelligence.
so above, right?
Hold on, post
I'm
rhythm.
so
She want to speak real
I
quick,
said
God.
I'm a Pisces, so the Pisces don't they
last.
take on a lot of
Yes.
qualities from all of the other
They know
signs.
everything. They know all of them, by all of them. They master all. They master all. That's how Jesus fed the multitude of 5,000 people with those
Well,
two
it
small
might
fishes.
change because, like I said, New Year's don't start until April. So she might be a Misha. She might be a cuss Pisces because we were born up under their false Gregorian calendar. So a lot of us are not actually a full sign that we are. You just have to just accept it, and then you have to go into your birth chart because you got your north node, you got your south node, you got your sun rising, your moon. So
I
all of
think
that
I
play
would
a part
actually
of
be the
governing who
12th.
you are.
And Miss
I think
Cheryl,
I would actually be the 12th.
I do your Vedic. Your Vedic is more exact. Like I'm make sure I add you. How do I do that? Follow. There we go. And then I do it with you. And then I can show you. I pull it up on my computer and you want to do the phone or you want me to send you screenshots or whatever, and I type out
Do privacy mind and soul because we got unseen entities that can
yeah.
actually destiny swap with her by we going to the year of nine and completion. They can take her wisdom, manipulate and give it to somebody else. So do her readings and all that private.
We off the main line on all of that.
Okay.
You are
Okay.
I appreciate it though. Yeah, for
Well,
real. For real.
Elder Shara, I'm finna drop and get my spiritual noon rising going. So I speak life into you and prosperity on your journey, sis. And
Thank
Mama,
you.
I apologize
Man,
for that.
Yeah,
Peace, Dallas.
I am
Peace.
so blessed.
Peace.
yeah. Like I said, like we all here to help. We all got a
Yeah,
piece.
how
Like
we gonna get somewhere if we don't share?
yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
We ain't gonna get nowhere. We ain't gonna get nowhere. I got the information, so I'm getting information, but I'm not gonna share it with my people that's still here with me. Man, my people was mad at me for sharing. I told my grandmother, I said, I asked my grandmother, since you've been reading that book, right, of bullshit, right, has it or its son ever spoke to you? Because it never said a word to me. She said, nope. I said, well, do me a favor. If that God in that book is as loving and forgiving as you said, don't say another word to it. Don't pray over your food no more. Don't ask for nothing in another man's name. Stop calling another man your savior. Don't say nothing.
I said that too. I said when people be praying in this person's name, you pretty much tell my opinion. You want me to give it to him and he gonna give it to you? Is that what you want me to do? Like, cause your mama give you what you want, and if you asking for it, gonna get. But you said in his name. It's like you got a cosigner to a car. It's in this person's name, so you gonna share it. What are y'all gonna? You know what I'm saying? It's a lot going on with the language and the mind and all of
This
that.
is
So
what we.
Because in the church,
I know.
we're taught to receive Jesus, Yeshua, as going through him to get the God.
Yeah, right. Going through him. Going through him.
Did your mama have to go through him to have you?
Yeah. Who was it? Listen, man. All we had to do was turn the picture upside down. Who the
See,
fuck was it?
this is what is taught. Well, I mean, because I've been in the church, still am in a time. I've been to church since COVID, but yeah.
Who was it? All we had to do.
Flip that upside down again.
Yeah, we
Who's your
talked
Lord?
about that. We
That's
talked
your
about
Lord.
that.
Ask for something in his name now. I dare you.
Yo,
I
check.
dare you.
Hey,
I dare you.
no. Can you flip it upside down and then back up a little bit?
I dare
You
you.
see the top part?
I dare you.
Yo,
I dare you to ask for something in his name.
that is.
This is called the crown.
No,
This was
I was
called the
gonna say.
crowning of thorns. Listen, this was called the crowning of thorns. All we had to do was hold it upside. This. Who the fuck is that? Oh.
Yeah, that's what I say. That's their cult.
Who
That's
the
their.
fuck was that, yo? Who was you praying to? I dare you. Ask for something else in his name again, man. I dare you. I double dog. Dare you. Huh?
There's that goat.
You see the horn on that motherfucker?
There's that goat.
Whoa.
That
See the
ornery
hat on that
goat.
motherfucker? Whoa. See that entity right there on that motherfucker? Whoa. Ask for something in his name. I dare you. Y'all better stop. Stop uttering the words. Stop uttering the words. Stop uttering every word you heard. Listen to me. Spirit ain't playing. This spirit is never playing. This is the Bible, right? It brought me back to the book of Numbers, right? It's not playing, y'all. It's really not playing. Look at this, y'all. This is the book of Numbers. It brought me back to Numbers. It's not playing. I see everything. It's not playing. It's really, it's real. It's so real right now. I can't stop doing what I'm doing. It said everything I unearth shall return to earth and to me. I'm at it night and day. Can't stop, won't stop. I'm unlocking shit right now. Huh? All I ever ask of it, I don't ask of it of nothing of my desire. I only ask of it to be shared. Share with me something or everything you want to share with me. Please do. Give me everything that you want me to have. Everything. I don't want nothing that I can see that I want. I can't have my desire because my desire is something that's been seen. I want what hasn't been seen. I want what is of it. And what it got me doing? Things of I ain't never seen do. Things I ain't never known. Things I ain't never heard of. I talk to the unknown. God is the unknown.
God is the most known, but the
Unknown.
least recognized and
Yeah.
appreciated. I would say
Don't know the
appreciated.
power of nothing of it. What do you know of it? If you knew, how could you know what you want to be in life and you don't even know all that exists, all that you could do? How could you say, I want to be this? How could you say that?
It's the
How could you
great
say you want to be a
ineffable.
pilot when you know that when you find out you can travel in time, you're a time traveler?
You
How do
get
you
to
know what you
know,
say you want to
yeah.
be? Huh? You don't know because you don't know all that exists. You just believe. That's why I don't ask of it of what I've seen. I ask of it of what it is. I ask of the unknown. I don't want to talk to the things I want. I don't want the things I once wanted.
Yep.
I want of it. My desire ain't of nothing other than it. That's it. That's all I ask of it. I don't ask for no money, none of that dumb shit. I ask of nothing. I ask of it. It is magic. I'd rather have it and its magic than money.
Yep. That's why I
There's
said
no way, yo. There's no way. I would
my
take that
desire
it over
money
that all
can't
day.
buy. Only
Money
thing
can't
my
buy it.
desire only thing that could grant my desire is God. And
You
that's what
master the magic, you master money. You mastered it all because now it's manifesting. You can come into it. You know who was the best magician in the world? That's what fucked me up. That's what fucked me up. King Solomon.
Yeah.
King Solomon has a book called the Keys of Solomon.
Ars
I can't wait.
Goetia,
It's
demonology.
all about these circles too. It's all about the circles too.
Yep.
The book of King Solomon, the Keys of Solomon.
The Lesser Keys of Solomon, 72
Yes.
Goetia.
Yes.
The 72, the 20 and 4 elders with 3 rays, 24 times 3 is 72. It's
It has
talking.
to be 720. It's 360 times 2. It's a positive and a negative. It's got to be 720. It speaks about it. I'm telling you. It's
Yeah,
real.
yeah.
It has to be.
Yeah,
It has to be, yo.
36. Yeah, 36 times 3 or 24 times 3 is 72, and then 720 is 360 of the seen, 360 of the unseen is 720 knowledge. It's 360 of the light, 360 of the dark. It's
It's got to be. It can't be no other way.
yeah, it's the 360, 360. It's
Exactly. Everybody want to worship the light. You forget where the darkness is the light. It comes from the darkness.
yeah. Black is the
There's
brightest
nothing that
color
was
of
created.
all because
Here's proof
black
right here. Listen.
has white in it. White does not have black.
Check this out. This right here. This is the proof right here. Check this out. I'm sitting here, right? My right hand. I'm holding it up. Your right hand is not on the same side as mine. If it was, you couldn't see it.
Exactly.
If
Perspective.
it was, you couldn't see it.
Yep.
So this is being created from a negative to a positive. Because this hand is on this side, isn't it?
Yeah. That's
See
the
what I'm
double.
saying?
Yep. That's the
Yeah,
double
bro, I
box up
promise
the
you.
top.
It's
Yeah, that's
gotta
the
be, bro.
double
It can't
box.
be no other way. It can't.
When you show that shit, that thing from the Sphinx, the 2 Sphinxes,
Yeah.
you see one's looking one way, one looking the other way. It's 2 sides.
Yes.
We only see from this side because we failed to look within to look at the other side.
So the people say, so above, so below. But the spirit said to me the other day, east and west are the same as so. That's what it's saying to me. I believe what the spirit say. Because every time I turn a picture, it's like I turn it 4 ways, and it's a different picture every which way I turn it. The circle's going every which way, 4 ways. You turn the picture this way, there's something else. Turn it this way, something else. Turn it this way, something else. Right? It's 4 ways. It's so above, so below, east and west, the same as so. It's 4.
God had 4 faces, one of a man, one of an eagle, one of a lion, one of a bull. It's talking about the heart. It's talking about the fixed cross of the zodiac. It's talking about the spring, summer, fall, and winter. The 4 valves in your heart that connects to the 4 major arteries to your 4 limbs comes from the 4 major arteries of your heart. And it comes from the one, which, where's my book at?
Wow. See?
Of the number 1. Of the number 1. This book gonna fall apart. All right, it's all right. I'll get another one. I don't care. This, the scale of unity, right here, says the yod. It means concentrated power of God.
The Yoda?
The yod, yeah. Yod, Yoda, yep. Divine essence, the fountain of all virtues and power, whose name is expressed with one most simple letter. It's yod, but it's silent. It doesn't have a name. It doesn't have a sound by itself. It's silence. So then you go to the soul of the world, the one supreme intellect, the one in the Gnostic they call Barbello. It's the divine intellect. It's wisdom. All right. So now it is the first creature, the fountain of all lives, the mother of all gods. There's the soul, right? And then the celestial is the sun. I my only begotten. I birthed you, the sun, sun, the king of the stars, the fountain of life. Then the elemental world, you got the philosopher's stone. I don't really know what the elemental world too much about, but in the lesser world where we are, it's the heart. See how the heart is connected to God and connected to the soul, and the power and the fountain of virtues all connected with the heart. To your heart.
The what? The harvest?
Your heart.
Oh, your heart. Okay.
And then when it says have 4 faces, right here, where's that wheel of fortune at? Wheel of fortune. And then it has 4 faces. It has 4 angels in the corners. One, let me stand up so I can see it overlooked. One of a man, one of an eagle, one of a bull, one of a lion. There's the devil, aka your lower nature
shit.
self.
Let me see that. Holy shit. Yo, let me
color.
get that.
I got it in
Let
color.
me get that.
I'm going to show it to you in color.
Please send me a picture of that. Can you send me a picture of that?
Yep.
Take a nice good picture of that.
Yep.
A close up, and then send it to me. I'll see if I can get a good clear shot of it.
Yep.
When I can receive it, and then I'll try to blow it up and see what we do it live or some shit. See what it is.
This is your lower self.
Okay, who?
That's your higher self. There's the spirit, the golden spirit. And there's your wheel. T-O-R-A, Torah. T-A-R-O-T, tarot. R-O-T-A, rota, the turning of the wheel. See how the blue sphinx has the sword and the Egyptian headdress for rulership. There's your lower self, overcoming your lower self to your higher self. There's the spirit, the golden spirit, descending into matter is the term. See, they encoded that Bible and then split up the knowledge amongst their trusted people to try to hide all this, but you ain't hiding no temples of Borobudur in Indonesia, and it's talking about the 3 enclosures and all this other stuff. I can, like I said, I can go on and on about that.
Bro, not only are they just finding the ship not too long ago at the Grand Canyon, they finding out why it was parked where it was parked in the first fucking place. Now they're just finding out why was it parked there to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
But we had lights and electricity way before fucking Benjamin Franklin and all that bullshit.
We were more advanced than we are now. We were more advanced than we are now.
I promise you, we had lights and all that shit way before that dude. Way before. Way before.
Yeah, just like, okay, so how is it the Enlightenment age of enlightenment over in Europe, but it's also the Dark Ages when they got invaded in Europe too. The Middle Ages is the Dark Ages, but it's also Enlightenment for them. It was the Dark Ages in Europe. Them 700 years was Dark Ages.
Hey, can I severely ask you a serious question, please?
Yeah.
You're a knowledgeable man in history, right?
Okay.
You have knowledge in history, right? Okay. All right. Let's just say this now, right? Mm-hmm. Could this possible? Could it be possible? Okay. You read that story before of him?
About who?
Of Benjamin Franklin.
Yeah.
You read the story?
No, I ain't read it. Are you
But
talking
do
about
you know the story?
the keys and
Huh?
the kite?
Yeah, but how could you do that? What was the string made of? Metal?
That's what I'm saying.
Was the
It,
string made of metal?
no, it
So
couldn't
they
be.
stole it from the fucking Grand Canyon, yo. They stole it.
Yeah,
That's where they got the electricity. They stole from us at the Grand Canyon. Y'all swear to God.
and it's
Listen
a
to me.
and it's a
How could you get
key.
electrified by a string and then motherfucking nah? I ain't buying that one now. And I'm thinking about it.
There's the
How?
key that
The
they're
string,
talking about right here. The
the
key.
string would have to be motherfucking metal, y'all.
See the keys? There's
Yeah.
the keys right there.
The
It's
string would have to be metal, right, God? The string would have to be metal, right?
yeah.
But they didn't say nothing about the string being metal, God.
Nope.
They said nothing about no string being metal. So you put, man, how could it do it? It can't. It's impossible.
It's impossible.
It's impossible. God is, man, we will see what we believe. How you gonna put a key with a string on a fucking, and then you got shot and then went through the string to the fucking, get the fuck out of here.
The strings. I thought because
Man,
the string's supposed to catch on fire.
you damn motherfucking right. How the fuck we don't see nothing, God.
Yeah, they had us. They did it though. They. It was, they
Yo,
did a
God,
number
they
on us.
had us, God. We had electricity first at the Grand Canyon, God. We
Yeah.
built cities, underground cities. We built, God, we had electricity. We got projects over there. I've seen the projects over there. We built a whole city of projects, stories like 6 stories, buildings like 6 stories high, floors, bro. We got
Yeah.
four floor cities underground and more.
That's what I'm
5,
saying.
6 floor cities underground, y'all. Everywhere.
How can a bunch of farmers complete the periodic table of elements in Russia? They said a Russian dude did it in the 1800s. So you can tell me the atomic weight of
Bro,
titanium or
they
platinum
playing us, bro.
in the
That's what's on.
1800s when we just supposed to
Yeah.
be farmers.
Yet now still though we live in captivity.
Yep, I'm captain.
For now,
Yeah.
we're climbing out of it. I ain't gonna say for now. We're climbing out of that.
They
Yo, I
did
want to.
that.
Yo,
They
listen,
did
man.
that bill when the slaves were set free in 1863. Okay, but after that, they were delivered into a different type of slavery. And that's just worldwide.
Yep.
Yo,
Here
You're
in
not lying.
America, they call it capitalism.
Yep. Oh, it is.
Kid. Yo, if there was a time, y'all. There was a time in the day because I remember growing up in the '70s. The police never came through my neighborhood.
We slept with our doors open. We
Yup.
didn't lock our doors at night.
I'm telling y'all. Yo, listen. In the '70s,
Oh,
police was in our neighborhood, y'all. It was nobody but us. Fuck out of
Yep.
here. Nobody. I went to a Catholic school. How the fuck I go to a Catholic school from kindergarten to motherfucking 6th grade over that motherfucker? And I ain't never had a white friend, never met a white person. There was no white person in attendance in the school. Not one. Not even a Puerto Rican. Not a Spanish. Not none of that shit. It was all us. That's it. In every Catholic school. I thought the city there thought no white people lived there. In Jersey City, I thought no white people lived there. For the longest time, it was segregated. I didn't see it. See, a little bit past Jackson, with Martin, with that street that they turned into MLK,
Mm-hmm.
2 blocks up was Kennedy Boulevard. They lived from Kennedy Boulevard down. from Kennedy Boulevard down, up the other way, was all our people. None of them others. No others. No others.
I grew up the same
Yo,
way.
we never went down there. If we went down there,
Desegregated in 4th grade. But
Yep.
up to 4th grade, it was all just us.
yes.
Boy, we had a bad basketball team.
What? Yo, yo, bro. It's
Yeah.
crazy, bro. The
Because
city's been segregated.
they needed us. We were
The city's been
excelling.
segregated. They played us when they did that. That's when they played us. When the street was Jackson Avenue, that had A&O in it, right? It was godly. When they turned into MLK, many lack knowledge. That's what I call it, right? Anyway, when they turned into that, that's when they brought the drugs in. You know what I'm talking about? They brought the drugs in and flooded the neighborhood. See, before that shit, all our people owned the stores. We had the stores. We had the block. We had the avenue. We had the shit. It was average. We had the club. We had the bars. We had all of that shit. What
Well,
happened?
look what they doing this time. Then we're gonna have the inauguration on Martin Luther King Day.
Man, I'm not having shit.
That's outrageous. They should have changed that
Yeah, a
on another
womanizer.
day.
Yo, you can't tell me that. Yo, he was a womanizer, right? You can't tell me you ain't seen nobody with that forehead before. He got kids everywhere. Get the fuck out of here. And you're going to put the street, right? And when they found out about what he did, because his best man that walked with him, wrote a book right before he died. Tell all. He said he was banging everything. They walked up to the statue. All the people walked up to the statue, marched to the statue in Washington, D.C. How could you do this to us? They should have locked all their asses up and thrown them in the hospital. Talking to a statue, crying to a statue.
And then,
Make no sense.
make it so bad. Why did he get a statue and Malcolm X didn't? Why did he get a
Yes.
statue and Marcus
Nobody
Garvey
knows
didn't?
this.
Why?
Nope.
He the only one?
Yeah.
Why? Because he
Yeah.
preached
Why?
non-violence.
Yeah.
What
Fuck
happened with
like they
Rosa
put in that book of
Parks?
bullshit.
Yeah,
Like they put that
Rosa
bullshit.
Parks,
Well, and probably
non-violent.
because he had somebody pushing that for that agenda, though. But probably other people didn't try to push to get things like awards and stuff for Malcolm X.
Now it's because they push for non-violence because they don't want us to fight back. They just want us to lay down and take it each and every time. Oh, you should be more like Martin Luther King because he was non-violent. Well, I tell you like this: I was light-skinned and dark-skinned town. I had to scrap. I don't mind scrapping. Can I get me a monument, somebody that scrapped with y'all for balance? They don't want that. Here's his name. Samuel Billy Kyles is the name of the priest or pastor, whatever you want to call him, who admitted that he left off the balcony so the shooter could get a clear shot at Martin Luther King and killed him. So he knew he was about
They
to
said
shoot,
Jesse
and he
Jackson was
walked
responsible.
away so he can get shot by himself. His name is Samuel Billy Kyles.
They said Jesse Jackson was responsible and arranged that shit. They said they was going for his head. They chased him the fuck back to New York.
Probably.
Yeah. I swear for God, listen to me. Listen to me. They said his room, the original room he was given, was on the fucking first bottom floor. Jesse Jackson convinced him to move to the second floor. That's who did it. I promise you that's what
Jesse
they
and
said.
him.
Yeah, Jesse and him. Yep.
Yep.
I'm telling them they chased
Now
Jesse.
look at Jesse.
and
He all Rainbow Coalition push or
yeah,
whatever.
I
Just
promise you that's who they said was responsible.
You don't stop it.
That's who they said was responsible. Was Jesse Jackson. A
So
lot of people.
why did Reverend Freddie Haynes drop down from being the president after Jesse in the Rainbow Coalition? Do you know anything about that?
Huh?
Do you know why Reverend Freddie Haynes decided against being the president for the Rainbow Coalition after Jesse appointed him to be like the leader over that next?
Who appointed him?
Do you know why he decided to not take the position?
Because of what Jesse did.
Oh no, I'm just was wondering.
Oh, now
Did anybody know
who
what
appointed
the
him?
reason why he decided not to take that position?
Who appointed him?
I don't know. It was just stated that
I'll
he was
look it
gonna be the next president of the Rainbow Coalition, and then a couple of weeks after that, they said that he declined.
Let me see. Coalition. A hand selected by Reverend Justin now Rainbow. Johnson sat down with Fred Pastor Dallas Fellowship West about what led him to his historic appointment. Who found it? Who took over push?
Good people, I gotta get going.
Oh, Jesse Jackson appointed him.
See, I told you that motherfucker was responsible. They said he was responsible for the shit. They chased him back to New York. I heard chased him. Hey, he go get to the hospital, put blood on himself, and tell me he was partial. Oh shit! They was chasing him for him. He was running for his. Yeah, he ran back to New York for his life. I heard from what I heard.
What's up, Miss Cheryl? What'd you say?
I promise y'all. They said he ran back to New York. They chasing him. They chased his ass back to New York.
Yeah. Then he went to go run for president.
Hands around his neck type shit.
Yeah, he ran for president and then called them people Jaimes, and then he got kicked off.
I remember that.
Jaime Town. He kicked him off. But yeah, here's Reverend Samuel. Hold on.
I'm not taking the ban.
Well, guys, I'm gonna have to go. I have
Yeah.
learned so much. I have really enjoyed being in your presence,
Ah, shucks. It ain't
and
much.
I
It ain't
will
nothing.
definitely look for you again.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna be back on like noon times now. Like I said this morning, I just got pushed to get on this early, but I'll probably be on maybe like 12. I usually get on like 12, let everybody get up and stuff.
Okay.
That's my dog. I
Okay.
was like, who's snoring up in here? It's the dog. He chilling. But yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna get out to. I'm gonna go use the bathroom, eat breakfast, and um, I got to make sure my dogs is fed and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
All right. You
But
all be blessed.
yeah,
Peace.
hey,
Peace, everyone.
Venom. I tagged you in them pictures too. They on TikTok. I tagged you in
Okay,
them.
big bro. It's easy. Appreciate y'all, man. Y'all be easy. Y'all be safe.
All right, for sure, for sure. All
Peace.
right, see. All right. Anybody got any questions before I get off? Nah, no questions. Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna upload this one to YouTube. This was a really good one. It's long, but I'm just gonna put it up as it is. Um, so it'll be up there for y'all. I got started a YouTube. It's Horace Heru 369, I think it is. No problem. Yes, ain't no thing, G. Like I said, this is what we here for, man. This is what we here for. I had to take like a week to myself to meditate and get, just super off the electronics, and I ain't even really touch my phone and nothing. But I'm gonna start uploading these lives and stuff so people could catch them when they want to and stuff like that. Let me just see what switch account, see what it's called. Horace Heru 369 is Horace hyphen Heru. I've already put the Vatican. I already did the Vatican one, um, showing like the the tree of life and all that other stuff. I'm gonna do another one too, but and so I'm gonna upload this. It'll be on tonight, I guess. I'm gonna start downloading it once this come up, and then y'all can watch it however long y'all want to. All right, and feel free to take any of the content, share it. You can say it was you. Say you did it. You say you whatever. I stand by my research. If I fuck it up, I'm gonna take the weight. You know what I'm saying, for fucking up, because I should be more detailed in my research and analysis. But as far as everything I'm saying, I'm standing on it. Like I said, I this is pretty much all I do is study, listen to philosophy and history and stuff like that. So, if y'all got any questions, just hit my inbox, both pages. I look at both of my TikToks and stuff like that. So if y'all got any questions, just let me know. Um, Other than that, man, that's it. And as always, man, I love y'all. Nine's up. I say.